Hello, 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 hello. What the fuck? Oh no, oh no, oh no, it broke. Oh no, my tits broke. Guys, my tits are broken. No, why does it never save the resolution? I always have to fix that. I knew I was forgetting something, but also why is it not at 1920 by 1080 after I... Hello, tits? It's broken! Why? I made it 1920 by 1080. Hello? Oh my god, I don't know. Anyways, let me turn the FPS down because I forgot to do that. Professional streamer, everyone. I know, it's all professional. Well, I'm gonna do studio mode. Give me just a second while I figure out where my overlay is. VTuber scene, tits, that, and let me guess put that back where it is. God forbid I have anything nice in this world. I feel that, bro, right? Ah. Thank God for OBS Studio Mode, where you can edit other scenes without changing scenes. It's so good. Because what y'all don't know behind the curtain here, is that my scene doesn't have all my sources in it. My scene has all my scenes in it, and each of those scenes has my sources in it. You are the nice in this world, bro. Good. Oh, shucks. You. Oh my god, no, you're the nice in there. Stop. But hi, good morning. How are we? Voldrosa, you are up early or late, depending on how your day's going. how are we all doing this fine morning? Bratty Little Witch snagged the first. We got Energinx, and please help me on the pronunciation of that. Energinx. Oh god, I'm butchering it. I know I'm butchering it. I am so sorry. Energinx, okay. You're Voldrosa up late as fuck. Okay, not too bad. Just blowing my voice out to Paleface. Jinx will do. Jinx. Love it. Well, live it, love it. Got it. Good. Yep. I did not mean to click that. I'm blushing for some reason. I smacked my mouse and it happened to accidentally land exactly on that. I gotta get more caffeine in my system. I've been you see, streaming keeps me regular. I've been sleeping in because I've not been streaming, and I'm trying to fix it. Oh my god, and my body is revolting. My body is like not happy about this. My old man bod is like, no, you can't do that. What? Wait, look at the giant emote. Look at the. Well, that's cute. Also, thanks for the 30 bits. That was sweet of you. You didn't have to do that. Look at that giant face. Oh, I guess y'all can't see that on the stream replay. Take my bits. I guess I will. Fine, if I have to. I'll put them somewhere safe. I won't eat them, promise. Your giggle made it feel right. Ah, shucks, thanks. Well, I think I can get into this. I wonder if Reality Glitch is here today. Though it's totally cool if he's not. Because he just keeps me on the straight and narrow while designing the set. And I feel like my ADHD ass is overwhelming for him. I feel so bad when I run the designs by him. He's like, see, you can't do that because and I'm like, I'm so sorry. I do have a fantastic giggle. I try. I try. And by try, I mean I'm just totally awkward and weird. And for some reason, y'all find it cute. I'll take it. I guess I'll just take that, you know? I take it straight to the bank. I'll wiggle my cute on ass over here. Cute ass on over here, maybe even. Maybe even I put the words in the correct order. You know? Who knows? Whoop. There we go. So it's so easy. Look at me go. Okay, so where were we last time? I was designing the commons of the set. Your giggle sucks. Thanks, Golden. No, I could always count on you to keep me normal. Really appreciated. It's like the staple button. But, I was designing the commons for the set, and last time we had gotten through and divvying up the creatures between the colors, but we hadn't quite designed all of the creatures yet. My ego's starting to grow. You know who else? Wait, no, hold on. Wait, no, hold. No, hang on. You smell like acetone and dollar store stickers. Thanks. Aw, thanks. It made my day. What are you gonna do now? Huh? What are you gonna do now, punk? But let's see. I was also trying to divvy up the other spells of the colors. Bonk'll suck. Get out of my chat. Get out of get out. Get get out of here. Get. You come into my house on this, the day of my stream, and say that shit for the whole world to see. I can't believe you. I can't believe you do this. Electro, hello! It's finally me! So let's see. We've gotten the creatures divvied up, but what they do, I've not figured out quite yet. I did some work on the Grenier and the Infested. I think the Infested have had the most work done on them. Sniffa, no, you? No. No, Arnar. Oh yeah, okay, so, let's see, what's different from last time? I've got 2 colorless spells now. For colorless, I have Wake Up Tenno, and right now it's a 1, but I think I might need to modify that price, because that can get kind of powerful. Search your library for a Tenno and put it onto the battlefield tapped. It's no longer a creature and becomes an artifact with pay this per minute's mana cost. This is no longer an artifact and becomes a creature. This is basically a search spell for any Tenno, but you can put it on the battlefield. Let me, like, no, put that back where you found it. You don't know where this has been. This is unsafe. But the way I'm thinking about this is kind of no matter what price I give this, no matter what this price is, fetching a Tenno for free, even if it's not allowed to be a creature, it's still a lot. So what if, hang on, end it, put it on the battlefield tapped, Tenno, that costs 3 or less. I think that's a better direction. This way you can only fetch the small warframes. If you're a free later in the evening, would you care to do some Frame of Wars with this humble Dragon Boy? Possibly, if I've got time. If I've got time, I might. I've not been able to work, and I'm broke as shit now, so I might. Maybe I do. Maybe we farm some jade. Maybe we get you into Steel Path. Who knows? Because I still need a couple more jade parts, and, oh yeah, I wonder if we've got that first of the 3 ephemera unlocked. Because we were like in the 20s the last time I checked. $20 pack, because it had the shit I want. Oh, okay. We did, hell yeah! Alright, cool. So we can get started on that then. And then Void Beam. 2 aura colorless and 2 aura colorless. Deal 1 damage to target creature. If that creature is a sentient, remove all protection counters from it. Valdi flexing his money. Burn damage outside of red is unusual and kind of I have no frames. Awesome. I just dropped all my fucking frames. I dropped all my frames on the floor. It's at 0. I have 0 frames. None at all. Are we back? I just casually dropped 600, 700, 800 frames. Thanks. That's so cool. That's so awesome. Love that for me. That's so cool. I just dropped 779 frames. Nothing I can do about it. It just does that from time to time. So glad that that's a thing. This is one thing that's been keeping me from streaming as well, is not only have I been super busy and life has been upside down, but I can't, like, the stream quality has been dog shit. Absolutely dog shit, and I don't know what to do to fix it. Because at this point, you know, it can't just be the internet provider. It's got to be like the router or my adapter or something, and I have no way to find out. I have no way to know. And it pisses me the hell off. Because I can't have a good quality stream. Like, I'm streaming at like 1920 but at 30 FPS, and even then my internet can't handle that. Like, why? Some things go crazy. Jinx get crazy. Ethernet cable breaking. I don't even have an Ethernet. It's a Wi-Fi adapter. But like, this started 2-3 weeks ago, and it just never quit. We had a AT&T outage. You can't see it, but I'm doing the finger quotes. We had an AT&T outage, and it never got better. Like, the outage is gone, but the internet never recovered from that. So, like, what the fuck, you know? What the fuck? Yeah, I've dropped 911 frames, all within the past minute. God, man, fuck me. Well, it's partially stabilized, by the looks of it. Maybe. But as soon as I look away, it's gonna drop again, for sure. Like that. Like it just did. I'm watching you. Don't think I'm not watching you. Anyways, where was I? Colorless burn damage is kind of a weird thing in Magic. Golden. But Magic doesn't often do burn damage outside of red or without red's assistance. So there's that, but I want the spell to be colorless specifically because I want you to always be able to target a sentient, regardless if that sentient has protection from a color. This way you can always get the secondary effect, just in case. So the other way to do this is do that and then give this spell an ability called Devoid. This way it has no color. There we go. That should work. And that's fine and flavorful and fun, and it's still red burn damage. And because you actually pay red for it now, I guess I can turn it up to 2, maybe 3. That's better, I think. It's sorcery speed, so it's not like too crazy. It's not broken. Why is Void Beam down here? Why did it get numbered differently? It's CC. Huh? Is it because of the red? Is it because of the red in the mana cost, even though it's not a red card? Really? But what if I wanted up here with the other colorless spell? I guess it's here now. Sure. Fine. Thanks. You know, actually that would go in place of a red spell. Actually. Actually. And then I could just delete that. Okay, alright. Fair enough. Fine. Alright. That's sure. This one's still just mono colorless though. Pure colorless, can be used in any deck. Summon your Tenno. Roll your dice, move your mice, you know, nobody gets hurt. I need to design the creatures. Oh, infesting spores. What did I do with this? Create an infested token attached to target creature or artifact. Cool, good. I did change that to a sorcery. Because now it says attached to creature or artifact. This way you can't, like, attach shit to enchantments or lands or shit. You can't make it too broken. I've still got the artifacts down here I've yet to touch. Probably make a bunch of equipment. Oh, goody. Yeah, I just looked at my bitrate tracker, and it's doing the heart monitor thing. I love how it's just doing that out of the gate. Hang on. Okay, I'm back. I will send you to Jesus. With the googly eyes on the bottom. Thanks. Oh boy. Oh boy. And then the internet just drops. Oh my god. Oh my god. How am I supposed to stream like this? Like, what do I do, you know? Are we back? Well, thanks for the compliment of my eyes. My beautiful eyes. God damn it, man. God, this internet is gonna drive me up the wall. It really is. Because I know it can't be pleasant to just have me suddenly disappear and not know when. Borrow the neighbor's Wi-Fi. Were it so easy, the eyes are moving again. They are. I know they are. Look at them go. Let me take a look here. So for the Grineer, they have Hellion, Lancer, and Butcher. Oh, did I fix the thing? Does this work now? Oh.
Skill issue.
Perfect timing, Electro. Perfect timing on that. Yeah, we'll put that away. Those aren't ready yet. I gotta cook on those more. I was working on custom symbols. They're not done. They're very not done. Extremely undercooked, and the console's mad because Magic Watermarks uses files from package. That's my file, but does not list a dependency. Well, you can't list a dependency. It's a custom path. Like, I made it a custom. Do I have to, like, input the watermarks into the watermark file? Really? Okay. Fine. I gotta cook on those more. Those are not done cooking, apparently. Alright, but we got Hellion, which is a flying Grineer soldier with gene stamp. Lancers have the burst rifle. They got first strike. Butcher is the melee unit. He's just a small little gene stampy boy. Then for Orican, we've got an Orican, which is a flying artifact creature Thopter. Probably not anything special about it, just probably super low to the ground. Corrupted Lancer, technically is a Grineer unit, but is not of the Grineer faction or their abilities. They're of the Corpus. They're of the Orican abilities. So this guy doesn't get gene stamp. I'm dropping more frames. Yippee! When this enters, you may search your library for a form of card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle. Yeah. So I think the way I'm going to run it is White Orican searches your library for a Forma. No, that creates a copy. No. Search your library. Forma. Put it onto the battlefield. Tapped. There we go. So the white wants to search for Forma. And then blue Orican, which I only have these two cards here. I think blue should actually clone Forma instead of search for it. You may create a token copy. Let me make it a... No, that's fine. A token of a Forma you control. There we go. Doesn't need intertapped. Huh. Can the Void Rig make like a forma every time it attacks? I haven't like figured out the numbers for these creatures. Maybe I should go back and do that. Hellion is small. Hellion are pretty squishy, so let's do like a 2/2. So he's like a 2/2. He's a flying bear. First strike needs to be pretty weak, because that means they get to do damage before an opponent's card gets to do damage. So if I make them do too much damage, they're pretty strong. So I'll make him a 1/3. And then a butcher's pretty funny. The butcher wants to die. The butcher craves death. There's not much going on with those guys. Well, fucking thanks. Really appreciate that. Glad to be back in the jar on this, the day of my return. Orc Drone should also be a 1/1. So I could make it a 1/2. Corrupted Lancer. So it'll be some variant of the regular Lancer, probably a 1. Do I make it another 1/3? Or because Corrupted are stronger than regular Orcican, or regular Grineer, do I make it a 1/4? Fashion question, what's up? What's up? Hit me. Got you, boo. What's the question? Corrupted Butcher should also be a 1/1. Whoops, I'm typing in the copyright field. Because a 1/1 because he wants to die. Would Jade mimicking Enlightened Stalkers be better or normal Stalker's color? Fashion question. Mimicking Enlightened Stalker. If you go normal Stalker colors, there's a way around it to where you can make Jade look like a fallen angel. And I've seen some fashions towards that end. They'll usually splash white on that, which was a thought I had going. But Enlightened Stalker just changes his energy color. Like, the red on his body actually doesn't change. It's the emissives and the... Like, he's got emissive channels on his helmet now. And those change to green, which overrides his, or looks like it overrides the red on his helmet. So I think that would just depend. Corrupted Butcher. Once this dies, yeah, you want it to die. It's a 1/1. You want to send him to his death. That's how that works. Ostron Scout. Well, we'll touch the citizens later. I don't know what... Oh, yeah, and then the sentience. This... It's not on the battlefield. It has all artifact types. Hang on, where's... There we go. Orcican. Oh, did I? Yeah. Corrupted Crewman. Crewman, probably a... Maybe like a 1/1. They're also pretty squishy. No, well, they've got a shield, so I'll give them a 1/2. You'll also be a 1/2. During combat, after damage, if you dealt combat damage to a player, you make... If you dealt combat... It doesn't matter if this one attacks. When this deals combat damage to a player, you make... There we go. Got it. Fixed it. And then Void Rig. Now, Void Rig needs to be a large, so it's a 4/5 or bigger. Now, vehicles can be bigger, because as you see here, it's not actually a creature. And the point of a vehicle is you need to, like, spend a creature to make the Void Rig into a creature for that turn. Because it's a vehicle. There's a creature that needs to operate it. So you can actually afford Void Rig to be larger than that. So I need to come up with a crew cost. If I make the crew cost inefficient, that means I can justify it still being a common. So total power of 6 to crew the Void Rig. That's pretty steep, actually. That is pretty steep. But I think that justifies the Void Rig being common level. Bone Whittle will probably be, like, uncommon. That means at 6 total power, I can have this thing have more than 6 power. Best way to handle this. Well, if I do like a 7... I'm free! If I do like a 7-8, that would be a large. And that's in the realm of like Leviathan creatures, which is kind of what the Void Rig is doing here in blue. So that blue would normally have like a giant Kraken or something at this size. Let me take a little look-see here at Google Images and look up like some MTG vehicles. MTG vehicle. Because I don't want to be setting new precedent with this. I want to be like, no, that's mythic. Uncommon, 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 rare, 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 uncommon. What's a common? Okay. Renegade Freighter is crew 2 for a 4/3. Okay. Uncommon, uncommon, rare, rare. Here we go. Aerodaro Express is crew 4 for an 8/6. God damn! Crew 4 for an 8/6 menace? Holy shit! At common? Okay. Okay, well then maybe we could turn that down a bit. Crew 4. Crew 2 for a 3/4. Okay. I think that checks out. Yeah, I don't want to be, like, treading new ground here. And then we'll do, like, 4 and a blue. Whoop, no, not, and a blue. There we go. Not a black. And then, whenever you activate, you target Void Rig. No, whenever the ability of a Forma targets this, you may copy that ability and choose out new. Oh, because I lowered the resolution on tits, it made the cheese extra large. Oh no, that's funnier though. That's genuinely better. You may copy that ability and choose a new target for the copy. There we go. So if you put a Forma counter on the Void Rig, you get to duplicate that effect, but you have to put it on another creature. A Forma... It doesn't have to be a Forma you control. Doesn't even have to be a Forma you control. I don't know why an opponent would do that, but it doesn't have to be. I think that checks out. Okay. Oh yeah, I don't have mana costs for any of this shit. Well, I'll figure that out. I'll go down and then I'll go back up trying to figure out some of the mana costs. And we'll do that a couple times. I want to work on Orican here. So we got Corrupted Ancient, Corrupted Drone, Corrupted Moa. Black, when it comes to black in Forma, that should be returning Forma from your graveyard to the battlefield or to your hand. It should be something along those lines. Whenever a creature with an ability counter on it dies. Something like that. May return a forma from graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Tapped because you need to tap the forma to actually get it to activate. I don't want to create like an infinite loop or anything. I think that works. Turn this to your hand. Return a forma card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Yeah. That's the untapped symbol, so you have to do this while it's attacking. Corrupted Moa. These are the fusion Moas. Yeah. Well, Corrupted Drone's probably like a 2-1. Corrupted Ancient is a medium creature, right? So I could bring him all the way up to like a 3-4 or a 4-4. Corrupted Moa should be less than a 2-3. So we'll do like a 2-2. Creature with an ability counter on it dies, you may return a forma counter. So this is assuming you have forma in your graveyard. Because if a creature has an ability counter on it, most likely you used a forma to put that on there, at least in this set. What would Corrupted Moa do? How would a Corrupted Moa play with a forma, you know? Something, you know, unique and interesting, but with the flavor of the graveyard. Because I don't want it to all be the same. So I have a drone that returns to your hand and returns a forma to your hand. I have an ancient that checks whenever anything dies. Maybe that's not a common ability, but we'll see. Then we have a Moa that does what? What's a fun way to fetch something out of a graveyard, you know? Corrupted Moas don't really, like, sacrifice anything. Okay, what if whenever you sacrifice a forma, do a thing? Well, I'm gonna give this thing Menace. No, it needs something graveyard related, because you need to be able to constantly have access to forma, and the most you can have in your deck is like up to 12, because there's only 4, and you can only have 4 copies of. So you need to be able to constantly recycle these bitches, so, I don't want to do anything too crazy until, like, uncommon or rare. And maybe Corrupted Ancient's too powerful. Because it's a common, but it's constantly checking on an ability state. We'll see. We'll see. Well, untap, return to your hand. Creature dies. Put it on the battlefield. Whenever you sacrifice a forma, you may return it to the top of your library instead of your graveyard. That's a lot. That's a lot for the commons to do. I like the ability, but at common, there's a lot going on there. No. When this dies, return a forma from your graveyard to the battlefield. Tapped. Simple, easy, to the point. It's a scrap trawler. It's a mirror servitor, whatever, the mirror reclaimer, whatever that card is. That's what it is. When it dies. And then we'll put this on review, but because this will be a medium-sized creature, I can make it more expensive. We'll skip Corpus for now, and then that's it. That was Orokin. Orokin is black, blue, and white. So let's take a look at Orokin costs now. 2/2 with Menace, meaning it has to be double blocked whenever it attacks, if to be blocked at all. When this dies, return a formula from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. I'm thinking 2 and a black. This feels about right. For 2, yeah. Because it just barely doesn't pass the vanilla test, but then it's got 2 upsides to that. It's a menace. No, hey, check it out. It's menace. This thing wants to die. It wants to get killed to activate this ability. With menace, the opponent will double block it, or feel like they are forced to double block it, which generally will be enough power to kill this creature, which then will activate this ability. Yes, that works. For 3 mana, I think that's valuable. We'll have to double check that with Reality Glytch, who's usually a bit more in tune with Magic's balance than I am. Corrupted Drone, those are the little Orokin things, the Orokin attack drones. Oh man, this is not too dissimilar to Black Cat, Cauldron's Familiar, which was a bitch, by the way. Cauldron's Familiar was an absolute bitch. So maybe I'll make this ability cost mana. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Perfect. Though, bouncing something is kind of a white thing to do. Yeah. No, I'll do that. I'll do that. Because if you're running Orokin, you want to be running white, blue, black. So hang on, I got an idea. I know how to minimize this. Whoop, wrong one. There we go. So 1 mana, a white or a blue, and a black. You get to bounce this to your hand. Blue and white do bouncy stuff, so you have to pay either of those to get this thing to bounce. And then black, because this is a black card, it hunts through, this ability hunts through your graveyard. So that's a black thing to do, and that can do that in black, white, or black, blue. And then just 1 more mana to make it more expensive to do that. Otherwise, this is like Cauldron Familiar all over again, and if anybody knows what that is, that was bad for Standard. And then Corrupted Ancient. Oh wait, hang on, yeah. And then Corrupted Ancient. This one might not pass the sniff test. Like, that's a 5 mana 3/4 with lifelink. I want to check something really quick. Black Sliver. What was it? It was was it Leeching Sliver? No, it was not Leeching Sliver. It was the lifelink sliver from M14. Siphon Sliver, there it is. That is a 3-mana 2/2 slivers you control of lifelink. This is 2 more mana to add 1+1/+2. Only this has lifelink, but it has a static ability. Okay, so this is an inefficient card. But I think that's the point. I think that's actually like a genuine point from that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And then we'll go back up to the blue Orican Void Rig. We got that figured out. Who's up as big as the Ancient, or as expensive as the Ancient, but bigger. I will crew 5 this. I'll crew that to 5. Because I think doubling your effects is a lot. I think that's a powerful thing to do, so I'll make that crew 5. Because you can't target this with a Forma unless it's a creature, meaning you have to crew it on target creature. Vehicles are not creatures until you crew them, yeah. So crew 5 keeps this from being too busted. Corrupted Crewman. Do I have a... Nope, I don't have mana value on Crewman. Deals combat damage to a player. You may create a token copy of a Forma you control. That's pretty cracked. So like 3 mana, maybe? For a 1/2 clone of Forma? Something along those lines. And then what do I have for Butcher, Lancer, Drone? Okay, Butcher. When this dies, this is low to the ground. I could justify this just being 1 white mana. I could. Y'all can't stop me. Corrupted Lancer. 1 and a white. This is a search for an artifact spell. Maybe that's 2 and a white. Orican Drone. How does Orican Drone get a Forma? When this dies, you may search your library for a Forma. Ow! Exile it. Of your library. There we go. When this dies, search your library for a Forma, then put it in exile. It's out of the game. Shuffle your deck. Then put the Forma on top of your library. Oh, then shuffle. Good. When the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Yeah, you have to shuffle your library when you search for it. Like if you look at your deck, you have to shuffle it afterwards. Okay, so 1 mana search for a Forma, but it goes on top of your library, so you still have to draw it. That's the big point. Yeah. And if you cast Orican Drone back to back to back, you don't get to stack up the top of your library with Forma cards, because every single time you have to shuffle your library to do so. So at most, you know, you'll only have that 1 you put there, unless you got really lucky and the shuffle ended up with another on top. Cool. Cool, so I think I've got Orican figured out. Let's take another look at Infested. Infested are in Jund colors, so they're black, red, green. They are Mutalist Osprey, Infested Maggot, Mutalist Moa. Sacrifice this creature, choose up to 2 target creature artifacts or creatures. For each, put an infested token attached to it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, alright. Because Moa could throw out those, like, infested bombs. Though I wonder if that flavor shouldn't be reserved for, like, a boiler. Like the infested boilers. You know what I'm saying? So what I could do is just reserve this to artifacts. There we go. This animates 2 artifacts. and it does it in black by sacrificing itself. Infested Maggot. It's a 1/1 with Death Touch, meaning any amount of damage this deals to a creature is enough to kill it. So if you have a little 1/1 guy bite a 20/20 World Destroyer, the World Destroyer dies. It'll kill the maggot, but the maggot will kill something that is 10 times bigger than that. 13 hours of screen time daily. Are you proud of me? Yippee! No! Rest your eyes! Take care of your health. But then this has an effect. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, create an infested token attached to target creature. In short, you get value for this doing damage to a player. So to stop that, you need to block it. But to block it means you have to deal with the fact that this has Death Touch and will kill whatever you throw in the way to block it. You can make that value if you're running a faction that has creatures that want to die, like like anything that's Grineer, because Grineer will Gene Stamp, or like Corrupted Butcher who dies to search for a Forma. Where'd it go? Infested Maggot. Yeah. Or you could let it hit you, and then the opponent gives its creatures +2/+2, or gets to make new stuff +2. No, yeah, no. Attached to target creature. Yeah, so it'd be +2/+2 all the time. It's not even attached to another target creature. The maggot can target itself. The maggot can make itself a 3/3 if you don't block it, and then a 5/5 the next turn if you don't block it. Now you're dealing with a 5/5 Death Toucher. Oh no. That's actually kind of crazy, and I don't know if that's bad design or good design, but that's funny. The Infested mechanic, kind of goated, honestly. It might be the most powerful one in the set because of how flexible it is. Let's go to Mutilist Moa, 2-legged robot bird. I've got a mana ability and a cost. Sacrifice this creature, choose up to 2 target artifacts. For each, create an infested token attached to it. I just did that. That's right. Osprey. How will an Osprey infest? Do I have Shield Osprey? I don't have numbers on Shield Osprey. How would the flying drone... Oh, it needs to be a Thopter. How would the flying drone infest something? Would it infest itself? These are the ones that, like, drop... Either they'll drop the crawling infested... When this dies, create a 0/0 green, black, and red infested... Whoop, hang on, that needs to be capitalized. Infested creature token with an infested... token attached to it. There we go. In short, when this dies, make a 2/2. Okay, then that gives me something to go off of. This needs to be small, so its power needs to be 2 or less. I'll probably make it a 1 because it wants to die. I could make this a 1/1, and then when it dies, you get a 2/2. And then like a 1 and a black because it has flying on it. So flying is like the upside to being a 1/1, and then when it dies, you get a 2/2 maybe. Something along those lines. Yeah, and then we have a mana spread here. Okay. What is red infested? That is a charger and a leaper. Charger, 1 mana for a 2/2 with haste. That's above curve by a lot. When this creature dies, create an infested token attached to target creature that dealt damage to it this turn. And that's actually a downside. A 2/2 with haste is something someone wants to block ASAP. If they block it with a creature big enough to kill it, this thing will actually buff that creature. I think that's fine. I think that's good. That's a little bit like that's a pretty decent amount of complexity there for a common infested Grenier. Yeah, that's that poor Grenier, man. Leaper infested Artificer. I guess it's not really an Artificer anymore, but it is an infested Corpus unit. How does a Leaper infest? It has trample. It's a medium, so it can be no bigger than a 4/3, so that would make it a 4/2. Red wants to make infested by doing combat damage. This one, yeah. So how will a trample make infested? Whenever a creature dealt damage by Leaper dies, where do I put the infested token, though? Do I put it on the Leaper? Do I put it on a creature or artifact? Do I make a token and put it on it? Whenever a creature dealt damage by well, I'll just say by this dies, create a it's a 4/2 trampler. You want to block it. Infested token. This one would be Corpus. So attached to target artifact. Create a infested token attached to target artifact. There we go. Yeah. This one wants to attach to artifacts because this is a Corpus infested. It's the start of the Mutalist brand. And that's the red infested. It's Charger and Leaper. Then let's go down to green infested. We have Toxic Ancient, Zealoid Bastion, and Jugulus. You don't have a mana cost or a ability. Toxic Ancient is small? No. Zealoid Bastion will be small. Toxic Ancient will be medium. I'll switch that around. And then what were my stats for Corrupted Ancient? 3/4. That's fine. 3/4 with Death Touch. Now, how does green want to infest? Do I give this landfall? Do I put landfall on a common? No. Well, what is the Corrupted Ancient doing? Whenever a creature with an ability counter on it dies. So if I do something similar here, whenever a creature with an infested token attached to it dies, something like that. Okay, we're getting onto something. Whenever a creature with an infested token attached to it dies, may reattach that aura to another target creature. Ironically, that's fundamentally the same. Whenever a creature with an infested token attached to it dies, you may reattach that aura to another target creature. Anything with an infested aura on it is a creature no matter what, so that always checks. You may reattach any number of those infested tokens from that creature to any number of target creatures. I don't need a comment there. You may reattach any number of those infested tokens from that creature to any number of target creatures. That might be too much. Okay. Reattach any number of those infested tokens from that creature to target creature. There we go. So Toxic Ancient says, if there is an infested... Oh. You control. There we go. That's important, because it needs to be your infested token. You may reattach any number of those infested tokens you control. There we go. Because infested tokens can get kind of weird since you can infest other people's stuff. Whenever a creature with an infested token attached to it dies, you may reattach any number of those infested tokens you control from that creature to target creature. The Ancients, both of them might move up to uncommon. There's a chance that they might have to do that. Possibly. Corrupted Ancient. Yeah, okay. Toxic Ancient. Three, 4 with Death Touch. It's less likely it'll die in combat. But you also don't want to be swinging with this. This is a creature you defend with. Because you want this static ability. Then we take a look at Zealoid Bastion. This is an infested cleric. Whenever this enters, create an infested token attached to target artifact you control. Yes. Because green hates on artifacts, and also the Zealoid Bastion cares about Arlo's flame. So yeah, okay. Fair enough. This would be a small creature. They are small. So we'll do like a 2-1. Well, I'll make this a 1-1. But this enters with 3 power because it's also creating this aura. So we'll do 2 and a green. So this is 3 mana for basically a 3/3. Basically. Jugulus. Oh, Defender, right, okay. So this is 2 and a green for a 4/6, but it has Defender, meaning it cannot attack, and Reach, meaning it's allowed to block things with flying, because Jugulus do that. Create an infested token attached to target land. This can animate your lands, yes, because Jugulus will use lands to attack. They will attack through the ground. I think that's fair. But I will say land you control. There we go. This way you're not animating your opponent's lands, just your own. And this mana cost puts it about on par with Hammer of Perforos. Give or take. Yeah. Yeah, 3 mana for a Defender Reach. It is a large... Yeah, cool. I think we've got the Infested figured out. Let's do the Grenier next. Hellion, 2/2 flyer. With Gene Stamp. 1 and a white. That's a bird cost. It's a bear cost, too. First strike. 1 and a 3. Could I get away with that being... MTG first strike. Whoops. Could I get away with that being 1 mana, or is that too much? Well, I see a 1/2 with first strike. Or a 2/1 with first strike over here. Thanks for the head pats, Kira. Thanks. How are you doing this fine morning? Hello, welcome in. No, that's double strike. I don't care about that. 2/2 first strike for 3. It looks like first strike does not reduce the cost of a creature versus its power by very much. So a 1/3 first strike. It could just be a white. That goes up because this is a search spell. But this guy just has Gene Stamp on him. He could just be a white. Yeah. Butcher. You know what? No, I'll make this a 1 and a white. And then the Butcher will just be white. Yeah. The Butcher wants to die. Why won't you let me die? Something like that. Okay. Then I'll put that for review, though, because that is some similar costs. I'm okay. Today is I'm sorry. Today is How are you? But doing the best I can. I'm glad to be back to streaming today. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. Grenier come in white, red, and green. So Grenier are going to be down here in red with Ballista and Flameblade. Ballista is a sniper. They have first strike. Small, so they can only be up to 2 power. Probably a 2/1. I've seen first strikes. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, 1 and a red. That's probably fair. I missed you. I missed you too. I miss streaming. I do. I genuinely did miss streaming. It's been my life has been like upside down the last couple weeks. It has been messed the fuck up. I'm hoping with my day off tomorrow, I can finally get some stuff smoothed out and get back on track. Maybe. Like, actually Ow! Flameblade. 1 mana, 1/1 for a Gene Stamp. Then do it again. Yeah. I think that's actually incredibly powerful. You kill a Flameblade, you get 2 of them. I think that's cool. But they're just 1/1s, you know? I think that's... I like that, yeah. So then let's take a look at green Grenier. We have Seeker, Trooper, and Thumper. Got it. It's been too long! A Seeker is the one that sends out the little drones that'll attach to you. Do I give them reach because green hates on... Oh, well, this has reach. No, we're good. The Thumper... Why does the Thumper have reach? Because it has cannons and it can jump. That's why it has reach. So the Seeker doesn't need reach. The Seeker could be... Vigilance, if I spell it correctly. I think the Seeker would be fair if it had Vigilance. Then... Gene Stamp? I see no reason not to give a Gene Stamp. Trooper. Well, hang on. So this is a Grenier Scout. This guy's going to be small. I think a 2/2 for 2. Have you heard of the Monster of the Week? It's a tabletop? No, I have not. I actually have not heard of that. Go ahead and explain it to me, Kira. Give me the details. All the juicy deeds. 2/2 for 2. Vigilant. Yeah, okay. Trooper. Trooper's interesting. Those are the bigger Grenier with the shotguns. Um... Oh yeah, Tusk Thumper needs like a crazy ability to go with that, because it's big. But let's take a look at Trooper first. Trooper. I'm not thinking of giving him any special abilities. So I just need... So maybe like a boneless... He's a medium. Right, so at least a 2-3. I think I can get away with a 3-3 here. 3 mana, 3-3, Gene Stamp. What else? I've already got a guy that double Gene Stamps. Okay. Troopers can throw grenades. Well, it's a 3-3. What if I make this fight? I can make this just fight a creature. This fights target creature. This fights target creature. Simple. Well, you know what? Let me, actually... There we go. This fights target creature. Yeah. That's what this will do. Then, actually, I'm going to go back to Jugulus here. Because what I'm doing is I'm giving one creature in each faction a faction ability here. What is Jugulus? Jugulus is the infested one, right? But that's 2 in green. Hang on, let me take a look. Where's the where did I do that? Because I have an idea on how to get this to work. It was black, right? There it is. Okay. So black's got one in the Esper. It's got an Esper ability. All right. I want to actually do that with green. Whoops. There we go. On the infested. Alright, but I can't do 2 in green. So instead, you're going to be boneless. And I'm going to do that double Gene Stamp thing. Gonna turn... Where'd it go? Turn it off. Hello, turn off. There we go. There we go. Gene Stamp, Gene Stamp. Then I'm going to go over to red, which does not have this faction ability. Where are you? Corpus Tech. Flame Blade. Yeah, Flame Blade wants to fight. There we go. And then 1 Grenier color, so white, green. And a red. This fights target creature. Simple. It's a 1/1. It's just a 1/1. It wants to die. It makes another one of itself. I could even go so far as to say this gets +2, +0, and fights, well, +2, +0 until the end of turn and fights target creature. There we go. So for 3 mana, it becomes a 3/1, fights a creature, probably kills it, probably dies in the process. You gene stamp it so you get a copy of it. Yeah. There we go. So in green, I have a faction ability. In red, I have a faction ability. In black, I have a faction ability. I don't have that in white or red. So we'll go back to that later. I'm sorry, white or red? White or blue? Why did I say red? Where was I, though? I was on Trooper. Gene stamp, gene stamp. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Tusk Thumper. Big boy. You're a 4/5 with reach and trample. Because you're a big boy. He's a boy of the big. What does that do? No, ghouls would sacrifice lands to come back from the dead. Unearth for, you know, whatever ghoul color or mana or whatever. Tusk Thumper. It's a big fucking robot. Whenever this attacks, I need to think like a green. Whenever this attacks, look at the top card of your library. But this is not in top deck manipulation colors, so I actually kind of don't want to do that. Tusk Thumpers are big 4-legged tanks. And they're kind of swift. Like, they're kind of swift with it. Green, gene stamp. Gene stamp green. Tusk Thumper can't be gene stamped because it's a robot. But can it synergize with Grineer gene stamping, maybe? Oh my god. Token creatures you create enter untapped and have haste. Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yep, that's the flavor. That's, yeah. That could be too strong, but we'll see. Token, in fact, I could do Grineer. This way it's specifically Grineer synergies. Got it. Token Grineer you create enter untapped and have haste. Which means I could actually up that even one more. That's pretty big, I think. I don't know, what do y'all think? Is that pretty big? I think it's pretty big. Now let's go up to blue. And I'm thinking for blue, the Corpus will have their ability. Oh, I haven't figured out the Corpus yet. Okay. Or the sentients. Cool. Or the citizens, not the sentients. But actually, I got, hang on real quick. Super quick. I gotta be right back, because I gotta check on my laundry and maybe use the restroom a little bit. So y'all be good. Don't go nowhere. I'll be right back.
Is this real? The fear I feel when the noise starts dying down. Is it true that there's a place for you when the sun burns out? Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to make things right. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise, a sanctuary burns while you play God. As above, so below, so below. Is there a cure? The sky obscured and the monsters crawling out. I'm not scared, I won't die in here while the world burns down. Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to burn alive. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise, a sanctuary burns while you play God. As above, so below. Who will take our place if this becomes our fate? Where shall our turning our face I wanna see the stars before they fade too far. I can't see the stars that we got so far. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise, a sanctuary burns while you play God. As above, so below, so below. As above, so below. Is this real? The fear I feel when the noise starts dying down. Is it true that there's a place for you when the sun burns out? Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to make things right. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise, a sanctuary burns while you play God. As above, so below, so below. Is there a cure? The sky obscured and the monsters crawling out. I'm not scared, I won't die in here burns down. Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to burn alive. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise, a sanctuary burns while you play God. As above, so below. Who will take our place if this becomes our fate? And we shall all turning our faces. Wanna see the stars before they fade too far. I can't see the stars that we got so far. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise, a sanctuary burns while you play God. As above, so below. So below. As above, so below. Is this real? The fear I feel when the noise starts dying down. Is it true that there's a place for you when the sun burns out? Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to make things right. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise, a sanctuary burns while you play God. As above, so below. So below. Is there a cure? The sky obscured and the monsters crawling out. I'm not scared, I won't die in here while the world burns down. Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to burn alive. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise. the fear I feel when the noise starts dying down. Is it true that there's a place for you when the sun burns out? Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to make things right.
I'm back. Hello. Sorry that took so long. I was fighting for my life in there. I thought I was gonna die. Okay. All right, so where was I? I need to figure out the corpus. That's the next one. Corpus are blue, black, and red. They care about treasures. Each color should care about treasures differently. They have the ability Desire, which is kind of automatic. Shield Osprey. Little man. What does the Mutalisk Osprey look like? You're a 1/1 for 2. Shield Osprey, probably a 1/1 for 2. Something like that. Desire. For each player, create a treasure token unless that player discards a card. How does blue desire? Because desire is not just a keyword, it has to be triggered by something. Unless that player discards a card. How would blue do it? Whenever an opponent draws a card? That's too much. To be like every single turn, that's too much. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, desire. There we go. That's it. Crewman. Oh wait, hang on. Okay, I got a price. I got a size. Okay, crewman. 1/2. Little guy. I could go infinite. I don't want to do that. How does a crewman desire? What does he desire? Whenever you draw your second card, a turn, desire. Doesn't need to be capitalized. But that's value for you. Player draws their second card. There we go. Tap. Each player draws a card. Card draw. Blue wants to do it off of card draw, I guess. That might be triple desire if I say each player draws a card. Oh god, no, that could be kind of crazy. I need to fix the phrasing on this. target. Opponent draws a card. Yeah. So that's how blue will do that. That's probably one in a blue. I'd even say that's just a blue. Okay. Let's go down to black corpus, sniper, shockwave, fusion. Death touch. I'll do one in a black. 1, 2. Whenever a creature dealt damage by this dies, desire. Cool. Shockwave Moa. Shockwave Moa is the one that stomps the ground and does the shockwave and knocks people back. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, desire. No, bad, 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 bad. Because treasures. Treasures are bad. It's also small. I could probably get away with like a 2/2. Menace can sometimes be a little oppressive. I guess this would kind of have morbid. During your end step, if a creature you control died this turn, desire. Yeah. Fusion Moa. Fusion Moa is a medium. So we'll do like a 3/4, 3/3. No, 3/4. Well, thanks for the posture check. Let me straighten myself up right here, right now. Ow! Hey! Self-care time. You're right. Hey, I'm hydrating with Glytch Energy this morning. Glytch Energy is a powdered sugar-free energy drink with no calories, no crash. It's good stuff. You can get yours for 10% off if you use code Makudanazo. Glytch. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Golden. Sorry. I didn't know you were here. I appreciate you, man. They just released a new flavor. It's a sour electric candy flavor. It's a new one. Wink. They also have like a sour grape called Karen's Tears. That's a funny one. I haven't tried it yet. My flavor today is Kindred Kiwi, and it's pretty good. It's pretty delicious. It's pretty tasty. Fusion Moa, 3 and a black for a 3/4. That's pretty beefy. What beefy stats here? When this dies, desire. But then how do you kill it, right? I leave and then come back every now and then. I appreciate you, Golden. I appreciate you lurking. You don't have to be here, and you're still here. That matters so much to me. Thank you so much. I give you... Hang on, I give you head pats. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. And he leaves. And he's like, and I'm out. Oh, yay, okay. What? What? Oh, rude. Rude. Where was I? How does a black spell desire? Shockwave checks if a creature you control died this turn. Fusion Moa. A slap is just a faster headpad. True. When you desire. I'm gonna turn that off for now. If any player discarded a card, no, I don't think a double desire like that would work, because I can kind of go infinite no matter what. I got it. Desire. Simple as that. Pay 3 life, tap this desire. Slap on the back is supposed to be motivating or congratulatory too. I mean, true. Something like that. And then no other special abilities. Maybe we got something there. Slaps have so many flavors. True. Now, what does Red Corpus look like? We have, for Red Corpus, we have Moa, Osprey, Corpus Tech. So this is a little guy with haste, probably red, probably 1/1. Aggressive. You know, hits the battlefield and attacks. When this deals combat damage, desire. Simple. Simple and cheap. Simple and done. Oh, am I putting periods at the end of stuff? Yeah. Mine Osprey. Little flying guy. 1 red. For probably a 2/1. Because they can do a little bit more damage. Red is aggressive, so red likes to desire by combat. I mean, whenever the Moa just deals combat damage, desire. Doesn't matter if it's a creature or a player. Whenever mine Osprey blocks, yeah, it's kind of slow. Attacks, if you have not desired this turn, desire. There we go. So no matter what, you only get 1 trigger off of mine Osprey. Corpus Tech. 2 mana, 2/1 flying. Okay, Corpus Tech. These are a little bit beefier. Yeah, medium. So these lads are a tad larger. Human Artificer. Probably no special ability. I could give him affinity for artifacts if I wanted to. Probably not necessary. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's a tap 1. Damn it, because that's in black. What's in blue? Wait a minute. This is it. I got it. I got it. 1. Got it. There we go. That's the blue faction ability. Target player draws a card. 3 mana. Target player draws a card. Super simple. And whenever a player draws their second card, a turn desire. Perfect. Perfect. And then Citizen will be the white version of that. Got it. Now where was I? I was at Corpus Tech, who's a bigger version of a Corpus Crewman. Whenever desire, put a... This gets +1/+0 until the end of turn. Whenever you desire, this gets +1/+0 until the end of turn. MiHoYo is building a fusion reactor and it's hilarious. Well, are we talking like in Minecraft? So this has desire breathing. It's like fire breathing, but desire breathing. That's pretty funny. If you have not desired this turn, desire. There we go. Well, you know what? Yeah, it's fire breathing and then an extra mana. There we go. This is Corpus fire breathing. I think that's actually a super funny way to do that. If you have not desired this turn, desire. But that's a little bit too much like Mine Osprey. If you have not desired this turn, desire. Reactor-kun. No. I don't want this ability to stack. If you have not activated this ability, hang on. If this is the first time you have activated this ability this turn, desire. No. I got it. Hang on. No, the desire, activate this ability only once a turn. Maybe this turn, but like a turn. There we go. I think some Chinese dude also recently spent 250k USD on HSR at once for one bit. God damn! Holy shit! You could make a game off of those funds. God damn! I hope he's okay. Holy shit! I think he did it again too. God damn! Whenever you desire, this gets +1/+0 until the end of turn. Okay, this is desire breathing. That's actually really funny. I kind of like that. Alright, now I need to look at citizens. I have Ostron Scout, New Loka Agent, Solaris Wrench Man. Ostron Scout needs to be pretty low to the ground. Whoa, not 21. Holy shit, could you imagine? Probably a 1/1. They have Vigilance, so they never tap out. Whenever you tap this to pay for lift together, this may pay for an additional 1. Ostron Scout is worth 2 mana and lift together. Reality Glitch. Just the man I wanted to see. I've been figuring out what the creatures do. Do you want the catch up though? because there's been a couple changes, and I've been working on this for about 2 hours now, so there's been some stuff since last time I streamed this. Do you want to get the rundown of where I'm at so far? Because I can. Probably would be best if I did that. But what I've been doing is I've been figuring out whenever this lifts together. You know, that's probably better phrasing. Whenever this lifts together. Lifts together. Whoops. This may pay for an additional one. This pays an additional one, period. Whenever this creature lifts together. I mean, yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, it's kind of auto-assumed that it has to be a creature to lift together because Citizen is a creature type, but hey, you're not wrong. No, you're not wrong. Which means I probably need to do some syntax checking on a lot of other stuff, which is, you know, it's fair. This pays for an additional one. Yeah, I just saw you put that pays for. Yeah, so we were same brain cell. Yeah, this pays for an additional one. So you don't lift together to summon the Ostron, but the Ostron can help lift. It's a 1/1 with Vigilance, so it's often not going to tap when you attack for it. It's a defensive creature, but it's worth 2 when lifting together. I think that's interesting. I think that's neat. This way it doesn't go crazy if this goes outside and, like, you know, if you were to bring this outside of Limited and put it in a Convoke deck, it doesn't break Convoke. It's just for lifting together. I think that's neat. But I actually want to re-review what I've been doing so far. And so what I've done is I've made a colorless spell, and this needs review. This balance will depend on stuff later, so we might have to revisit this card, and it may not be a common. This could be an uncommon spell. But search your library for a Tenno that costs 3 or less, put it on the battlefield tapped. It's no longer a creature and becomes an artifact with pay this permanent's mana cost, tap. This is no longer an artifact and becomes a creature. In short, you're fetching a creature, but it becomes a rock. It still has the abilities on the rock, but it can no longer do creature shenanigans. But then you give it an ability that can revert it back into being a creature. As long as the Tenno costs 3 or less. So you can't go fetch, like, the really powerful ones. I could reduce that. I could make that, like, a 2. But I think this really needs to depend on the balance of the Tenno. And where that is. And how much this costs. Whoops. I don't know how I did that. So I think this one is up for review no matter what. And this one is probably added or, like, fixed at the end of design. But this is kind of what I'm thinking. At that point, just put it into hand and create treasure token. Yeah. I still want that flavor of this is your starter Warframe, you know? This is the Warframe you get when you start the game. Overly complex otherwise. You're not wrong, and that's why I'm thinking uncommon or more. Hang on. I gotta bother somebody in my DMs. Give me a second. And send a wiggly. There we go. Then use the companion keyword. I thought about it. I could. You're right. I could. I could just make them really shitty. I could make them, like, super terrible, non-legendary, no cool abilities, but they're companions. This way it doesn't break much. So, no matter what, this is up for review. This is in the air. This is not final. I could axe this. Who knows? But as for Grineer, I want to go through this by faction. So for the Grineer faction, I have a 1 and a white 2/2 flying with Gene Stamp. When it leaves, copy it. I think it's pretty simple. I think we're fine there. Lancer is also a 1 and a white 1/3 with First Strike. Gene Stamp. I think that's fair, because A first strike 1 is not too crazy busted, and that's still technically a small. Then Butcher is a 1/1, 1 white with a gene stamp. It wants to die. I think for the white Grenier, that's pretty safe. And then for what's next for Grenier? Next Grenier are red. So I have a that's 2 words. I have a Ballista, 1 in a red, 2/1, first strike. That's a little bit on curve. First strike makes that a little bit more powerful, but I've seen worse things with first strike. Like I've seen stronger stuff with first strike for this much mana. So I think you want to make it a 2/1 because you want this to die to activate Gene Stamp. Why is Gene Stamp should not be capitalized? Have I been doing that everywhere? No, it was just that one. Okay. There we go. So you want this to die, so then making this a 1 toughness makes sense, and Grenier Ballistas are sniper soldiers, and they're just known to die. They're not strong. You kill them when you look at them funny. I think that's fair. I think that's fine. Flameblade's funny, and this introduces a thing I'm starting to do. They're a 1 mana 1/1 with Gene Stamp. They want to die. But what you could do is you can basically pay their faction mana, and this gets +2/+0 until the end of turn it fights a creature, so you can force it to kill something, but then it will also die. That's Flameblades do that. They're melee units that will teleport right up to you. They'll just fucking go in. I think it works. And I think it's kind of funny too. But a thing I'm doing here is that for each color, 1 creature is going to get some kind of activated ability that has a mana type, a mana cost in its faction. And so for red, it's going to be Grenier. In green, I'm running Infested. In black, I think it's Orican. In blue, I gave that to Corpus. And then in white, I'm going to give that to Citizen. For 1 creature in that faction. And so in the Grenier faction, it's the Flameblade. Is this funny or is this too pushed? Because I think this is really silly. So essentially for 4 mana, well, I guess it's 3 mana because you have to deal with Summoning Sickness. For 3 mana, on turn 3, you could just delete a creature, but then you get a token copy of this back that also has to deal with Summoning Sickness. And then for, on the next turn around, you get to delete another creature, but then you get no copy. I feel like this is approaching Cauldron Familiar level shenanigans. But maybe fuck it, we ball. And then, green Grenier. Where is that? Oh, yeah. Seeker, 1/2/2/2, or 1 in a green, 2/2 vigilance, Gene Stamp, simple. Trooper, 2 in a green, 3/3, Gene Stamp, Gene Stamp. Because I think that works. Do it twice, do it, copy it, then do it again. Same wording as double Cascade. Tusk Thumper, it's a Grenier tank with 4 legs, so you can't Gene Stamp it, but token Grenier you create, enter untapped, and have haste for 6 mana. I think that's fair at 6 mana. Reach, trample, 4/5. So, like, this sort of is like, the clones come in ready to go. They bolster on the tank. I think that's fine. Because you can't Gene Stamp the tank. So it needs a Gene Stamp synergy. And I think this is a pretty good synergy at common as long as it costs a lot of mana. Uh-oh. Ad time. Well, I'll go back to working on citizens while we wait. Whenever this creature. Oh, search your library for a Tendo card mana value. Okay, we're still working on that. 3 or less, exile it, shuffle it, then create a token that's a copy of it, except this creature and has. Very less and exile it. Yeah, mana value 3. You're right. That would be. I would need to change that. I might just yeet this card. I might just yeet this. This is just here as an idea. This could just go. Yeah. I could just zap this. Because, like, I had this idea on a whim, and the more I think about it, the less I like it. I like the flavor, and nothing else. And, you know, running like a 4 of this, and then in whatever deck you're running to try and summon Tenno, if you're in a draft, you're only going to have 3 Tenno max. Well, no, I guess you could. Someone could pass on a Tenno, and then you could put like 4 or 5 in your deck. But, like, what's the synergy then? You're summoning a bunch of rares, except they're not creatures. If you have some that are 3 or less. Like, the more I think about this out loud, the less I like this card and what it does. I like what it represents. I don't like how it works. And I don't think, honestly, I don't think there's any way to fix this that makes this feel good. Search and put it into a hand. It does. You're right, it does. The, for Tenno with mana value 2 or less, and put it 2 or less, reveal it, and put it into your hand. Simple. Whoop. Simple. Sorcery, speed, colorless, goes in any deck. You search for really low to the ground Tenno. I think there's only a small handful at 2 or less. Excalibur, Mag, and Volt, which are the starter Warframes, are going to be at 2. And there might be a couple more. You could have it be a green that grabs a basic land or a Tenno. Oh. Now, see, hang on. That's an interesting shot. Because, hold on, let me go down to something I did at red. At red, I did Void Beam. 2 in a red, 2 or a red, 2 or a red, devoid, burn damage, 3 damage to target creature. If that creature is a sentient, remove protection counters from it. I could make this the green devoid card, and then I just run 1 devoid in all colors. Because red does burn damage, but I want you to be able to run anti-sentient shenanigans in all colors, because I feel like sentients could be oppressive without being able to interact. And then sentients can't have protection from colorless. So devoid gets around what, if you somehow, and I don't think it should be possible, but hypothetically speaking, you move counters around and you somehow give sentients protection from everything, Void Beam gets around that. I think that should be fine. So then I could take that design philosophy to wake up philosophy to wake up Tenno, and I make this the green devoid spell. Search for a land or Tenno with mana value 2 or less. Put it into your hand. Yeah? I think we're cooking. I think we can cook with that. I think that cooks. For a land or devoid, this card has no color. And then this will replace one of the sorceries here. We'll do G10. Yeah? Yeah? So it's on theme. It's on flavor. but you can run it outside of its colors. You just have to pay more. Void Beam doesn't get around protect. Oh, well, okay. Fair enough, but in my defense, I will never let sentients have protection from colorless. Period or end of story. They'll never have it. I will never let them have it. Ever. Because that's... You need to be able to get around it. So, Void Beam does get around all their other protections. I will never let them have protection from colorless. That's too broken. They need to always have a weakness to colorless, period. And then wake up Tenno. Search your library for a land or Tenno with mana. So this always has value now. Always has value. This is always something you want to run. Yeah. Let me take a look at 2 mana search spells here. Hang on. MTG Harrow. Harrow puts it on the battlefield for 3, right? Oh, but you have to sacrifice a land. 2 basic land cards, put them on... Oh my god. Okay, yeah, no. This is... No. Look at the cards that get around hexproof and or indestructible. They're usually artifacts, right? Or at least I'm thinking immediately like Shadow Spear. Shadow Spear is an artifact that says, hey, your shit no longer has indestructible for this turn. And so I'm kind of thinking on that. I want to make a legendary equipment in this set that can remove protection counters from sentience. Kind of like Shadow Spear, because there is a weapon in game that does that, and it is a legendary. So there's a similar design space I can do that with. And I want other avenues. I want to make sure that when I build sentience, no matter how powerful they are, their protection stuff is not super oppressive. There's always a way around it. Otherwise, you get things like legendary enchantment creature gods in Theros, where the holy shit, those were crazy, and your options were Godsend in the 3rd block or Deicide in the 3rd block, and you had no ways around it in block 1 or 2. I want to make sure that there's always an answer. Especially because the mythic rare sentients are going to be 3 colors and can have protection from up to 3 of those colors, which would be kind of crazy. I also have some other spells that are funky. Like, I was planning for the Lavos Warframe, to the Tenno card, to, like, change the colors of your creatures until the end of turn. So, like, you could switch a creature to a color that the sentient is not weak to, and then have that creature do something. At 2 to 4 mana, you can grab mana value 3. At 2 to... You grab mana value 3. 2 to 4... Yeah. 2 to 4. This is 2 to 4, no matter what. So minimum 2, maximum 4. Sure. Sure, and then it grabs a 3 or a land. Put it into your hand. This is weak. Magic? Yeah! Death, I'm designing a magic set, but it's Warframe. But it's Warframe. I'm designing a Warframe magic set. Check this out. Yeah. What? Wait, what? Ow. God, that slaps. Ow. No, wait, no. Okay, now we're just bullying me. Why you gotta be like that? But it's, but looky, it do be Warframing. It do be Warframing. See, it comes out of nowhere. Yippee! Yeah, okay. So then I could run a Devoid spell in each color. When I get a Devoid sorcery or instant in each color when I get there. Any mana value since it goes to hand, so you have to pay the mana cost anyways. You're not wrong. I could. But because I'm going to treat the Tenno like rares, maybe that's still too powerful. Maybe. We can revisit this one later. Maybe. Sparkles the word magic. Magical. Okay, Well, I'll leave that there for now. I do want to get back to where I was. Where do I do? What do? Corrupted, Lancer, Butcher, Loca. How above curve you make them? True. No, that is true. That is true. My Caliban prototypes keep being way too above curve. I just woke up and feel pretty proud of that joke. Yeah, yo, good job! Ostron Scout. Whenever this creature lifts together, this pays for an additional 1. New Loca Agent. I think the new Loca Agent should be the one that has the funky mana cost. 1... Yeah. You know what? What do I know? What do I know? Huh? 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 Do something. New Loca Agent. Lifelink. Do I make a white spell that cares about lands? Last night I played Warframe with Fear on the mission you took us on, and you carry too much. Was I too strong? Was I too good? Mind you, Death, I normally run that on Steel Path because you get more rewards for running on Steel Path. You made it faster. Yeah, no, because what I'll do is, instead of grabbing the batteries that the enemies drop when they die, I'll hunt around the elevator for those double super glowy batteries, because those double ones will actually increase the speed of the elevator for 13 seconds. And so I'll do that and make the elevator go faster. Literally go faster. And then I'll also make sure I grab the sister beacons, which then makes the sister spawn at the end. So then you get the extra bonuses for killing her. Yeah. Writes down notes. Exactly. I've also noticed that the elevator is actually a tile set. It is a vertical tile, and it's broken up into like little blocks. And so that whichever tile the elevator is in will spawn those double batteries. It won't spawn them above or below, only in the tile the elevator's on. So searching too far up is only useful if you're looking for sister beacons. Otherwise, you want to be with the elevator. And I think that's kind of neat. Hang on, I'm getting kind of sugar shaky. So let me grab I got some Nature Valley snack mix. It's like a bag of granola mix here. Go for protein and carbs. But let's see. How would Loca care about lifting and lands? Because new Loca cares a lot about nature. Loca cares a lot about lands. Activated ability. The next time you lift together this turn. I mean, this is small, so it needs to get, like, nuked quickly. Uh-oh. There we go. Search your library for a land card, put it on the battlefield tap. Is this white ramp? Is this ramping in white? It's what the new Loca Syndicate cares about, is they care about nature. No. No. I could put the land into my hand. That would be white. Mind you, you are paying a combined cost to activate this. And it is 3 mana, plus it's on a creature, so it can be removed. I will, hang on. I'll, zap that. There we go. There's a lot of searching in white. Because Orokin like to search for Forma. But they're searching for artifacts, which is a white thing to do. White and red, technically, but white enough. It would be white if it only worked while you have fewer true. White has been moving a little bit more into a ramping design space, but you're not wrong. Is that white's ramp is conditional, and it is not just allowed to get ahead. This is true. Yeah, white doesn't ramp you ahead. It ramps you up to parity. You were not wrong. I did not think about that. However, Citizen is in Bant, and Bant would have access to ramp in green. Okay. So then, white would put a land into your hand, correct? Am I not mistaken? Because to ramp land on the battlefield, white has to be behind. But to put it into your hand, I mean, you're still on curve at that point. Or, no, I want it to be a lift synergy. I do want it to be a lift. Well, does it have to be? A plains? True. True, it would search for a plains. Oh, that's interesting. No, that's interesting because, you want to know why that's interesting? I'm planning on having Triome lands. A variant of Triomes. So you could search up one of these Triomes. Search your library for a plains, reveal it, and put it into your hand. Then shuffle. That is so many commas. For 3 mana, I could drop the lift synergy. Yeah. And just make it search your library for a plains. Because at 3 mana, green will just search for a land. Let me see, what does green do at 3 mana? Well, there's crop rotation, collective voyage, template discovery, reshape. Goddamn, that's a lot. Harrow is sacrifice a land, search for 2. Rolling regrowth, sacrifice a land, search library for 2. Battlefield. So it's just Harrow. So at 3, green will search for 2 lands if you sacrifice 1. Search library for a basic land card, put on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle your library. That's Far Wanderings, but it has threshold. And so it can go up to 3. Okay. And this is potentially a green spell. You know what? I think just search your library for a plains, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. Should be its own sentence. You're right. So that you shuffle even if you fail to find. You are correct. You are absolutely correct. And I'll need to double check where I've been shuffling in other searches. Make sure that I've got that correct. There we go. So you can search for a plains card. Also true. Yeah, search for a plains or that one Triome. Or a couple Triomes, actually. Electro, why? We need to read this. That is extremely unhelpful. That is incredibly unhelpful. You're just abusing that. Every time you abuse that, I'm gonna make the price go up. You need to read it. Yeah, no, every time that just gets abused with no context, I'm making the price on that go up. End of story. Subtypes are always capital. You're right, I always forget that. Search your library for a Capital Planes card, reveal it, and put it into your hand. Then shuffle. Yeah. Like, I can read it just fine. This is just screwing over chat, which is a very reading intensive scenario. Well, the price on that's going up now. If it means others do not use, go ahead, bump it up. It's gonna be for you not to use eventually. We'll get there. You want to play this game, I'll win. I gotta get more Nature Valley. When are you gonna do bands? Yep, maybe. You never know. Okay, hang on. Okay. So that's the faction colored ability for white. And then Solaris Wrenchman. Well, hang on. I need to come up with a cost for the creature. It's a lifelink. I want it to be a small, so not bigger than a 2/3. With lifelink, 1 life doesn't really matter, so probably a 2/2. 1 and a white for a 2/2 lifelink. Is that on curve? Might be slightly above curve. I don't count the ability as part of the curve because the ability has its own cost. So on turn 2, you drop new Loca Agent. On turn 3, you activate its ability. That sounds fair. Because on turn 3, you're instead of casting another spell, you're activating its ability. This does mean that if you start, well, at the beginning of the game, if you draw like a really lean hand and only have 2 lands, but you have a new Loca Agent, you can go, I could stay on curve. Oh, no, you can't. Because you still need to pay the 3 mana to activate it. No, you know what? I think that's fair. I think that's fine. And then Solaris Wrenchman is just going to be like a medium with Lift Together on it. I think that would be fair. So a medium is a 2/3 to a 4/4. I could do like a 3/4. And then like a 4 and a white. 5 is kind of hefty, but with Lift Together, he can come out pretty cheap. I could probably do 3. 4 mana for a vanilla 3/4. But you can cast them for cheaper if you have creatures on the board. And so that'll be the strength of citizens, as citizens can beget more citizens. I could make him up to a 4/4. Like, that's bigger than an elephant, you know? Oh, I got DM'd. Sorry, hang on. I'm getting rizzed up in my DMs. Don't mind me. Lies and slander, but you'll never know it. I'd never say it out flat out. Sniffer. I would never lie about that. Never. I would never lie. I'm free! Yippee! Ow! Don't reach me while I'm eating. Okay. And then the spell, Lift Together, is a white spell that makes 3 tokens. Citizen tokens, specifically. So, let me take a peek, real quick, at MTG token sorcery. Usually, it's like 2 or 3 mana to do a spell like this. Call of the Coppercoats. 3 mana. Create a 1 and a soldier, where X is the number of creatures those opponents control. X number. Target of. That's pretty strong. That's actually like way wider. I was thinking like Call the Cavalry. 4 mana, create 2 2/2s. So I could do 3 or 4 mana to make 3 1/1s. I'm going to err on the side of 4, and here's my logic. The reason why this is 4 mana for 3 1/1s, because 1, this has Lift Together. You can cheapen the mana cost by tapping creatures. 2, oh, I can make this colorless. This could be the colorless, the devoid sorcery. Ooh, but then 2, this creates more citizens, which means that's more stuff to pay for Lift Together. I can make this a devoid. Hang on. I think there's no point in having Kindred Citizen on a sorcery spell. And the reason why I say that is because a spell cannot Lift Together. It has to be a permanent. The only reason why it would matter to be a Kindred Citizen is if I had a cast check. Did you cast a citizen? Is there a citizen in your graveyard? You know, stuff like that. And I might not be worried about that. But it has Lift Together, and it creates some citizens, so it is citizen synergy. There we go. There we go. That feels better. So that's 3 to 6 mana for 3 1/1s, except you can Lift Together to make it cheaper. Yeah. 6 would be kind of crazy. Like, that's a lot to pay for 1/1s. But Lift Together says as long as you have creatures, they're paying for it as well. As long as you have citizens, they're paying for it as well. That's the important part. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think this works. I think this works. Citizen search and graveyard checks also care about non-permanents. They would, but I don't know how much of that I want yet. Since Citizen are in Bant colors, I don't know how much graveyard shenanigans I want. Like, I could. There's room in here with the sorceries and instants and enchantments to do that, but I don't know that yet. I'm still thinking about it. Let's move on to blue. Yeah, sorcery. Yeah, let's move on to blue citizens. So I have a Cephalon Suda agent and a Solaris Rig Jockey. Suda agent would probably want to do card draw. That's a small. A Solaris Rig Jockey is a medium because the Solaris are typically larger. They have these rigs that they wear. And they would be the Lift Together creatures, so I could make him... I could make him, like, have a really big toughness. I can make him have a huge toughness, since it's defender. X equals the number of citizens in your graveyard? Yeah, okay. There's something there. I could revisit that sorcery, then. If I... you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. Okay. But yeah, I can make like Rig Jockey like really pushed in terms of stats because Defender's on there. So I could do like a 3/8. Big man, big tough. That's probably too big. That's probably a little too big for a common. I know of like an uncommon Defender wall that's like, hey, I'm a 0/8 for like 3 mana. Like a 3/5, big boy, block some beefy stuff. But I can make him, like, low to the ground. So you could lift out the Defender here. That doesn't feel super strong, which is good because it's a common. But compared to what we see on the Infested faction, it feels like it's not keeping up. 3 mana for a 3/5 Defender. Or less if you have more citizens out. It's in blue, I could give it Flash. It is in blue, I could give it Flash. Flash? Question mark? 3 power is too high in blue specifically. You're not wrong, but I am counting this as, I think, the only medium creature in blue. So then it would be a 3 power. Or maybe less. And then Void Rig is my 1 large common. And then I think everything else is small. Yeah. And then I wanted to hold back that being a medium as it's a Defender. And then I'm holding back the large as being a vehicle. Well, I guess a 2/3 is a medium, so if I make this a 2/5, that's still medium. Flash would be funny. Flashing out a Defender? That would be silly. You're like, ha, I tapped my creature. Surprise, bitch. You thought you were attacking me, but you're not. Every color can get a creature with a flash under the right conditions, but it is considered the key. Yeah, for a blue-black, right? So I feel like I can do flash. And maybe make this a 4 mana. Does that make that too weak? Like if I do 4, let's just put it on here. 4 mana. I can do 3 and a blue for a 2/5 Defender. That feels bad on the surface. That just feels bad to cast it that way. So then Lift Together means that I have to also tap creatures to summon this. Which still feels kind of iffy. Tap 2 lands, tap 2 creatures, I get a 2/5 Defender. The upside is it has Flash, and so I can drop it as a surprise during attacks. And be like, oh, you thought you were coming in for combat. Hey, surprise, bitch! Okay, let's look up at Lift Together. Lift Together, if I cast this spell previously, let's say I have 4 lands. 3 of them were white. White, 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 Lift Together. Oh, 3 tapped, 1/1 citizen creature tokens. I thought of that. Hang on. I balanced it. They come in tapped. You need to limit its power to 1 or less. Blue does not get creature kills, let alone instant speed creature kills. Yeah. Ow. And Solaris not being able to kill is basically on flavor. Most of Solaris are pacifists. Most. Some are not. Some are a bit aggressive. So then a 1/5. But if it's a 1/5 for 4, could I push that up to a 1/6 and be fair? Like, is that fine? Is that safe? Like, I'm thinking creature wall. A wall with flash is more white than blue. True. But this is technically not a wall. It's just acting like a wall. Okay. Then... so I can choose higher power or flash. I think those are my options here. Because most blue walls I see generally will have 0 power. This is correct. That when I think about it that way, that is a thing I will look at. MTG blue wall images. Why do I keep closing this tab, by the way? Yeah, Mnemonic Wall is a 5 mana, defender, 0/4, target instant sorcerer from your graveyard to your hand. Right. Wall of Lost Thoughts, 2 mana, defender, 0/4. Wall of Mist, 2 mana, defender, 0/5. Right. Academy Wall, 3 mana, defender, 0/5. Yeah, alright, I'm starting to put this together. Now, see, Wall of Denial is a funny one. Because that's Defender Flying Shroud, but it's 3 mana, white and a blue for a 0/8. I love running that in my Arcades deck, because that's 3 mana for an 8/8, basically, in Arcades. It's just a funny thing. Mist form Walls type becomes the creature type of your choice until the end of turn. That's 3 mana for a 1/4, but that's older, and so may not fit current design space. Wall of Kelp is also older, but that's 2 mana for a 0/3 defender. Secret Door, 1 mana, 0/4. Okay. And as I look, I'm not seeing any blue walls with flash. Flash is the blue color, but I'm not seeing any blue walls with flash. You are correct about that. This would be setting precedent if I were to do it this way. Blue is the surprise color, but they don't do it on their walls. Holy shit, Glacial Wall is a 3 mana 0/7? I should put that at Arcades. That's a 3 mana 7/7. Jungle Barrier has power, but that's green. Okay, alright, no flash. No flash. Does not need flash. And I will... whoops. Nah, 6. Big boy. There we go. Just purely defensive, no flash, doesn't get kills. Yeah. That mana cost is a little tall, but Lift Together totally eats away at that. No, you know what? I agree with the 1. Something to offset this higher mana cost per wall thing. No flash. What's my other Solaris guy doing? He's just a 3/4. Yeah, okay. Same mana cost. It's actually kind of funny. That is funny. The Solaris all cost 4 mana. Suda Agent. Okay. So Suda Agent, they care about knowledge. The Cephalon Suda Syndicate. And so the agents are probably going to want to do something that deals with drawing cards or checking the top of your library. You're going to lurk, right? Because I just got back from family barbecue of 30 with 36 family barbecues? That's so many. You're kind of peopled out. Yeah, your battery's low. I totally get that. Listen, I appreciate you coming out. I hope you have a good lurk. Thank you for popping your head in the door. Let's see here. Suda Agent. Probably low to the ground. Would be like a blue or 1 and a blue, but I'll decide the price when I get the abilities out. Whenever this lifts together, whenever this creature lifts together, is draw a card too powerful? It's basically tap this creature, draw a card, make 1 mana. So that's probably too powerful, right? Let me, how about I type it out? Whenever this creature lifts together, draw a card. Another way to write this is tap, add a mana, draw a card. But it's super conditional. You have to lift together to get this effect. And because you can't untap the creature, you get 1 a turn. Where this becomes kind of crazy is if you have a 4 of and you have 4 Suda Agents out on the field. That's what I'm trying to think of. If you have 4 Suda Agents and they all lift together, you just drew 4 cards. Is that too much? Would this break standard? Or the limited? I mean, like, Infested are doing some crazy shit. So I need something that keeps up with them? If you have not drawn... Okay, I can make it check if you've only drawn 1 card this turn. If you have only drawn... Yikes, I don't like the way I'm phrasing that. Hang on, let me check some cards here real quick. Oh shit, what card do I look up? Oh god, that's such a terrible search. Hang on. Except for the first card they draw. Well, that's... No. Okay, I needed to check if you've only drawn 1 card this turn. when this creature untaps, draw a card. That's still as busted as whenever this creature lives together, draw a card. Because while you can zap it before it gets around before it comes back to your turn, that I'm still thinking of if you get 4 Suda agents out, because you can run a 4 of in your deck, that's still 4 fucking cards you're drawing on top of your draw card for that turn. So I want to check if you've only drawn your first card this turn, you get to draw up to 1 more. So no matter how many Suda agents you have, it's only 1 additional card draw. Because then that means everyone would be running Suda agent. If you have only... I'm just going to type it out and then be really pissed off at the way I'm phrasing it. Drawn. Card this turn. Draw. Whoops. Why does this look alien to me? Drawn. Why does that look alien to me? This word just does not register in my brain. Probably because I've never seen it on a Magic card. I think having 4 copies for cards is fine because it's still investing. You are investing 4 creatures into it. This is fair. And creatures die to removal. Also true. If you haven't... No. Okay, I think I'll just leave it then. Draw a card as an opportunity cost instead of lifting together. You know what? There is a lot of tap, draw a card. Hang on. Tap, draw a card. Let me take a peek at that. Tap a creature. Draw a card. Pressure point. Arcanus the Omnipotent. You can only have 1 of him out, though. Whenever Final Stage becomes tapped, you may draw a card. There's 4 of them. That's an uncommon, though. I'm thinking common power. Pressure point. Draw a card for each bird in play. That's a sorcery. Blue, tap, draw a card, then discard a card. That's common. Draw a card, then discard a card from your hand. Thought Courier. That's common. Tap up to 4 target creature. That's... No, wait, hang on. What the fuck is that? No, that's uncommon. Target creature, scry. Scry 1, draw a card, scry, convoke. Tap, draw a card, discard a card. That might be the way to do it. Draw a card, discard a card. This seems to be like what commons do for free. You get to draw a card and discard a card. Or for 1 mana in some cases. I'll say then discard a card. Whoops. Yeah. This way you're not doing like a shit ton of card draw. You kind of have to pay for it by discarding stuff from your hand. So then maybe you don't always want 4 Suda agents out because that could kind of force you to get rid of good stuff. Or at least, you know, screw up your deck draws. Put too much stuff in the graveyard, and at like a limited 40-card environment, that could be really bad. But if you're running graveyard synergies, that could also be really good. So there's something here. You could run Suda in Orokin, and then run Orokin cards that check your graveyard for Forma, and then use Suda agent to put Forma into your graveyard. There's synergy here. This works. This works. And then for the mana cost, this would be simple. Like, what, 2 mana? 2 mana, make it pretty low to the ground. 2 mana, 1/2. 1 blue. 1 2. Right? Right? Yeah? Yeah. I think that sounds fair. I don't hate that. This way, you can't just always tap it to rummage. You have to be doing the citizen synergy to get the rummage effect. And then the final citizens are in green, who I don't know how I feel about yet. But we have the Kavor Defector, and this is a Grineer that has defected to the citizens. They're a defective clone. I'm not going to give them gene stamp because I don't want them to be the same as regular Grineer. They need citizen synergies. Small. Yeah, they would be. It would be a small creature because they're not Fido Grineer usually. Some of them are. What does green citizen live together look like? Why did I make Red Veil green? What was my thought there? Oh, Death Touch. That's what I was probably thinking. Probably give this one Death Touch. That's the deal. Yep, that would be it. Red Veil dude be Death Touching. But they're an assassin, which is not green. Like, that would be black, and citizens don't come in black. Maybe I switch the faction this is. But then Steel Meridian is defectors. It's more of these Grineer. Add 1 mana of any type when you spend this mana to cast a citizen spell or spell with live together. Gain 2 life. Okay. Mono green assassin works fine. Okay. So on Kavor, that's not going to work because they don't have mana synergies. However, Myconian could. Myconian are people who live in partial harmony with the infestation. They're partially infested, but they're not mutated or controlled, or they're not part of the hive mind. And so they do harvest from the infested, and I could argue that they could produce mana from that to live together. I could give them this ability. I think that would work, and this is green. This is actually extremely green. Add 1 mana of any... Is it any type or any color? My understanding is it's any color. When you spend this mana to cast a citizen spell or spell with lift together, gain 2 life, and they gain life from doing that. I think that works. And so then, instead of this being medium, I'll make this the small, because why would a Myconian be medium? Myconians are just people. They're dudes. They're just guys that harvest infested. Any type includes color. Oh, wow. No, you're... Oh, any type... True. I did not realize that. Any color does not... This is true. So any type. So you can pull off colorless mana and then spend that on colorless stuff. Ooh, I don't have too much colorless yet, but we could do something with that. Okay, all right, I see you. That could be a way to do it. And then Kavor, I'll make him the medium then. We'll switch. He'll switch places with the Myconian. So then 1/1 protection from infested. What is this? 1 and a green or just a green? Because this is... I mean, this is better than Llanowar Elf. By a lot. So I think 1 and a green, right? 1G? Yeah. This is Llanowar Elf plus. So you could live together with the Myconian, or just tap it for mana to spend the life. Or to spend the life. Gain the life. I'm sorry, brain no work. 2G since there's protection. Well, it's just protection from infested. You think that's enough to make it 2G? This way, the protection from infested means you literally cannot enchant it with the infested auras. Like, you're not allowed to target it, they're not allowed to enchant it, because that's kind of how that works. That's enough for a 2G? You think? Yeah, you know what? I agree. That's enough for a 2G. It's a mana rock. It's a 3 mana rock when you think about it. This is functionally a mana rock with upside. Yeah, I agree. No, I totally agree, actually. Okay, Red Veil Agent. So Citizen Assassin, straight Death Touch out the gate, because you can do Death Touch in green. Probably low to the ground. Protection from an entire faction's big headache is worth more. Fair. I actually really like that. I do. That's fun. Oh, live together should probably not be capitalized, because it's not the first word in the sentence. There we go. Death Touch. Citizen Assassin. Lift ninjutsu? No. No, but that would be funny. No, that would not work here. Like, it's funny to think about, but no. Green something lift. I mean, this wants to kill creatures. Whenever this lifts, it fights target creature? With... I'll just type this out, and we'll see how we feel. This lifts together, fight target creature. Each deals damage equal to its power to the other. That might be a little much with Death Touch. But being such a small creature, it's almost guaranteed to die. And this is how a Red Veil agent would live together, is that they are assassins. Fighting is green. This is a really weird green assassin, actually. I'm kind of here for it. Oh, it fights. Hang on. There we go. Because just fight target creature means you throw hands with a cardboard card. Where did that go? Hang on, that needs to... Is this a green assassin? I think it's a good green assassin. Let me look up green Death Touchers, specifically green Sliver, because there's one that gives out Death Touch to all your shit, right? Venom Sliver, slivers you control have Death Touch. For 2 mana, that's fucking crazy. I mean, that's an uncommon, for sure. Yeah, 1/1. This is a 1/2. I could justify making this a 1/2 and then the Red Veil being a 1/1, so it's like guaranteed to die. This is a really weird form of creature removal. Death touch which with its own fight is too much. Yeah, that's where I'm like, Flavor-wise, this would be how a green assassin would work, I think. But mechanically, something's a little too stilted. Do you think it works if I limit the power of the creature you're allowed to fight? Like with power 2 or less. Does that make more sense? Because now it's trying to fight something relatively in its own size range. And if your opponent's board is too big, Red Veil Agent can't target anything. Especially since it's repeatable and doesn't need to attack. Well, the thing about repeatability is it's a 1/1, so lifting together you have to tap it. You'll only get that one shot, and then it's going to kill whatever, or whatever it fights will always kill it. But you are right about the doesn't need to attack thing. And it doesn't have to worry about haste. Oh shit, because Convoke / Lift Together doesn't care about haste. Or it doesn't care about, hang on. It doesn't care about summoning sickness. There we go. Thank you, brain. So that is kind of crazy. Use user creature as creatures. No, this is true. This is true. Okay. Whenever it becomes blocked by a creature, it fights that creature. Okay. Now hang on. That's amazing, if only because, when you think about it, that gets around First Strike. That levels the playing field. If I have a First Strike blocker and I go, I block, and the assassin goes, no. That's funny. Is there a card in Magic that does that specifically? Because that ignores First Strike. And then you use Forma to put Menace on this. No, that one actually won't work. The first fight will kill the Red Veil Agent. But still, it grants both creatures super First Strike. Right. So blocking with First Strike's not enough. No, I like that. A 1/1, you know, like maybe like a 1 and a green. Death touch. Whenever it becomes blocked by a creature, it fights that creature. That's a green assassin. You're right. This is a green assassin. And then the synergy with Lift Together is that it's a citizen, so it can pay for Lift Together. That's actually super funny. I don't think there's a precedence. No, but this feels okay. This feels green. This feels like a green assassin. I'm here for it. It's got a green keyword. It's doing a green thing. It wants to attack, which is a green. Yeah. This is green. That's actually super funny though. I really like that. That's a fun design space. Because I don't think I've seen that either. It's like having a green ninja. But instead of ninjutsu replacing an unblocked creature, like a green ninja will replace a blocked creature. That would be funny. Okay. Kavor Defector, who is a Grineer citizen. Grineer that are not in the Grineer faction will not get Gene Stamp, like the Orokin-controlled Grineer or the Citizen Grineer. So he will not be running. There is a green ninja. Ooh. Green ninja. I mean, is it multicolored or is it just green? Snake ninja, ninjutsu, 1 and a green. Okay. Fair enough. There are green ninjas. I see them now. There's several of them. God damn. Huh. Huh. Okay, fair enough. Absolutely fair enough. I didn't even realize that there were green ninjas all over Kamigawa. I guess I don't pay much attention to the ninja creature type because it's not one of my favorites. Like, it's neat and they have a cool mechanic, but I vibe not with the, you know? Kavor Defector. So, a Grineer that has defected from the faction and no longer has access to Gene Stamp. There are ninjas in all 5 colors in Neon Dynasty. True. Citizen Synergy. Would this be a good thing to parasitize the Grineer Gene Stamp ability? I was thinking it might not be a common power, so this could not work. But say, whenever you would create a Grineer token, it is also a citizen in addition to its other types. So, like, the Kavor Defector is like, defecting the Grineer to the citizen side. But that means you have to have Grineer that are dying. Which Grineer want to do. Grineer want to get killed. They want to do the Gene Stamp thing. Hello, Reply Man. How you doing? Maybe that's too much. I mean, it is... Grineer and Citizens both want to go wide. But for different reasons. I mean, if this is like the hybrid card that runs the synergy between both Grineer and Citizen, I think that would work. I would use Citizen counters myself. The token enters with this. That makes it easier to track. Kavor Defector can defect the enemy's abilities for a short period of time, so they can only use stock attacks and no special abilities or heroes and stuff. I don't know what's going on. I appreciate the effort. I'm making a Magic the Gathering set based off of Warframe, and so in Warframe, one of the enemy factions does occasionally have a defector unit that defects to the player's side in certain missions and game modes and stuff, and so I'm trying to cover for that card. Like a citizen counter, yeah. Or just, you may also tap Grineer to pay for Lift Together. Would be just the phrase you could put on that. I mean, like, you... with an additional citizen counter, yeah, but, like, you may also tap Grineer to pay for Lift. I think it's a little too much. Like, Citizen and Grineer do share 2 colors between the factions, green and white. So this would be like a good bridge between both of them. But I almost feel like making this a thing, like if I were to make this happen, I feel like it robs too much of their individual identities, and so you always want to run Citizens with Grineer, which is a little bit of a flavor fail, and maybe is stretching mechanics too thin. It's not great wording. Yeah, and I also know that the wording's not great. Maybe we do something else. Maybe we do something completely different with this. I mean, we already got one that taps for mana, so I don't need to worry about that. We've got a fighter guy. I could just make it a flat buff. Other citizens you control get +1/+1. I could just make it a flat buff. and it's other citizens you control. Like, the defectors are typically peaceful, but their work can bolster other citizens. Like other citizens. Whoop. Control. Have. +1/+1. Whenever you create a Grineer token, create a 1/1 white citizen creature token. Yeah? Yeah. Because that is doing both factions without... that does both faction synergies without blending the faction synergies. And then that makes it Grineer Citizen. No, yeah, you know what? I like that. You create a Grineer token. Create a 1/1 white citizen creature token. And I want to double check if the white citizen creature token is what I'm doing. White citizen creature token. Good. So when you create a Grineer, it'll also defect. That's kind of... the flavor kind of works there. So this way it's not only good in Grineer and not only good in Citizen. It kind of works in both sides. But I'm not going to give him Gene Stamp because he doesn't have access to Grineer tech anymore. And then he would be a medium creature. I think just a flat 2/3 for 2 and a green. Yeah. Two, 3, 2 and a green. It's kind of like doubling season, but extremely specific. And Grineer tokens are copy tokens of existing cards, so they can be any size. Whereas you're only getting 1/1 white citizens. No, tapped. Tapped, because then the citizen tokens can pay for Live Together. Tapped. It has to enter tapped. Otherwise, that gets crazy. That gets out of control. It has to enter tapped. Because Live Together gets around Summoning Sickness, and we don't want that. We don't want to make a shit ton of mana on one turn. No. Like, imagine you have this out, and then somebody just nukes your board, and then you get a shit ton of citizen tokens, and then cast some huge shit. No. Absolutely not. They have to enter tapped. That's why on Live Together, they enter tapped as well. Yeah, okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. I fixed it. And then Red Veil Agent 1/1 Death Touch becomes blocked. It fights that creature. Myconian, protection from infested at 1 mana of any type. When you spend this mana to cast a citizen spell or spell with Live Together, gain 2 life. Tokens are not cards. Whether it's a card or not is not a copyable value. In this case, does it matter? I don't think that matters. Yeah, I just needed to make sure that the citizens enter tapped. Otherwise, they can Live Together as soon as they hit the board, regardless of Summoning Sickness, which would be bad. And then maybe at, like, uncommon or rare, I give, like, you know, maybe citizens enter untapped or something goofy. Green Assassin. It's so funny. I love that card. And then I think I've done all the factions, but I want to review the stuff. I think I want to review Infested. It doesn't matter on that card. I just half heard something that sounded like trading token. No. They're spells, not cards. Or permanents in this case, because you'll be copying permanents. I want to re-review Infested. Because I think I did do some editing to Infested when you weren't around. So Infested Maggot, 1 black mana, 1/1, Death Touch. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, create an infested token attached to target creature. So it's a 1/1 that can give itself +2/+2 if you don't block it, but then if you do block it, you have to deal with Death Touch. Is that 1 mana? Like, I love the idea of you having to choose how to deal with this. Do you just keep letting the other player put +2/+2 on his shit? Or do you block it, spend the creature, and get rid of the maggot? You know? Combat damage to a player. Create infested token. Because, I mean, like, if you just ping this for 1 damage, it's dead. You know, red spells can just zap. We covered a red spell further down here, Void Beam. Red, zap. It's gone, you know? Infest 2 to Infest 1. I would have to change the aura spell completely to do that. So instead, to get around that, 1 and 1 black. Or 1 and a black. That would probably be more fair. Because 2 mana, you get the 1/1 with Death Touch, Summoning Sickness, the turn goes around the table. Now it attacks, and now the opponent has to choose if they're going to block it and sacrifice the creature to get rid of the infesting maggot. Why am I Shadow? Okay, thank you, fine, I'm Shadow now. Here we are. Thank you, Varen. So that's turn 2, so then on turn 3 it attacks. If you don't block it, it can only enchant a creature. So, worst case scenario, if you don't block the maggot, your opponent gives +2/+2 to one of his creatures. It could be this maggot you could put it on so that it becomes a 3/3, or any other creature they own. Running a 4 of... Ooh, running a 4 of this is gross. I could make it a 0/1. I could make it a 0/1. So to do damage, you have to put an infested token on this. I could. That would make this considerably less pushed. But then as soon as an infested token is on this, it becomes extremely dangerous. Remove the aura card entirely and have the infested keyword you +1. Now hang on a second. Now hang on just a minute. We just went over this. Last time we were talking about this ability, we went over it and we decided that aura was better overall. I mean, having a knob here to adjust, like, maybe put a +1/+1 counter on infested creature. You have 9 Exilus adapters. Oh yeah, do I include Exilus adapters in this set as like a thing? Would that be like, it's not a Forma, but do I give it the Forma type just to have something else searchable? And I don't think so. Okay. No, you know what? How about I just don't do the infested token on this one, right? Whenever this is unblocked, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It's a 0/1 for 1 mana Death Toucher. When it's unblocked, put a +1/+1. You put the +1/+1 on this, it becomes a 1/2 Death Toucher. Now we have an issue. But an opponent can get in early, block it, kill it, and the death touch doesn't matter in this case. Right? But if you're, like, doing infested shenanigans, you can put an infested token on this, and then now it's a 2/3. So then you would want to block it. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think we're good. I think this is somewhere. Oh god, I'm not. That's what the ability used to look like. you that was the original version of the ability. Ah. Okay, maybe it's not exactly the same, but I'm exasperated. Hang on, wait, hang on. Let me get my grippers here. Hang on, there we go. We get the grippers on the screen. Enchantment token with a champ permanent attached. But then you have to keep track of the token and the counters. And, like, if you remove the token, the counters stay. But then if you remove the counters, the tokens stay. You used a +2/+2 counter, which is an abomination. No, I said it gets +2/+2. I didn't use a counter. But you are right. That is an abomination that Wizards disowned. This is true. I just said it has +2/+2. The counter is infested. But then all creatures with infested counters have +2/+2. That was it. Which, it might as well be the same thing. But we have since moved on from that. I think this works for now. Because it's not infesting. But it is still doing 1/1 counters. Or... what if -1/-1 counter on target creature? Because how the maggots work in game is they'll latch onto you and they do damage over time until you do a dodge roll to get them off. Did that work? 1 mana, 0/1. If it's unblocked, put a -1/-1 counter on a creature. It has death touch, but the death touch doesn't matter unless you somehow pump its power. Oh, okay, this is true. Whenever this creature, you are correct. You are correct. The syntax, yeah, and isn't blocked. Because, you know, bullshit. Because it's free to block it at base. It has death touch, but it's not doing anything with that death touch yet. And the -1/-1 counters, you could put that on creatures that would otherwise be trouble. Don't put -1/-1 counters and +1/+1 counters in the same set. Really? In the same set? Like, I know that the counters will sort of void warranty if you put one of each type. I get that part. But what's the problem with putting them in the same set? Is it something about, like, tracking them? I guess you could just Forma to override that, because Forma does +1/+1 counters. And Forma is colorless. But then that means that Infested Maggot is a partial answer to Forma shenanigans. If you want to use a -1/-1 counters, then you could get away with a +2/+2 aura. Okay. Okay, fair enough. +1/+1 counter on target creature. It could buff itself. So it's not out of control, but it could be one of those things that over time could be a problem if you continue to not block it. Interaction between the counters isn't the most intuitive, so it's not great for limited. Okay, all right. You know, when you put it in that perspective in like a limited format, yeah, I get that. do be fair. I stopped doing limited and draft a long time ago, and then started playing Commander for many years. So my perspective on things is a bit skewed. So I have a little bit of a warped reality of Magic. Mutilus Osprey. Flying when this dies. I think just black. Create a 0/0 black infested creature token with an infested token attached to it. Basically, 1/1 for 2 with flying. When it dies, make a 2/2. It's a lot of words to say make a 2/2. But it's a 1/1 flyer that wants to die. So you would want to hold this back as a blocker and be like, I block. But then you get a 2/2 that can no longer fly on turn 3 at best. That doesn't seem too pushed. And it's forcing you to put the infested aura on the 0/0. Though I did just make a whole new token type. I did just do that, and that may not be good. That may be a bad thing. And I got 1/1 citizens. What, 0/0 black infested? But Mutilist Ospreys will 2 mana for 3 power is too much for black. Well, so that's the deal. Yes, it's 2 mana for 3 power, but you have to trade 1 of that power to get up to 2. So you never have the full 3 power on the board. Is that still 3 power, or is that like 2.5 power? How does the math check out on that? Because you have to trade the Osprey to get the 2/2. Like, I don't mind making this 3 mana, but I'm curious as to how that works. Because in my mind, I saw 1/1 flyer, and you trade that for a 2/2 nothing. I thought it was no. When it dies, it's a dies trigger. Yeah, you would be absolutely right. If it was an enters trigger, yes, we would have an issue. I completely agree there. But if you're trading up to a 2/2 but losing flying, I think that's fair. And it's dies. Black wants to do death stuff. Black likes things that die. Remove flying. It's roughly on par with Doom Deserter. Let me take a peek at Doom Deserter. It would this would still have to fly because it is a flying enemy. But let me. Whoops. Doomed Deserter. When Doom Deserter dies, create a 2/2 black zone. Okay. So if without flying, it's basically identical to Doom Deserter. I see. So then this is a 3 mana spell. Because flying has to stay. Because Mutilus Osprey is a flying enemy type in the game. But what it'll do is it'll carry around another little infested guy, and then it drops it off into combat. And so my version of that is, if you kill it, it'll drop off the guy. So this is Doom Deserter plus 1 mana with upside. then. One mana, 3 mana. What is the Moa? Oh, the Moa's 4. Mutilus Moa, 4 mana for a 3/3 medium. Sacrifices creature, choose up to 2 target artifacts for each create an infested token attached to it. This animates 2 artifacts if you sacrifice it after you pay 4 mana to summon the bitch, after summoning Sickness. So this is turn 5, animate 2 artifacts. It flies and the token counts for a relevant creature type twice. Wait, the token? Infested creature. No, it's just infested. Right? Can it be infested? I don't think it works that way. Or are you saying that, like, because this is infested, it counts for a relevant creature type, and then the token also counts for one? So, like, ETB dice triggers would matter twice here? Double value? Oh, yeah, what is Doom Deserter? Is that common? That is common. Okay, cool. Oh, you're right. The aura counts as its own because it's kindred. I forgot about that. That is true. That is true. But is that fair to have on turn 4? Or 3 if you block and let this die? I mean, it wouldn't really be value 2 and a black. Okay, yeah, 2 and a black. I think we're good then. 2 and a black seems fine, because turn 3, Mutilus Osprey. On your opponent's turn, you block with this, it dies. You make a 2/2, and if you count for infested you control, it counts for 2. So then turn 4, you have a 2/2. Basically, it makes a bear. It makes a bear. When you really think about it, a 3 mana makes a bear is like below curve. Wait, no, it's above. It's worse than curve. I think we're good. I think that's good. Yeah. And the only value you get out of it is that it's making an extra infested because of the aura kindred. Right, okay. Mutilus Moa. This bitch. So my thought process behind this is that to animate an artifact in blue, it's usually 2 mana, and you get a 5/5. Here, you can animate 2 artifacts in black for 4 mana by sacrificing this creature the turn after you cast it. But the artifacts are only 2/2s. You know? Sacrifice this creature, animate 2, put 2 artifacts. We can put an aura on up to 2 artifacts. Because this one is the robot birds that the Corpus make, but it's been infested by the infestation. Make it a death trigger and it should be fine. When this dies... So, in short, you have no agency over it. It just does that. Whereas sacrifice this creature gives you agency. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. When this dies, choose. Okay, so you don't have agency over it anymore. It's a 3/3, which is a little harder to kill. I think that's fair. That also means it's a threat on the table. I attack with a 3/3. Now the opponent goes, oh shit. Do I let it hit me, or do I kill it and give him 2 2/2s? Uh-oh. Black does have a lot of sack outlets. This is true. Turn my decaying clan hall throne into a card. No, I'm not. No. Okay, so that's the infested black. Where's infested red? There's only 2 of them in red. There is Charger, which is a warped Grineer. And we talked about this one. This one's fun. 2/2 with haste for a red, but when it dies, it infests the creature that killed it. It's fun. it's a little complexity at common. It's like, oh, I get to block your 2/2, and then the creature that blocks it gets +2/+2. Don't mind if I do. This is a funny one that we went over. I do like. Then there is Leaper. I don't think we've gone over the changes I've made here. So far, it's a 4/2, 2 and a red with trample. Whenever a creature dealt damage by this dies, create an infested a token attached to target artifact. So if this kills a creature, animate an artifact. Or if this kills multiple creatures, animate that many artifacts. This one is an infested Corpus unit, which is why I'm giving it the artifact synergy, because Corpus care about artifacts. The Charger does need rewarding? When this creature dies, and create an infested token attached to target creature that dealt damage to it this turn. I thought that was your wording on that one. Attached to target creature that dealt damage to it this turn. Is there like a thing I'm missing here? If it was just... It does need a target, though. Attached to target creature that dealt damage to it this turn. I think we're fine. Yeah, I think we're fine. Infested token attached to target creature that... Yeah. This way it could fail to find. So if someone were to be like, oh, I cast Void Beam and destroy your Charger, but it was never dealt combat damage by a creature, it fails to find, and you don't even put the aura out. Oh, shoot, my audio processing is garbage today. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Totally understandable. That happens to me, too. It's particularly when I'm streaming. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. So I think we're good. Then Leaper. 4/2, trample for 3 mana. If it kills something, create it, animate an artifact. Infest an artifact. Because the infested Leapers can knock you down. They're not super strong, which is why it has 2 toughness. Like, they're super easy to kill, as easy to kill as a Charger. So if I were to, like, chump block this with a 1/1, or like a 2/1, they both die, but then I get to animate an artifact as a 2/2. It's not too dissimilar to how Grineer work, where Grineer have the Gene Stamp ability. And they're like, if this dies, make a copy of it. It's not super dissimilar. But instead, you're animating shit you already have to have on the board, like treasure tokens or, mana rocks or shit like that. And generally speaking, it doesn't require that this dies, but it's probably gonna die. It's a red way to go out. It's a very red way to die. Oh, hang on, I got burps. I think this works. For 3 mana though, that's the deal. 3 mana for a 4/2 trample. Is that too pushed? Or do I need to up that to 4? Because other red spells are cheaper. Two pushed, so 4. 4/4/4/2 with trample. When it dies, or when it kills something, animate an artifact. Or actually, this would be... I'm sorry, this is 5. Wait, I had it at 2, right? 3? Wait. Okay, 3. There we go. Control Z there for a bit. So 4 for a 4-2 with trample. You can aim with a fishing spear, right? Golden, they've turned off aiming with fishing spears in the last hotfix because it breaks the game. And so there's a code fix coming later to replace that, but that's because they need to do like a cert pass to fix it. And so they've just turned off aiming for now. It's a temporary fix while they fix fishing spears. I wonder if I could do like fishing as a blue sorcery. But yeah, 4 mana for a 4-2 trample. Kill a thing, animate an artifact. Ow. Ow, my neck. Most of the reds are pretty small. This is the only one that's actually more than 2, and it's a 3. K-Drive card where the opponent has to do an IRL backflip. No! That would probably be like an equipment or a vehicle, though. Simply put. You could crew it or equip it. It depends how I feel about the K-Drive. Yeah, this is the only one that's 3 or more of the reds. That's a big jump. Did I make this a 3-2? A bunch of 2s and 3. There's a bunch of 2s and 3s in black. I do need to think about that too, is the spread. Token is based on, the card token is based on his overcosted. And basic super type would be less undercosted. Oh, overcosted, sorry. I don't know why I thought it. And the basic super type would be less undercurve. Aw, thanks for the lurk. Thanks, Jinx, for popping out. You have a good time. I hope it's a good time. Okay. Wait, what's the middle color of Jund? Red, right? So then green/black and then red? Mm-hmm. I mean, it reduces the word count by 1, or the letter count by 1. Yeah, red-black or red-green. What is the middle color for the infested specifically? Well, they're Jund, so I figured it would just be when you type out Jund, you get red in the middle. So I figured that would be like the main color, and then black and green are the auxiliary colors. Yeah. But I guess there's less red creatures. Hmm. 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 I'm having lots of ideas, and I'm shooting many of them down. Doesn't have to be that way. If you had to only pick one color... Okay, fair enough. True, fair enough. If I had to pick one color... Probably black. It would probably be black. No, yeah. Infested are really, really black. Yeah. That's kind of their deal. Is they're not quite zombies, but they're the next best thing. They're the Jund version of zombies in a way. Yeah, this makes sense to me. And then the red and the green is just them doing stuff next to black. Red on the side of Corpus, green on the side of Grenier, stealing their shit. They're Walmart brand Halo Flood. They really are just the Flood of Halo. I mean, that's what they do. And I would almost say, if it wasn't for the fact that they can have multiple separate hive minds, they're as dangerous as the Flood. Almost. But the Flood only has one universal hive mind, whereas the Infested can have localized hive minds, which kind of nerfs them a little bit, since you can have competing Infested outbreaks. Like there's the Gray strain on Deimos, there's the Mutilus strain, which infects robotics, there's the regular Technocyte strain, which is your base Infested, there's the Helminth strain, which is used to make the Warframes and is typically benign and like non-malignant. Then there's whatever's going on in 1999, which we know that's another Infested strain, but we don't know what it is. There's the Arlo strain, which is a variant of the Infested that has like made a religion because it's become super intelligent. And so these Infested strains actually compete with each other, as the different strain of the disease is not cooperative. Which one hit the Orokin? Well, that's complicated, because in the lore, Varen, the Orokin just made the Infested. All those Infested outbreaks during the Old War, that was on purpose. You want to... Now, I think, if I'm correct, the Orokin developed the Technocyte strain, which is your bare bones Infested, and then released them out onto the outer colonies for them to spread and flourish during the Old War to, on one hand, slow down the sentients and slow down the sentient invasion, because now the sentient has to fight a two-front war between Infested and Orokin, and that's kind of a problem. But then on the other hand, the Orokin were harvesting the Infested to develop the Helminth strain so that they could then make Warframes to fight against the sentients. So it was like a two-pronged attack. The Infested actually never had a full system takeover, as we have learned. They hit a couple places, and then that was it. The Orokin cleaned it up right after. I think there were outbreaks on Earth, Deimos, Eris, and a couple of the outer colonies, which is like the planets past Pluto. And then that was it. The Orokin cleaned it up. Apparently the Infested were eradicated, and then some was kept in storage. And then, the Grenier discovered it, and then released it, and then we have the system as we do now, where the Infested are kind of a problem. As the Grenier do, they seem to awaken things in their search for technology and weapons. They keep waking shit up. First the Infested, then the Tenno, then the Sentia. Holy shit, yeah, the Grenier woke up the Tenno, the Infested, and Hunhow in that order. In that exact order. God damn it, someone tell them to sit down. Fuck. Grenier are too power hungry, man. I think this is fine. 4/4/4/2 trample makes a token. Yeah. Probably one of the stronger ones, but that's fine, I think. Because to kill something, it generally has to die. 3, fine, 3, because it's a significant jump ahead the other reds, and reds are lower to the ground creatures. Fine, I'll cave. It's a 3/2. I do want to review the others though. 3/4 2/2 1/2 2/2 2/1 3/4 3/3 0/1 1/1. That feels like a relatively evenish spread. 1/1 1/2 1/2 1/6 1/2 7/8 because that's a big boy vehicle. That's fair. That's blue. That feels blue. 2/2 1/3 1/1 1/1 1/4 1/1 1/1 2/2 3/4. That's whitish. The 3/4 is kind of big for white, but they can have a big boy as a treat. They can have a big boy as a treat. Make use of -1, everyone counters alongside them. Oh no! 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 Not more complexity for the infested! Nar! Help! I just think the complexity of animating something an opponent controls, like an artifact, and making it a 2/2, is already silly enough. Because you're giving them a creature. If you chose to do that, you could target your own stuff, but you could target one of their artifacts to give them a creature and be like, okay, all right, attack with it. I'll block and kill it. I meant on a set-wide scale, as instead of my oh. If I were to make it like a set-wide mechanic, I could, but I want it to be a double-edged sword. I want it to be enchant your stuff, you can make creatures, but you're opening up your artifacts to creature removal by doing so. You can buff existing creatures that you have, or you could apply that to your opponent's stuff as sort of like a negotiation tactic, or opening up their shit to creature removal that should not normally be hit with creature removal. I think this is already super complicated as it is just by making things into 2/2 creatures. And we're about to get crazy because I haven't hit green yet. No, that's not what I'm saying. Yeah, well, yeah. But, yeah. Sorry, I guess I'm not following. Oh yeah, then I need to review this because this might be an uncommon. I might have to upshift you to uncommon. Yeah, this woof. Yeah, no, that's yuck. Upon rereading that, this is not a common ability. I don't like it. I don't like it. How many things do I have with Death Touch? Death Touch. 2. 3. Is there anything else? 4. Ooh. We'll come back to you. 4 is a lot of Death Touch. That is a lot of Death Touch. That's a lot. I'll have to re-review that. Maybe I remove Death Touch from the maggot. Maybe. Most sets use +1/+1 counters. Some use -1/-1 instead. Since the infested tokens don't use that, this could be one of those -1/-1 counters. Ah, okay. All right. Now I'm picking up what you're putting down because, well, the infested don't use +1/+1 counters. However, in my defense, or maybe not my defense, as a counter argument, Forma does. And that would create that dissonance between +1/+1 and -1/-1. That Forma does like putting +1/+1 counters on stuff. I could just yeet the +1/+1 here and just make it keyword counters and just flat keyword counters. But I could do -1/-1s. I could do -1/-1s. And then drop the +1/+1. I could drop this. Right, and then Infested get a synergy saying put a -1/-1 counter on a creature. Oh god, I'd have to word it. I would have to word it properly. But like Infested could put -1/-1 counters on things you infest that you don't control, make them weaker because they're like succumbing to the disease. It's a little bit like Wither, but without the Wither effect. I could do that with Toxic Ancient. Toxic Ancient does that instead of the fucking ability I gave him. Do I make that shift here? Do I say goodbye +1/+1 counters? Because Orican should care about keyword counters. Have +1/+1 counter for the aura, and the aura grants +1/+1 for each counter on it. But that synergizes with Forma. Like, too well. Like, way too well. Okay, what if I say fuck it? Get rid of +1/+1 counters. Make this a -1, -1 set, right? Let's say that. Let's say that. Now I don't have any cards that give +1/+1 counters. I have cards that can buff things by +1/+1, but no counters. Then let me go to, like, Toxic Ancient. Fuck this ability. That's an uncommon ability. We're not even going to argue about it. That's uncommon. I need this to be a common. What if Toxic Ancient gives out -1, -1 counters, specifically on creatures that you enchant, but you do not control? This way you can give them a 2/2, but also have the ability to reduce that 2/2 or even kill it. I'm going to drop the Death Touch, too. I'm going to drop Death Touch on that. It's too much Death Touch in this set. It was like 4 or 5. I don't need that many at common. I was just thinking Death Touch because Toxic Ancient do kind of have like an insta-kill attack in the game, if you're unlucky enough to get hit by it. Wither? Fucking Wither? Fucking Wither? Maybe. Toxic... Wither? That could be like a cameo mechanic here. I was expecting one of the Warframes to use a Wither. Yeah. And then I get rid of this. Hey, here's another +1/+1 counter I gotta yeet. And then Wither, because when these jump on you, I could just get rid of this. Wither sounds more like what would be the infested mechanic instead of the tokens. It's a little Phyrexian, but the thing about it is they also make more of themselves. And that's like a huge thing with the infested. So if you're diseased by the infestation but not succumbing to it, it would be a Wither effect. But like they make more of themselves like crazy. That's their deal, is, you know, they mutate and mutilate shit until it's, you know, an infested monstrosity. Yeah, neither of those would have Wither with the way they work. This doesn't infest things per se. It just jumps on you and bites you until you die. Or get rid of it. Like, it doesn't do much damage, so Wither makes sense. And it gives that trade-off. Do I block it or do I not? It's not a death-touching creature, so I don't have to deal with more death-touch in this set. So now I'm down to, I think, 2 death-touch commons, which sounds a little bit more sane. Because having 4 death-touch commons is a little overkill. Toxic Ancient has Wither. But what if he could also just... put a -1/-1 counter. Huh. Yeah, but doing that, like, wide feels like an uncommon, so I'm not going to do that. Going wide with an ability is uncommon, not common. If I were to put, like, a -1/-1 on all creatures that you enchant but do not control, that's uncommon. So we'll... I mean, 3 -1/-1 counters is actually kind of huge. Like, that's big nerfs. Big nerfs. I could make Wither... Well, no, Wither... Green-black. I don't have a green... Green-black is not an archetype. I could make one of the sub-archetypes Wither. Infested shares between Grenier and Corpus, right? Black-red and green-red. Would Grenier do Wither? Grenier would do Wither. Grenier would do Wither. Is Wither red? Or red-green? Yeah. Okay. Yeet. Grenier would do Wither because they use a lot of chemical weapons. They have a lot of chem stuff going on. So that would be the in-between there between Infested and Grenier is Wither. Like a big thing that Grenier do is they poison the shit out of forests to make new land. Or just anywhere, really. Their factories and stuff are really, really noxious. They have some units that use poison weapons, like the Grenier Nox is a heavily armored unit, but he fires a foam gun, but the foam gun is poisonous. So that would be a Wither unit. Okay. No, that's white-green. That's blue. No, what was I thinking there? Wither. Non-permanent spell with Wither that hits for free. Are you telling me this is a burn spell with Wither? That's actually sick. That is actually sick design. Oh, and it's so flavorful too, because then I could do like a Chem Blast spell. That's like red-green hybrid with Wither on it. Sorcery. Deal 3 damage to any target. But it does -1/-1 counter, so if it hits a creature, it hits them with -1/-1. My melee animation broke, so it looks like I'm just standing there and enemies die. You're just T-posing the enemies to death. Like, I've got... Hang on. This could be a Wither burn spell. Green can't hit any chart. Ah, true. If green would have to hit creatures. That is valid. Because hybrid would mean it could be cast as a green spell and do green things. Green has to target creatures. Valid. But it's still an interesting design space. The design space is interesting. Can't hit creatures with flying, though. Zap. Since this is infested, I still think this needs some infesting synergy. The infested ancients are like super old, and all of them have some aura power. Usually with the toxic ancient, they're giving out toxin damage to the nearby infested. But in this case, I'm reading that as Wither. because I don't want to do, like, go wide, super crazy bullshit that makes them, you know, uncommon yet. I could do Ancients at, like, higher tiers. But with the Toxic Ancient... No, debuffing creatures that attack you is white. Taking control of creatures is not green. Like, this is a 5-mana spell. I wanted to give it, like, a little something extra. Just a little juice. Combat damage to a creature enchanted by an aura you control. Well, so what if... Hear me out. What if, you know... This fights target creature enchanted by an aura you control. That's a green way to do that, right? So it still has the wither effect. It's a 3/4. So this is how you kill things you animate on your opponent's board. This would be the way to kill it. Then I just need to make sure there's some cost here, right? Because doing that for free is kind of silly. Even if it's a 5-mana spell, there needs to be something you put down. I have a Costco hot dog. Share. Share. I want one. I want 5. 1 tap. Whoops. 1 tap. Whoop. Tap. This fights target creature enchanted by an aura you control. So it can only fight if you're enchanting stuff. And then... if you only enchant your side of the board, this ability's useless. If you've never enchanted an opponent's card, this ability does nothing for you, except maybe activates a death trigger. Maybe. But if you're enchanting the opponent's board, they have 2/2s. This does 3 damage as -1/-1. It doesn't even matter that this has Wither. It does 3 damage. Oh, whoa, my god! Holy shit, that artifact has shut down my entire plan. I infest it. It's a 2/2. 1 and tap. I fight it. It's dead. Right? Yeah? Am I onto something here? Does that work? Am I getting somewhere? I think I'm getting somewhere. Maybe. I think that's a fun way to play with the infested mechanic. Or, you could open up a creature to fights the Toxic Ancient by infesting it. Creature you don't control. So fighting your own stuff is too powerful at common. I'm fine with that. It's too powerful to fight your own stuff because it acts like green sacrifice. That is green sacrifice. Activate only as a sorcery. Both or one or the other. I like the sorcery part. That is true. It probably should be sorcery. But do I don't control only a sorcery or one or You know what? No matter what. Period, end of story, only as a sorcery. But do I still do don't control at common? Is it too busted to fight your own shit? It's a safety value and or complexity issue. True. True, and green is not the sacrifice color. Well, sacrifice, you know what I mean. Though, I think green sacrifice is silly by not making it sacrifice it, but you know what, yeah, don't control. Okay. So I have to target the opponent's stuff. That leads players down the, it's a good thing to enchant the opponent's stuff. I realized I could have been enchanting it the whole time. Zap. Okay. But this way, you can't just free fight -1/-1. You just can't free fight Wither everything on the opponent's board. It is only stuff you're enchanting. That makes it narrow, that makes it safer. And then this is a 5-mana spell. And then you have to spend another mana to get it to go off. Yeah, I think we're good. I think this is safe. Yeah, I like the shackles here. Yeah, this is much better than how I had it written. I had it written that you could like move infested ores around if a creature that's enchanted dies. No. This is much better. And we figured out the red-green archetype is Wither. So I need to go back and fuck around with Wither and see what I got. Green is also the color with the best ramp, so 5 mana safe. Exactly. Exactly. And we have non-legendary elders, because that's fun. It's just a fun thing. Let's take a look at Zealoid Bastion, Infested Cleric. When this enters, put an infested token attached to target artifact you control. 3 mana for a 3 power. Basically. Basically 3 mana for 2 vanillas. 1 is a 1/1, 1 is a 2/2. And it's artifact you control. This case, you have to target your own artifact. That feels within the realm of safe and common. Oh, looks like my internet's mostly stabilized. That's not too bad. It's still a little jumpy up and down, but I'm not like dropping a shit ton of frames. We need to review Jugulus though, because it's doing some fuck shit and may not be common. Infested token attached to target artifact you control. Yeah. He's a little 1/1 guy. Enters. Flickering him, though. Flickering him may not be the best thing in the world. Green-white, go wide. Red-green, wither. Black-red, tokens? Yeah. Because Corpus make treasure tokens. Blue-black artifacts. Could be artifacts or sacrifice. White-blue spell slinging. Yeah, we need to figure out white-blue. White-blue might be the hard one to figure out, because that's Citizen... That's Citizen, and then Auric and Forma. Treasures and Forma are both... Yeah, Treasures and Forma are both artifacts, but both of them also ask you to sacrifice. So we could go blue-black sacrifice or blue-black artifacts. It doesn't matter. Either way works, you know? I get... Yeah, okay, blue-black artifacts. Yeah. Yeah. Either way works. Yeah, white-blue is the hard one. Because I do kind of agree with all of the rest of that. In fact, let me go write those down. Blink, no. Go wide. Grineer want to go wide. Citizens want to go wide. Go wide. Creatures. Spam. White-blue's gotten archetypes built around casting 2 spells a turn. Citizens like to cast 2 spells a turn. Top deck. I was thinking white-blue top deck, but that doesn't work anymore. Not with the current version of Citizen. Hang on, I'll come back to that. I'll write down the other stuff. We got Wither. Artifactocrats. Sacrifice artifacts for effect. I think just artifacts. Artifact. Whoops. What the fuck am I spelling? Synergy. Make a Deimos fish card. Maybe. I was originally thinking discard because half of Corpus is discarding, but Infested don't really discard, so tokens. Tokens for effect. A Kavat just killed a fish! So a card with an ability that triggers when you cast your second spell this turn. Okay. 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 spell slinging. Cast your second spell this turn. I think I had something similar, but in Corpus. No, it was Suda Agent. No, it's not. It's draw a card. Damn it. Huh. Let me make sure here. Might need to realign Orican a little bit. Yeah, because right now they only care about Forma, and I might need to shift that over to something like the side color. You cast your second spell each turn, draw a card. Yeah. Mostly that, I think, would be good. Mostly. It doesn't need to be a keyword, just when you do that. So, what was that? White, blue? So that's Orican Citizen. Orican Drone. Right now I have this: when this dies, you may search your library for a Forma, exile it, shuffle, then put it on top of your library. Too much complexity. When you cast your second spell each turn, draw a card. But is that good in white? That's white card draw. White has been getting some more card draw. Oh, I meant instead of live together. Oh, well, hang on then. I know what you're talking about. No, not in white. So then white would be like gain a life. When you cast your second spell this turn, draw a card, then discard a card. I don't think we need to discard a card anymore. It's no longer as powerful. Yeah, it doesn't... Repeatable card draw? The second spell a turn is slow. It's still slow. If you have a bunch of them out, I guess it would stack. Okay. Suda Agent, they want to draw cards. Cast a second spell this turn, draw a card. That's very Suda, very blue. Citizen synergy, because you're casting citizens using live together, so that this all works. No, that's Corpus. Okay, he just has live together. He doesn't care one way or another. Each turn without replaying the card with the ability. True. Okay. Orican. When this enters, you may search your library for a Forma, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. That needs to be the sentence. That was one of those ones I needed to check. Three mana, 1/4 first strike, search for a Forma, and put it into your hand. Yeah. And then the Forma costs 2 mana to cast, 1 mana to activate. So my idea, when it comes to the Orican, because they care about Forma, white Forma is searching for Forma. Blue Forma is cloning Forma, because there's a limited amount of Forma in the game. And then black Forma is return Forma from graveyard. Something like that. A white instant sorcery card, if you cast another spell this turn, draw a card, would work well this way. Ooh. If this is not the first spell you cast this turn, draw a card, scry 1. Like, I'm shrugging my shoulders. You can't see, but they shrugging. I have room. I do have room to do that. Corrupted Butcher. 1 for a 1/1. When this dies, search your library for a Forma. If you cast another spell this turn. Okay. So, could I do that wording on Orican Drone when you cast this? When this enters, if you cast another spell this turn, Is that safe to put on a creature in white for 1 mana? As a 1/1 flyer? Because that means if you turn 1, it's just a 1/1 flyer. But if you turn 2, spend, you know, cast another thing, and then cast this, it draws you a card. I mean, there are just 1 in white draw a card creatures when this enters now. Not many. There's not a lot. It's super conditional. Or would spell slinging, would it be better to keep that on a sorcery in spell slingers? Because I do want to get rid of that. Like, that should work. Not quite Squadron Hawks. Let me take a peek at Squadron Hawks. I'm glad you have this encyclopedic knowledge. Okay, that's 2 and a 1 for a 1/1 flyer. When a Squadron Hawk enters the battlefield, you may search your library for up to 3 cards named Squadron Hawk, reveal them, put them into your... Oh, yeah, okay. This is better. This is objectively better. You're just drawing a card. Yeah, fair enough. This way, yeah, so if you only cast it on turn 1, it's just a 1/1 flyer. Reoccurring Forma and Cloning Forma are fighting for the same niche. Blue clones, black has sack triggers. Possibly. Possibly. Okay, fair enough. Uh-oh, I just noticed I'm getting hungry. Like the bad kind of hungry. Like, damn, I've been snacking today. I shouldn't be super hungry. What's going on? Explain that. I need some carbs. Oh shit, and I gotta check my laundry. Give me just a second. I'm gonna get up, do laundry, restroom, get a snack. I'll be right back. Y'all be good. I'll be right back. Hang on.
Is this real? The fear I feel when the noise starts dying down. Is it true that there's a place for you when the sun burns out? Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to make things right. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise, a sanctuary burns while you play God. As above, so below, so below. Is there a cure? The sky obscured and the monsters crawling out. I'm not scared, I won't die in here while the world burns down. Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to burn alive. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise. the fear I feel when the noise starts dying down. Is it true that there's a place for you when the sun burns out? Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to make things right. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise, a sanctuary burns while you play God.
I'm back. I got carbs. Oh my god, you got 24 things cooking. God damn. But I'm back. Okay. I have mac and cheese. Well, God, share. Okay, so reoccurring forma and cloning forma are fighting for the same niche. I figured like one would be blue and one would be black. So blue clones, black has sack triggers. I mean, yeah. But then if black has sack triggers, whoops, then do I push for blue-black to be the sack outlet archetype instead of the artifact archetype, you know? Or it could be artifactocrats when you sacrifice an artifact effect. That would work. Because that's two birds, one stone. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. We got them doing that now. Of a forma you control, but it has to deal combat damage to pull that off. We need to review Void Rig, though. Whenever the activated ability of a forma targets this, I guess, creature, because it's not always a creature. I have to be specific. Which wouldn't be able to recur anyways. Right. So in my mind, if you target the Void Rig with a forma, you get to duplicate its ability. But the Void Rig has to be a creature to be targetable by a forma, because forma target creatures. Is that too pushed? I'm trying to make sure that this as a vehicle is not too crazy, because I want it to be a common. Or if you target this with a forma, clone the forma. Would that just be better? And then you have the forma clone sitting off to the side. Or would that be too powerful? Because then you could stack forma on forma on forma and keep cloning the hell out of the forma. So then just copying the ability would be better. Because then you choose a new target for the copy. No infinite loop as long as you have infinite mana. Damn, that mouth dragon's pretty good, though. And, you know, vehicle. Can't target it. Not great. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about all the munching sounds. I hope there's not too many. I am like I got the sugar shake something bad. Like real bad. Actually, this creature still works. Even if they aren't a creature, it needs to be whenever you activate the ability of a form that targets this artifact while it's a creature. Well, I was thinking choose new targets for the copy so you could spread the ability around, not double dip on, like, if you're copying the ability. Well, let me take a look at Forma. Hang on. No, the ability would be of your choice, so you could choose a new keyword. Choose new. Yeah, so like if you target the Void Rig, you get double value and can target something else. That's the idea. But to target the Void Rig, it has to be a creature, both for the ability and also Forma targets a creature. So regardless of the vehicle state, you cannot target the vehicle if it's not a creature. So I feel like it kind of doesn't matter what like, as you know, that part doesn't actually matter here because the Forma wouldn't target a stationary vehicle. So it's like an extra hoop to jump through to get not doubling season. What's the card that doubles activated abilities? What is that called? It doubles ETB effect? You know what I mean. Like you have to summon, you have to spend 5 mana to summon this, and then crew it for 5, and then sacrifice a Forma to target this specifically. There's a lot of hoops here, but you get double value on your Forma, and then target 2 things with it too. So like if you double stack the Forma, you put ability keywords on the Void Rig, and then ability keywords on something else, and people go, oh shit, kill the Void Rig. But you still got some value out of it elsewhere. I think it's worth that. On non-tokens, you use the card's name instead of this card type. You're right. Wait. No, hang on. That's right, because we went over this earlier, didn't we? Forma is not good enough. That's right. Was it Forma Artifact? Would it need to be Forma? I think it's Forma Artifact, right? Because it doesn't matter if it's token or non-token. What? No? How the hell? What is a question mark exclamation point? Hang on. No. Like, we're getting that on video. What? What is that? What is that? How did you combine those? You've made a new symbol. Huh? How does Twitch have room for that? In Tarot Gang. Oh. That's just what it's called. Sorry, I thought that was a card. It sounds like an MTG card. Hang on. Somebody's like honking to shit outside. Give me a sec. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. I think that was just the neighbors being spicy for no reason. I got nothing. Had to check, though. You never know what's going on outside. Hang on, let me put me back over here. It's Unicode. Okay. Whenever... Whoa, where's my stuff? Found it. Whenever an activated ability of a forma targets this creature, you may copy that ability. It checks out as far as I can tell. You may copy that ability, choose a new target for the copy. Panharmonicon, that was it. That was what I was thinking of earlier. Sorry. Back to the topic at hand, though. Whenever an activated ability of a forma targets this creature, you may copy that ability. Right. Oh, wait a minute. You're saying... Oh. I think I stumbled upon this a while ago, but then didn't find a use for it. Okay. This way, it doesn't care if it's a creature or artifact. It's just Void Rig. But Forma needs to target a creature, so Void Rig has to be a creature to be targeted. Got it. Got it. We got it. We're good. Got it. Good. Sick. Okay. So that's Harmonicon. Formonicon. Yeah. Crewman deals combat damage to a player. You may create a token copy of a former you control. Is that blue? Is that blue? Oh, whenever it becomes the target of an activated ability of a forma. Oh. Becomes the target of a... I think both are technically correct, but that is... Sure. Sure, functionally the same. I guess it's just more of official wording. And what we got here? Deals combat damage to a player. You may create a token copy of a forma you control. The crewmen are artificers. I forgot. There we go. Corrupt or not, still an artificer. Repeatable ability cloning for free. So, you're not wrong. But here's... So, and walk me through this, you know. My thought process is, you pay 5 mana to get this out. Then you have to crew 5, and now it's a creature that is legal for a forma to target. But for a forma to target this, you have to have already cast the forma for 2 mana, and then pay 1 mana to activate the forma's ability. Not all of that has to be done on the same turn, just the crewing and the activating. So the cost is on the forma side? Is that still too much for common? Could be. Could be. Ow. Ow. Needs playtesting. You're not wrong. Ow! And the only format I have right now is putting on safe counters. First strike, lifelink, reach, provoke, trample. Those feel safe. But then, ow, what are y'all doing? I'm trying to have a conversation here. Ow, stop. Not the provolone. But, ow, God, why are you doing this? And what is happening to tits? Ow, quit. Down. But I was planning a couple forma at uncommon that would have, ow, stop. Seriously, stop. Ow, quit. But I was planning some forma at uncommon that would have different keywords, and maybe those are a little cracked to have with a forma harmonicon. Maybe that is a little much if I were to have those. Make me. I could. Don't play like that. I can. Y'all only have power because I let you have power. Remember that. Just as easily, I could take it all away. Choose new targets for the copy. Ow. Ow. I could make it like while this attacks. But that's a red thing to be like, oh, I care about attacking. Blue doesn't, like, blue really only cares if you do, like, combat damage and maybe you get some value. Whenever Void Rig becomes the target of an activated ability while tap. The fuck am I wearing? What did y'all put on me? What is this? What is this? Why does the hat do that? Why? What? Why? How dare you? If Void Rig is tapped whenever it becomes the target of... That is feeling more and more uncommon if I don't put, like, another restriction on it. Five mana, crew 5. Have to target with a forma. Cause it's not just any forma. It's targeting this with a forma. And you don't get extra value by having more Void Rigs out. Oh, 4-8 of. There, sorry, typo. Add C. Okay, we've got a weird mana rock here. Well, so let's think about this. Forma costs 1 mana to activate. Spend this mana only to cast Forma spells or activate abilities of Forma. Technically speaking, you can chain activate Forma as long as you're targeting Void Rig with them. But you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. And that only counts when Void Rig is out, right? Like, if you zap, but only for as many Forma as you have. Right. Yeah. So, you, like, Forma costs 2 to cast, so it's not infinite. You sacrifice 2 Forma, you activate 2 Forma onto Void Rig. Void Rig makes 2 mana. You cast 1 more Forma. You still need another mana to activate that Forma. Or if you have, like, 4 Forma out, you Forma, because Void Rig gives you enough mana to activate the next one, so it's like chain formaing. That's not bad. That's not terrible. It's like, it's not unlike Power Stones, you know? Like Power Stone mana. Spend this mana only to cast Forma spells Activate the abilities of Forma. You control. It's implied, but I'll just say you control to be safe. But I could make the mana drain in between turns, because I think preserving mana between turns, even for Forma, is kind of strong. If I let it drain between steps and phases, this means you have to spend it on this turn. Right? It's like a fire sale. Uh-oh. Mana not being lost till end of turn is important because you activate mid-combat. You could activate mid-combat, that is true. Oh man, where the fuck did that come from? Hang on. Uh-oh. That might be a need to see a dentist. I hope that's not a tooth chunk. That looks like a tooth chunk. Uh-oh. Yikes. Don't know where that would have came from. I am not sure. Bookkeeping nightmare for, yeah. Until the end of turn, right. Well, so you could crew the Void Rig on a main phase, and he stays crewed until the end of turn. You could also activate him, like, during an opponent's main phase, and then Forma up during that. You could do Forma shenanigans, like activating Forma on a combat. But then you have to spend, if you do that during combat, you have to make sure you spend it during combat. You just can't cast Forma during combat. You'd have... I mean, giving a Void Rig a surprise first strike is kind of funny. Surprise! It's first strike! But, like, you would see the Forma on the battlefield, so you'd, like, see that coming. It's like, oh, you're accruing Void Rig. Oh, you're giving it first strike, you know? So that's telegraphed. That's still telegraphed. Activate the abilities of Forma you control. I'll write down until the end of turn you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. But I'll consider that sentence for the chopping block. I am comfy. It's warm and cozy in here. I don't know what's going on, man. But I'm cozy. Ow. Bitch. Now I'm cheesy. The cheese is melting. It's getting all in. It's in the Snuggie. Let's see if this melts. It's everywhere. I don't know if I can wash this out. Grilled cheese. That's a, you know what? That's a lot of words for a common. That's why I'm thinking about chopping that, is because that's a extraneous comma after Forma spell. Whoop. Did I do that? Fair enough, fair enough. Still very wordy though, so for like the sake of common, I might zap this sentence. Because usually really wordy cards, even if they're weak, get moved up to uncommon just to make them less, you know. Fuck no, I want, me too. Me too. You did, but only because I did by accident. Fair enough. It happens. Magic is an extremely technical game. Corrupted crewmen. Yeah, okay. Okay. So there's like Forma synergy here. Yeah. And then Black Orakin is Corrupted Ancient Drone and Moa. So we were saying that cloning and recursion is fighting for the same design space. And you're not wrong. So what we want is die synergy, or more specifically, sacrifice synergy. Not being able to cast more Forma unless you activate the abilities at sorcery speed. I think that's the plan. That if you want to instant speed it, you don't get to cast. But if you want to sorcery speed it, you can cast. I think that's like a good dichotomy to be. There's a little bit of flexibility there, you know? And this way, activating on an opponent's turn would be like, oh, I need to burn my Forma in response. Or something, you know? Or something. Where was I with y'all? Yeah, y'all are problematic. Corrupted drone. Return this to your... Oh, yeah, no, this needs work. Because this is recursion. Okay, so if black is not recurring Forma, then it needs some payoff. Though so far at common, I only have 2 Forma creatures. Granted, I have a lot of sorceries. There's a lot of sorceries to work with. Trying to Forma from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Enchantment creatures generally made of magic, like, but yeah, I was just kind of putting that down there to be like a little shit. Because corrupted are like, I get, yeah. It's an argument that can be made, but I'm not gonna fight for it too hard. I was just thinking like, that'd be kind of funny if corrupted creatures were enchantment. Because they're not like made of magic, but they are sort of afflicted by magic. Part of what makes them corrupted is that, but it's you know it's. I thought about this as like a side thing. It's like and then I'm not feeling it much. I'm not feeling it too much. Because the benefit of enchantment creatures is enchantment synergies, and there's not a lot of that, if anything. And I don't plan on running Bestow or like a bunch of enchantment removal. I even forgot I had that on here. Yeah, I did that, didn't I? Corrupted is all enchantment. Yeah, anything that's corrupt. No. Yeah, that's gotta go. Yeah, that's gotta go. I forgot I did that. I must have been really tired one night and being like, oh, yeah, I guess corrupted are kind of enchanting. It's like, it's technically correct, but it's not worth it. Why? What? At least we can see the page, I guess. We can have a conversation about it. Okay, I think that was it. Because it was just the corrupted. Yeah. I don't know what I was thinking. I thought maybe at one point I thought that maybe like enchantment synergies were going to be one of the side things, but nah. What? I can't hear you in there. Oh, what? I can't see you down there, bitch. I guess I'd have a lot of sorcery spells that duplicate and clone Forma, or search for Forma as well. Whenever a creature with an ability counter on it dies, you may move another creature you control with an ability counter on it dies. You may yeah. Oh god,
that's like so much. Well, hang on. Then whoops, I did not mean to click that. I meant to click on Hellion. Give me a second. Did I fix it? I did. Hellion. Flying. First strike. I just think that this was shorter when this enters. I love how it like overwrites that. Like it's like, oh yeah, don't put that on there. I am a fan of that. It's pretty cool. This creature. Whoops. We're skipping over the sentience for now because they're still in a weird design space. We need to go over Corpus after Orican. That is super convenient. Or if you want to be cheeky with non-functional errata, have cards refer to themselves in the first person when I die. Yeah, it'd be funny for a spell or two. And Moa is supposed to be all caps, by the way. That's part of how they roll. Well, we're about to be fixing you, but I'll put that there anyways. We'll go over them in a bit. Do not worry about it. Oh yeah, we need to actually go over Flame Blade. Yeah, Charger's shorter than this creature. That, huh? There we go. We'll cover that later. Yeah, that's why we're reviewing it, because that probably needs to go. We'll get there, I promise. We were on that for a second. Bastion enters, yeah. Jugulus is Hammer of Perforos.
Whoa. Wait, what? Wait. What? Hello? That... Oh my god, it lagged. It lagged, and so when the jar came off, streamer.bot put the jar back on. Why? There we go. So VTube Studio and Streamer.bot both toggled the jar at the same time. Yeah, no, that's what happened. It's supposed to, one is supposed to do it before the other, and so if one does it first, the other won't do it again. But in this case, I think VTube Studio was lagging a little bit, and so it was a little behind, and then they both fired at the same time. Whereas VTube Studio is supposed to turn it off, and then Streamer.bot is supposed to toggle it on and off. I think maybe I need to increase the timer on VTube Studio then, because the timer might be too close. Well, that happened. We're good. I think. Where was I? Seeker, Trooper, Gene Stamp, Tusk Thumper. I think we're good. Okay, where were we? We were reviewing an untapped symbol that was weird and funky. Yeah, this thing. Well, hang on. Before we get to that, this thing. Because I didn't finish that. Whenever another creature you control with an ability counter on it dies... I don't want to, like... I don't want to Ozolith. Ozolith is a rare. Right? Double Gene Stamp seems a bit much for common. Where was that? Was that Flame Blade or Charger? No, that was in green. Okay, for a 3/3 it is. No, you're right. For a 3/3 that is kind of broken. Why? What the hell? Actually. Okay, we'll go over him later. He probably he needs something else. He needs some milk. Yes, I had double Gene Stamp on a 1/1, and it made more sense there to be on a 1/1. But then I moved over because I was moving that ability onto the 1/1, and then I fucked it up. I fucked it. I could probably make like a rare that puts double Gene Stamp on stuff. That probably would be a better place for it. Just to be like, oh, here's your payoff, extra Gene Stamp. Ancient. Lifelink. Whenever another creature you control with an ability counter on it dies, so that means you've done a Forma in the past. Forma recursion, bad. No, we need sacrifice recursion. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, like specifically an artifact, this is an ancient, so it wouldn't really have corpus synergy, so it probably, when you sacrifice a Forma... And I could give, like the Corrupted Drone or the Corrupted Moa the Corpus Synergy to make him care about Forma or Treasure. Though sacrificing Treasure's a little, Hang on, why is my hair wrapped all the way around my headset? Hello? Like, the headset's supposed to act like a hairband. Keyword counter. You were right. No, a keyword counter. That was, yeah. I think this is safer, though. This is more condensed. Well, like sacrifice an artifact as an activated ability, do a thing? Or you just mean sacrifice an artifact? But what if I don't want it to trigger on Forma? Not Forma, I meant Treasure. But then, I guess it should just be... If I do sacrifice an artifact, that should be on Drone or Moa. Probably in place of this. So wait. Here's what I'm going to do. Sacrifice an artifact is when you sacrifice one or more artifacts. Okay. Then how about this? I'll put that on the drone, which has this fucking shit, and that needs to go. Oh, no, but that's an activated ability. Fuck. That still needs to go. Yeet. Oh, man, I thought I was cooking with Menace, because Menace makes it wants to die. Okay, so the drone or the Moa is going to run one or more artifacts. But it needs to be something that's not super crazy, because you can burn a shit ton of tokens. Speaking of crazy, you don't want it to be trigger crazy often. Yeah, you can make it end step trigger that checks if you sacked an artifact this turn. Bingo, bingo, bongo. Okay. Then how about this? Ancient's pretty powerful, big guy, 5 mana for a 3/4 lifelink. Oh no. Alright, so whenever a creature you control with a keyword counter on it dies, you may move up to 1 keyword counter that creature to another target creature you control. This won't save all the counters, but you get to preserve your favorite one. If you've got a big creature that has a bunch of keyword counters on it and your opponent nukes it, you get to save 1 counter. That feels black because it's a death trigger. Why do so many things need thousands of cryotic? Bro, like for real though? So that's the Orican side of this. It cares about the counters. Now, for the Corpus side, during your end step? Is it end dash step? Or is it end step 2 words? Your end step if you idea. If you sacrificed each end step, if you sacrificed an artifact this turn, profit. What's the profit? I'd make it whenever a creature with a counter on it dies, put a counter of that kind, of a kind that was on it on target. Put a counter of a kind that was on it on target creature. Okay. Okay. I think it should be whenever a creature you control with a keyword counter on it dies, you may put a on target creature you control. Now, the wording of this. Put a counter, that's 1. I want to make sure that you're only preserving 1 counter. Put a counter of that kind. That would be 1. Whatever creature you control with a keyword counter on it dies, you may put a counter of that kind on target creature you control. Cool. Cool. And then multiple corrupted ancients will proc several times. A equals 1, right. So if I have 3 corrupted ancients out and I kill a creature that has 3 keyword counters on it, I get to go, ooh, I can pick 1 of each, or I can pick 1 and 2, or I can pick 3 of 1. Because it'll be per corrupted ancient you have out. That could be kind of funny. That could be kind of fun. And granted, 5 mana. 5 mana creature to get that to happen. So I think we're safe. I think that's way safer. Moa, during each end step, if you sacrifice an artifact this turn, what's the profit here? Draw a card. Black can draw a card, and this Aristocrats is black. But you can kind of guarantee drawing a card every single turn. So what's the black side of it? Of a kind on it, not that kind. Ow. True.
Do it.
Well, hang on. You may put a counter... Wait, of that kind. I did put that. Right? You may put a counter of that kind. I think we're good. Oh no, I'm out of juice. Okay, hang on. You know what? While we cook on this for a second, I gotta get some water, which is like 2 steps that way. Give me a sec. I gotta get more hydration. I'm just right here. It's okay, don't freak out. Of Not that. Oh. Of a kind on it. You may put a counter of. Oh, okay, okay. Of. Got it. I understand now. Kind on it. On target creature you control? Okay. Don't burn the chat. Oh, shit. Hang on. That's the wrong. Wait a second. Put that back. There we go. Glytch energy. I got my strawberry rageade flavor here. There we go. Of a kind on it on target creature you control. Cool. So this would be like reach, provoke, trample. Yeah, okay. Yoink. Target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay. And it is, yeah, at the beginning. I need to make sure it is at the beginning of each end step, because if I just say end step, it's not clear. If you sacrificed an artifact this turn, target. At the beginning of, no, you're right, at common, at your end step. You're right. Target opponent loses 2 life, and you gain 2 life. Because in limited, that's an 8 life point swing per turn. But then in, like, limited 4-player, that gets out of control. So you're right. Because you could just sack a token. Sack a treasure token every turn. Not even spend the mana. Sacrifice an artifact this turn, target opponent loses 2 life, and you gain 2 life. Yeah. Okay. Corrupted Moa. 2 words. I was right. Yeah, my question has been answered. Sack a token, sack a token. Sack the token. Sacrifice an artifact this turn. Yeah. Like sack a bitch? Kinda. Sorta. And then drone. I was thinking untap for shenanigans, but no, let's not. So, this one's going to have the faction man on it. Or the faction cast. What ability could I give a 2/1/1/2 flyer? A 2/1/1 and a black flyer. This one should care about Forma in some way. Let me find my wife beater. Beat her? I barely know her. I might have left it in the trailer, but god damn it, man. That's fucked up. Fucked up. There we go. Put a -1/-1 counter and a stun counter on target creature. Corrupted drone. -1/-1 is in black. We did establish that. That was... Fuck, what was that again? No, it's not. That's in green. Red-green.
I mean, this is an attack drone. It's not great. And a stun counter on target creature. Got stolen by a crackhead thinking it was the... But why? Okay, leave me... Yeah, I was gonna say, Dad. Are you okay? Listen, I really appreciate you being here right now, but do you need to sleep? Do you need help? Yeah. No, nervous? Oh? White blue gets stun counters, right? Bro, I always need help. Okay. White blue does get the stun. -1/-1. That's a lot to do. But Orican cares about counters, keyword or otherwise. Going to be joining a karaoke soon. Ooh. Ooh. That's sick. That's sick. I'd be nervous too, but that's sick. Blue-black doesn't do life gain. I'm supposed to be practicing. But I'm here watching and abusing you. You can do both. Multitask, Death. Multitask. Chop, chop. Okay. Reality glitch. How about this? I want Orican to have synergies with counters. So hear me out. What if? Ow. No, I was gonna say something, but then a common doing an X ability would be kind of bad. Like, okay, so I'll just type it out, but let's agree that it's bad out of the gate. Whoop, hang on. I lost my place here. Oh, it won't tap them. That'll be, put counter on up to X target creatures, where X is the number of counters on... Okay. The effect doesn't have to tie into the faction mechanic because activation colors are there. You're not wrong, and it doesn't have to. But I present my version, and we could see where this goes. I think this is bad and too powerful. But I'm putting it up there for review if this, like, sparks any brain cells. If this is like, maybe there's something we can do here. So it's checking for the number of counters on corrupted drone. On each of up to... Thank you. True. And this way it's checking for keyword counters, -1/-1 counters, and any kind of counter you can put on here, it cares about it. It doesn't care what counter it is. Yeah. So it's like, it's a little bonus for the faction mechanic. But you're right, it doesn't have to tie into the faction mechanic. In fact, if I look at other examples here, if I, well, let me look at the number of kinds of count. Ooh. So I don't just do first strike, and have like 3 first strike counters on here. They have to be different. Ooh, that nerfs it incredibly, but makes it super interesting. Whoa. Of kinds of counters on corrupted. Ah, so there's an upper limit. There's always an upper limit to this. I like it.
That feels that feels closer to common now that you're having to make sure that you're putting different counters on here. Man, Esper counters matters. Who would have thought? Big fan. Big fan. And sticking it in white black. Oh, so if you were to like pull this out of limited and put it in white black +1/+1 counters, it doesn't go crazy. I agree. Yeah. This doesn't go crazy if it breaks out of limited. Now, you could probably put this in like a the Ikoria counters matters, and it would be a good synergy card there. But it's the upper limit is still similar. Yeah, me likey, and it's a 2-mana 2/1 with flying. It's not broken. Nice. So then we got Corrupted Ancient. He can move a counter off of a dying creature. Moa, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life if you've sacrificed an artifact. Drone, stun shit stun shit equal to the number of different kinds of yeah. Big yeah. That's a fun design space. That's actually a super fun design space, is to care about the different number of counters. I guess you still could put a flying counter on here. It won't get any more flying, but the flying counter will count as another counter. I call it corpus accounting. That's actually funny. So I think that checks out for the Corrupted then. He can only copy a form if he deals damage. And then I haven't worked on the Sorcerer's Instance yet. We'll need to refine those as we go. I do want to take... Amazing name for the Pregone, Corpus Accounting. That's pretty funny. But when it comes to the... when it comes to counters, that's not specifically... in Corpus, nor is it a sub theme. That's the Orican theme, so it'd be like Orican accounting, but it's we'll workshop it, you know. We'll get there. And speaking of Corpus, though, I need to rerun Corpus, and they are blue, black, red. So right now, the desirability for each player, create a treasure token unless that player discards a card. Is Desire fine? I think Desire's fine. It scales up in multiplayer, which can be an issue. It might be like a serious issue and might be like really oppressive. Because no matter what, you always make a treasure token, because why would you discard? Unless you're running discard synergies, right? This is in Grixis. Instead of discard a card, it could be pay a life. It could be pay a life. Because in multiplayer formats, you typically have more life total to work with, at least in Commander, or like Two-Headed Giant. So then the opponent could pay a life, 1 life, and it doesn't bother them, and then you don't get your treasure token. Or you don't get your extra treasure token. Seems a bit much. It's a little much, but I need to make sure that the way Desire works is that it's narrow. So whenever this deals combat damage to a player, that's the only time this is allowed to Desire. Something along those lines. Let's see. 2 in blue. There's a Crewman and a Shield Osprey. Might be 2 on par with Rhystic Study. Do you pay the 1? Do you discard the card? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I did want this to kind of be taxi like that, But it is approaching Rhystic Study range. Well, let's take a look at Smothering Tithe, because that's really what it's copying. It's a variant of Smothering Tithe. Whenever opponent draws a card, that player may pay 2. If they don't, you create a treasure token. Yeah, that's too busted. And I don't want everything to be Smothering Tithe. And Desire is a one-off. It's not a static check every single time a player does something. You go, I desire, and then you do your checks as you desire. Unless that player pays a life. I mean, you're always getting one let's limited 1v1. I desire. I make a treasure token for me because I'm not going to pay a life. The opponent pays a life. I don't get a second treasure token. That's a lot of value. That is a lot of value. If they don't pay the life, I get 2 treasure tokens. That's massive value. Don't think the corpus needs a unique keyword specifically because it works with treasure. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah. As long as they're making treasures. So, corpus for forma. I know. It'd be like that. So if the corpus thing is to just make treasure, that's it. Like, it's not using treasure, it's just making treasure. Then the blue-black thing is sacrificing artifacts. Because the corpus will share that with the Orican. Orican sacrifice forma, corpus sacrifice treasure. So, keywords, potentially Yeet Desire. Whenever Shield Osprey deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. Simple, right? That's it. We're done. It does that. Now, I know treasure tokens are like evergreen tokens and can show up in every set, but do I still need to put the reminder text on them, or have we gotten past that stage? Because, like, we don't put the reminder text on evergreen keywords anymore. Do we put the reminder text on evergreen tokens? Token synergies with Infested? A little bit, yeah. Because on the flip side, if Corpus are making treasure tokens, Infested can infest the treasure tokens. And then you have a 2/2 creature that you could sacrifice for mana. There's functionality there. And, you know, Grixis and Jund are one color off from each other. So you could run that line down the middle. Oh, I could have some fun with the art on treasure. There's like these big tokens you can have, or that you can get from certain enemies in the game and insert them into slots to activate certain machines on Corpus tile sets, but like the token would be like one of the treasure arts. Let's have a reminder text by default, but remove it and things get wordy. Okay, fair enough. It's not by default. Okay, treasure artifact with... What does it actually say? Give me a second. I want to make sure I get this treasure. Sacrifice this artifact. Let me capitalize that correctly. Well, we're getting rid of that now, right? Wizards is errataing. It's in the keyword tab, but it wasn't auto keyworded. Do I have to like manually keyword it? Whoop, hang on, I'm backwards here. What's going on with you treasure tokens? Treasure token. Why didn't it go? artifacts with sacrifice. Huh? Do I need to tell... Hang on. Do I need to tell it? I do. Okay. Add 1 mana of any color. So we are chopping to your mana pool. That's right. We got that a few years ago. Fair enough. Bam. Create a treasure token whenever it deals combat damage. It's a 1/1 flyer. Because it's set to core. Right. Okay, got it. And then, okay, so since I can manually hit the reminder text up here, we're fine. Because then I can just not do that on uncommon and up, because we know what treasure tokens do. So then crewmen. Target player draws a card. See, that's not specifically an ability here. Whenever a player draws their second card a turn, does that... did I accidentally happen upon spell slinging? But that's white-blue, but not Corpus white-blue. It's Auric and Citizen white-blue, so Corpus should not be doing that. Yeah, no, Corpus should not be doing that. Because Corpus cares about Corpus stuff. Auric and Citizen should be spell slinging. So, target player draws a card. So you'd mainly be using that to make yourself draw a card every turn. Whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, make a treasure token? So this is like anti-spell slinging? That's 2 very different abilities to have on the same card, though. Yeah? Or is that a white thing to do? White cares about opponents doing more than you are. Not as much blue. The crewman could generate a lot of value if opponents are double casting. That's actually objectively better than Rhystic Study. Blue mana should get first billing before the hybrid thing. Oh. Really? I thought hybrids would get priority and then Wooburg Order. Wait, will it? I guess it doesn't care, does it? Well, hang on. No, you're right. You are right. It doesn't auto-sort like the mana. Or the, whoops. There we go. You're right. Okay. I don't know why it didn't auto-sort. Maybe I fucked it up. Maybe I confused it. Who knows? Target player draws a card. I mean, 3 mana, draw a card. That's safe. That's safe. Common, 1/2 for 1 and a blue. It's either side of the non-hybrid. Oh, got it. Got it. Understand. There's just... Okay. Fair enough. Gotcha. One mana, 1/2, draws a card for 3 mana. It doesn't really need anything extra. That could just be the card. I mean, 3 mana... If I were to say target player makes a treasure token, 3 mana to make a treasure token's kind of ass. But that's safe, you know? And you're basically banking mana for later. You know what I'm saying? Like, I were to replace draw a card with makes a treasure token. And not everything needs to serve exactly treasure, but it helps. It helps to have more of it than less of it. In addition to the draw a card to justify the black-red. Okay, okay. Well, guess what's black or red? Treasure tokens! Okay, here, another target player creates a treasure token. Okay, hear me out. All right, hear me out. You know, the blue is the draw card. The black red is treasure token. One player draws, one player tokens up. This way it doesn't double stack. Need to separate those sentences. Oh, you're right. You're right. This is a funny politics card, but I play Commander, so that's where my brain's at right now. This is a funny politics card. In 1v1, this is a very weird value card. This is a weird value card in 1v1, because I can be like, I draw a card, you make a treasure, or I make a treasure, you draw a card. Like, an opponent would look at this and go, oh, I don't want to blow that up. That works for me. You get to keep that. Like, you know? This is like a weird group hug card. That's weird. I kind of, common could have a little complexity as a treat. I would, as an opponent, I would kind of love to see how this gets used against me. Multiplayer draft like Conspiracy. Maybe. Maybe. Possibly. Could be. Maybe. I mean, I wouldn't really have to do much except just make sure there's cards that care about the number of players there are. Like, and so crewman here is like for that. But then I would need to make sure that I'm making abilities that account for the number of players at the table, and that may not be the best thing to do. But the battles, I was planning battles, some sieges, some regulars, and maybe one or two custom battle variants with their own rules. And those could be like a conspiracy draft mechanic where they do stuff across the board. Oh, battles do encourage politics, because they can be attacked by any player or by anyone who's not protecting it, depending on the battle type. Ooh. Now, I don't want battles at common, because battles are super disruptive. Like, super disruptive. They're like, there's a reason why there's no planeswalkers at common. But once we hit uncommon, I could start with the battles as being a set mechanic. That could be interesting. Because then, like, you build to a faction, and then it's like the faction's duking it out. Yeah, they slow down the game. Exactly, and that's why I'm like, if you look at the bottom of the colors, every single color has a card that no longer has a type, because I was originally planning to have battles at common, but then I thought about it, I'm like, no. No, we don't do that. No, it's too slow, it's too bad. Yuck. But at uncommon, if I start doing battles and do like maybe 15 total, maybe 20, maybe like I'm pushing it at 20, but maybe 20. There could be some interesting board politics in a 4-player draft, like Conspiracy. That could be weird. That could be kind of weird. Ah, fuck, that means I would be missing a shot on making Orokin Monarch. I'll save that for rare. Orokin can have Monarch at rare. Draws a card, target player creates a treasure. You know, I think the battles would be the best way to to do that. Yeah. This is funny though. In 2-player, super interesting. In 4-player, really funny board negotiation tactics. Oh no! Oh my god! Oh, look at player number 4. He's so powerful. Hey, player number 2 and 3. Who wants a treasure? Who wants to draw a card? And who wants to not attack me? Monarch makes for an excellent multiplayer mechanic. It does. But that means I have to undo everything I've done with the Orokin, and we're balls deep. So we'll probably save that for, I could put it on a battle card. I could make that a battle for as long as you control assassination. You have the Monarch, and then when assassination dies, it goes to the person who took it. Then why do I need Monarch? Why would I need Monarch then? I wouldn't even need Monarch if you can just yoink a battle by killing it. It's functionally Monarch, you know? But it is funny for multiplayer shenanigans. And this is funny too, because that's almost perfect for 3v1. Is you get your player to your right and your left to like board up with you because the player across from you is getting way too strong and getting ahead. And you're like, oh, well, you get a treasure, you get to draw a card, please attack him instead of me. But in 1v1, it's also super funny. Battle objective. So, actually, I think, and I haven't been able to confirm this, it could just be somebody lying on the wiki, but there is a prototype Magic the Gathering card of a new battle type called Control Point that does exactly that. I haven't been able to confirm it or find evidence that this exists, but that at one point Magic was designing a battle where if you kill it, you gain control of it. It returns to the battlefield under your control and you protect it now. And so it works, it would work like Monarch. But instead of, 1 damage, you get the Monarch, it's you have to kill the battle specifically. There's a mission type in the game called Interception, and it's like there's 4 control points on the map. That battle could be Interception. The player that kills this battle gains control of it and returns it to the battlefield under their control, and then it just goes around the table. And so it's always online. At the end of your turn, if you control this battle, draw a card. It would be Monarch without the Monarch. So then I don't have to include the Monarch as like all over. I don't have to include it all over the set. It's just on this battle. I think that would be really cool. I think that would be neat. And then if I try to tie it to like a battle type that Wizards may be working on, it's sort of future-proof. Sorta. And then I could do... I could do a battle called Exterminate, which is another mission type where you just go into a mission and kill everything. 2, a white and a black. It's a siege. Target opponent defends it. If you kill it, destroy all of their creatures. It's a Wrath of God on a battle. That would be so fucked up. It would give them like a really good reason to defend it, though. And that would be better for 4-player than 2-player. Like if you're running battle shenanigans, it becomes too much in 2-player. You protect this battle, other players may attack it when it's defeated. The controller of the source that most recently destroyed or damaged it gains control of it, and then, well, it would enter the battle under it would enter the battlefield under the control of the player that destroyed it. Maybe the phrasing needs to be different, but it re-enters the battlefield. So instead of going to the graveyard, so then it auto gets its defense counters back. Target player draws a card, another player. That's funny. What else is Corpus? We got, no, that's down here. Sniper. Death Touch. Whenever a creature dealt damage by this dies, yikes. Yikes. Shockwave Moa, Fusion Moa. pay 3 life, create a treasure token if I don't capitalize that, and then put a period at the end, and then... Pay 3 life might be a little much to make 1 treasure token. That's probably like a 2 life kind of thing. That's like a 2 lifer. Battles with no counters don't hit the grave until all its defeat triggers resolve. Really? So even when this battle is destroyed? Huh. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. Defeat trigger. Exile this battle. It enters the battlefield under the opponent who under the control of the opponent who destroyed it. Bam. It just flickers. No, just make it flicker. When the battle is defeated, flicker it. You know? But it re-enters under the opponent's control. I think that'd be fair. Point 8? Yeah. That's it. That... Done! We're gonna, by the way, we're going to forget this by the time I get to uncommons or rares. Just so we're clear. Pay 2 life, create a treasure token. Actually, I had a similar idea myself. Oh, shit, okay. Well, fuck. I will take it. Defense would just be a plain boneless battle. You defend it, you know, when it's defeated. Something or other. Or not even a defense objective. It's just you get bonus value for having it, and then when it's defeated, it's gone. You know? Because there's actually a mission type called defense, and so you are just defending. I guess sabotage would be kind of funny. Assassination. When you defeat this battle, destroy target legendary creature your opponent controls. I mean, you know, that'd be kind of silly. I guess that would be a siege then, because then you could get other players to jump on that. Maybe target, like, if, for example, this was in Commander, make the, you know, target someone's commander, because that would be a legendary creature in this case. There's capture. Gain control of a target creature. But I was thinking, like, 5 monocolored battles, 5 dual-colored battles. If I can squeeze it in, 5 3-color battles, 1 for each faction that plays into the faction abilities, and then 5 sentient creature battles at Mythic. Battle War. As this war enters, choose an opponent to protect it. You and other players may attack it. Well, that would just be a siege, right? Doesn't siege already do that? And then the reward for beating a siege is whatever the reward for the siege is. Or do sieges have to transform? Actually, let me take a peek here. MTG battle. Oh, a siege has to transform. Oh. Transforming is part of a siege. And I was not planning on transforming battles. Uh-oh. Then cast it transformed. Exile it, return to the battle. Yeah, so I would need to make some new battle types. So what is that? Control points. War is probably not specifically war, but we could workshop that one. And then I was thinking a battle type called a boss battle that allows creature battles to attack as if they weren't battles. It's because it's a boss type battle. That, you know, and that would be silly. That's a lot of battle types. I do think we need more type battles, though. War. Survival could be seen as endless. Objective? No. Because a plain battle, you defend. Endless war is a keyword. That'd be funny. Usually when it comes to Warframe, though, it's not so much as a war.
There, there's one known war, like big war, that went on, but that would be a saga. The new war for sure would be a saga card and not a battle. Because that's a story that happened, and so that would play out as a story. Mission? Mission feels kind of weak. Mission feels kind of weak, though. As like a battle-type mission. Blech. Just explaining the idea I already had. Well, okay, instead of endless war, what if just endless was the keyword? And that's a battle keyword, and when the battle is destroyed, exile it, return to the battlefield. And so the battle is just always endless? Or when the battle is defeated. So you have to use battle removal to get rid of it. So, something like that, you know? Because there are what's known as endless missions in Warframe, and these are missions that don't have an end objective. You just have to reach a certain point, and then you can leave anytime you want, or stay forever, and the difficulty continues to climb. So these are like your survival missions, or your excavation missions, or... Oh, excavation. Graveyard recursion. That'd be fun. Like alchemy, or, you know, stuff like that, where you can just stay and stay and stay and get more rewards and more rewards and more rewards. But not having enough battle removal could make Endless too broken. You know? Doesn't really do read all that. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, yeah. Shockwave Moa. End step. If a creature you control died... Okay, we're getting rid of Desire. Nope, I don't mean to italicize that. That's hello. Thank you. If a creature you control died this turn, and maybe not, because now I've got 3 things in black that are making... Whoops. Yeet. 1/2 death touch for 1/2. Yeah. Battle creature boss. This creature can attack... Yeah. Well, I would say a boss battle can attack and block as if it were a creature. Creatures assign damage to both its toughness and its defense counters, or something like that. Like, that would be like the reminder text. This way, you could have, like, a really big creature, but then you can whittle it down turn by turn by turn. Because with the defense counters, it's like the damage sticks between turns. Just make it a battle. Well, that would be the idea. It's a battle creature boss. And the boss battle overrides the rules of battles that say that battle creatures can't attack. If it's a boss battle creature, it can attack. That would be like the rule that would come with that. You know? So you get a really big creature, but other players are allowed to attack it. And target it as if it were like a planeswalker or a battle. A boss battle. Exactly what I post. Yeah. That's it. That's like exactly it. Battle creature boss. Yeah. No, that's exactly it. And then you can be like, oh fuck, burn spell. That didn't kill it, but the damage stays. So it's sort of like think of it like if Emrakul was a boss battle. Emrakul's a 14/14. You need like 14 flying 1/1 squirrels to stop it, right? Or a squirrel every turn for 14 turns. It would, as long as, or whatever its defense counters are. It could have like 10 defense counters, who knows?
But like, as long as you can keep chump blocking it, it will eventually die. You could also target you. Oh, that brings up an interesting point with Death Touch. Death Touch could kill a battle. Because then, oh, I attack with a Death Touch. I target your battle. I deal 1 damage to your Death Touch, or I deal 1 Death Touch damage to your battle creature. Oh, any amount of damage is enough to kill a creature with Death Touch. Your battle's gone. That would be, it could work. Bosses would need Indestructible get around the weirdness of having both toughness and defense. Well, so my thought was whichever hits 0 first counts. That was my original thought. Because damage to toughness falls off at the end step, right? But defense counters are forever. To suck is forever. But if you give it Indestructible, then you don't get to Death Touch cheese it anymore. That lowers the stonks of Death Touch. Because like this sniper crewman could one-shot Hunhow, Destroyer of Worlds. You know, it's, oh, I cast Hunhow, Destroyer of Worlds. Pass, here you go. I attack with Sniper Crewman, and he targets your Hunhow, Destroyer of Worlds. And that would kill it. So maybe Indestructible is probably the way to go. That's exactly how the rules work. Yeah, so I do know that is how the rules work, and it's not particularly smooth gameplay. But, like, is Death Touch the answer to oversized battle creatures? Is that to be, like, the counterpoint to being like, oh no! Oh god! Oh, it dies to removal. Is that the answer, though? Would I give the boss battle creature a toughness lower than its defense counters? Would that also be the important part to check? So that, like, if you, like, mega triple double block, you could kill it. You know, but if you don't have the ability to do that, you can just keep chump blocking and chump blocking and whittling it away bit by bit by bit. Because you can't, like, do that. If someone's swinging at you with Emrakul, you know, forget Annihilator. Like, just forget Annihilator. Linebreaker, any amount of damage this deals removes all defense counter. Ooh. I mean, that's a new keyword. But ooh. I was thinking of some spells that are just like, goodbye, battle. Like, abort mission, remove, exile target battle, and then that's it. You know, it don't get the... It doesn't remove the defense counter, so you don't get the bonus effect of defeating it. It's just exiled. It's gone. And so that would be like a white or white and green spell. So that there's some battle removal in the game. Something like that. Abort mission would be kind of funny. Or return battle to owner's hand. No, because then you get to recast it later. I mean, that can be like really good in like extreme scenarios, but it's a 1-for-1, and they just get to get it back. It's like bouncing a planeswalker. Bouncing a planeswalker's not as good as bouncing a creature. Bouncing a creature can have massive effects. Bouncing a planeswalker, you just reset their counters, and if their counters were lower, you did them a favor, you know? So maybe battle bouncing is not a good thing. Linebreaker. Abort mission. I mean, just If you sacrifice an artifact... Battle creature, like a planeswalker creature, needs to avoid the double calculation. I do... Okay. I do know that Gideon is, like, typically an indestructible creature to try and get around that. But I think that's because they don't want you to attack with it and then have it blocked and then just die because all of its counters go away. Right? I guess I could give the boss battles indestructible. I could do that. Yeah. And then give them a high enough toughness that -1/-1 counters aren't really enough. Oh. Yeah. We just added Wither. Wither gets around indestructible. I can make the boss battles indestructible. Who gives a fuck? Sure. All right. The boss battles will be indestructible. And you need to get around their you need to hit them with damage to get their defense counters down, or other forms of removal. Fuck it, that'll work. Then it avoids the double calculation. I could just say their toughness is equal to their defense counters, right? So power / star toughness is equal to defense counters. I feel like that would be safe, because that's a number you can just see. This way it goes down the same. Well, I guess if you wither it, the toughness goes down faster than defense counters. But other than that, that's not like too broken. And then you could get that within range of some removal spells. But then indestructible. So that might be unnecessary if indestructible. Oh my god, I am getting a lot of Discord shenanigans. Oh, I see, the pile's going off. Yeah, no, okay, fine. They'll have indestructible. That's fair enough. Alright. And then we'll figure out the rest of them when we get there. But for now, 1 and a black, 1/2, Death Touch. It's a sniper, which would be a Death Toucher. But what if it's not a Death Toucher unless you sacrifice an artifact? A coin-operated sniper. Okay, that's a little too corpus. Fuck it, but sacrifice a treasure. This gains... Oh, thank you for auto-uncapitalizing that. Turn. Yeah? That's safe? That feels safe. Yeah? It's a vanilla 1/2, but you can sacrifice a treasure to give it Death Touch. Creature you control died, create a treasure token. Pay 2 life, create a treasure token, sacrifice a treasure, this gains Death Touch. And then what's going on with Infested Maggot? Because I just made him a 1/1 for 1. I guess he's like the perfect thing to infest and give it +2/+2. Like, it's fine to have vanillas. Menace, end step. Control die this turn, create a treasure. Pay 2 life, create a treasure. So I've got 2 treasures out, 1 treasure in. If you sacrifice an artifact this turn, right? Uh-oh, I made a loop. It takes 2 life to create a treasure token, that you can sacrifice a treasure token to gain 2 life. It's not like it's not Blood Artist, but
Mono blue rare payoff 0/0 that gets +1/+1 for each counter on it. It has to enter with a counter at minimum. A vehicle doesn't need. A vehicle could be 0/0 at base, right? There's another Necromech in that I could probably put in blue at rare. Instead of the Void Rig, there's one called the Bone Widow. That one gets like a huge fuck off sword. That could be it. That could be a 0/0 vehicle that gets a buff for each counter? Not even kinda counter, for each counter? That would work. That would be a good rare payoff. It's a tap ability and a single end of turn. They do not go in. Yeah, it's not infinite. You're right. Like, this is a tap, and this is end of turn check. So it is not infinite, but it is a loop. It is an engine, you know. End step, you know, well, you start with, you pay 2 life, create a treasure, sacrifice the treasure. At your end step, they lose 2 life, you gain back the 2 life you spent. Next turn, do it again. It's not the end of the world, but it is an engine. I want to check out, I want to make sure that this is not too crazy. Cauldron's Familiar. Because you had that combo with Witch's Oven, and that was... When it enters the battlefield, your opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. Sacrifice your food, return it from the graveyard to the battlefield. But that's not a tap ability. Well, I guess you can't really tap in the graveyard. And then Witch's Oven, sacrifice a creature, create a food token. Yeah, so that's just an well, Witch's Oven is a tap. Okay, so this is still not as bad as Cauldron Familiar, because it takes a whole turn. But we're getting there. It looks like Cauldron Familiar. That's the thing. It's not the same as Cauldron Familiar, because you're not returning shenanigans from the graveyard back and forth, back and forth, and back and forth. But it looks like it. So I'll keep my eye on this. How about that? We'll just keep our eye on that for playtesting. We'll see if this doesn't become too oppressive. Because I could drop Corrupted Moa down to 1 and 1 instead of 2 and 2. It's not infinite, but it's cauldron-y. And then last but not least, Corpus comes in red. Moa, 1/1/1 with haste. Deals combat damage, desire. Well, we're getting rid of desire. That's just any combat damage. It doesn't care if it's to a player or a creature. What was my other blue? Combat damage to a player. Oh, wait, no, that's corrupted. Hang on. Another player draws a card, another player... Okay, cool. So I don't have deal combat damage, create a treasure yet. That's not a thing I've done. One mana, 1/1 with haste, create a treasure token. Turn 1. Okay, let me think about this. Worst case scenario. Turn 1, cast a Moa, haste, go to attack, it attacks, I create a treasure token because no one else has anything out. I spend the treasure token, cast a second Moa. Or, God forbid, cast a charger. Or I save the treasure. Turn 2. Second land. I have 2 lands and a Moa out. If, God forbid, I have 3 Moas in hand. Oh god, I could pay 1 mana, drop another Moa, attack with 2 Moas. If my opponent's really unlucky, I make 2 more treasures. I'm on turn 2 with 4 fucking mana available on my second main phase. No. Absolutely not. You do something. You cost something different. You cost something different. Turn 2, 4 mana available.
1 tapped land. God, no. Yeah, 1 and a red for a 1/1 with haste. Because that would be fucking crazy. Because then at 4 mana on turn 2, on my second main phase, what can I fucking cast? I mean, just from the commons here, that's a leaper. That's a 3/2 with trample, and I have 2 1/1s on the board. Corpus Tech. 2/4. We'll fix the desire. This is funny, though. What else is 4 mana? Fusion Moa. Yeah, that's a tap ability, so you create the treasure token on the next turn. Beautilist Moa. This is a 3/3 on turn 2, on top of the 2 1/1s I'm running. That would be so bad. That's too aggressive. Rakdos wishes it could do that. A 1/6 defender. I'm good. Yeah. Moa is 2 mana. Moa's a 2 mana. It's still haste, because they are very quick. They run really fast. Mine Osprey, artifact creature, Thopter Flyer. When Mine Osprey attacks, if you have not desired this turn, no. Like, I like the if you had not this turn, do the thing, because it keeps it kind of restricted, but when Mine Osprey attacks, you may sacrifice an artifact you control to deal 1 damage to target creature defending player controls. That's aggressive in red. But red doesn't do sacrifice. At least in the set, red doesn't care much about sacrifice. It's a payoff for it, though. Or it sets up for the artifact-ocrats in blue-black. So this would still work in Corpus. Whenever Mine Osprey attacks, I guess you may pay red, and then that's the treasure synergy, is that you're creating treasures and then firing that off. Yeah, okay. You may pay. You do. Mine Osprey deals 1 damage to target creature defending player controls. You may pay a mana when this attacks to make it ping a creature. And the treasure synergy is that you usually will have a treasure to fire off. I think I've seen goblins that do similar stuff. Usually, though, it's just when they attack, they deal the 1 damage. But I want to make sure that you're burning treasures, because I don't want the corpus to stack up a shit ton. I want there always to be an opportunity to spend. Corpus Tech. They're the big humans, they wear heavy armor, and they're really good at doing our artifact things. I thought this was funny. Desire. Activate this ability only once a turn. Whenever you desire, Corpus Tech is... Like, desire breathing, I thought would be silly. Instead, whenever you create a treasure, Corpus... So now we have... Activate this ability only once each turn. Whenever you create a treasure, Corpus Tech hits it. It's treasure breathing. That's really dumb. Let me see. I want to double check. Make absolutely sure. 2 life to make a treasure. Do I have any other mana makes a treasure stuff? Where's Crewman? No, draw a card, discard a card. Shield Osprey. Combat damage to a player, create a treasure. Corpus deck gets +1/+0 until the end of turn. And he can make 1 treasure a turn for 2 mana. And gets... And it doesn't tap him out because you want to attack with the 3/4. Back from the bathroom. What abominations have I made? So, let's rewind. We're on Moa. Previously, Moa was 1 red mana when it deals combat damage. Create a treasure token, which is 2 busted. So I've upped it to 1 and a red. Because if you do the math, you could have 4 mana on turn 2 after combat, which is fucked. So 1 and a red for a 1/1 with haste. When it deals any combat damage, make a treasure. Are we in safe territory? Because red is aggressive and red wants to fight, and so red combat doing treasure stuff seems within red's wheelhouse. But it still might be too much. Like, the only other combat treasure I have is a blue, but the blue has to do combat damage to a player, whereas this red doesn't care. It can do any combat damage. But it's also a 1/1, so any amount of blocking kills it. For 2 mana, by the way. 2. Specifically 2. 2 mana. I want to make it clear. I upped it to 2. I think it's good enough to go to playtesting. Cool. Because at 1, I did the math, and you turn 1 Moa, you attack, they have nothing to defend with. Make a treasure. Turn 2. Land 2. Tap land. Another Moa. 2 Moas go in. Make 2 treasures. You have 3 treasures and a land. Second main phase. Hit him with a 4-drop on turn 2. No. No. This is now a 2 mana spell. Because could you fucking imagine? That would be way too hyper aggressive. Especially when Charger exists, which has a 1 mana 2/2 with haste. Absolutely not. We're sticking with 2 mana on this bitch. Mine Osprey is another 2 mana. This one's a 2/1 with flying. Whenever it attacks, you may pay 1, and then Mine Osprey pings a creature defending player controls. You could make it 1 mana without... I could make it 1 mana without haste, but these fuckers are fast. These fuckers are quick in-game. They run at you. So I figured red with haste was another good place to have a haste creature in the game. I think they're the only... Yeah, Moa and Charger are my only 2 haste creatures, so I think it's safe to do that as long as it's expensive enough. But Mine Osprey, pay 1 mana when it attacks, and you get to ping a creature. I think that's fair. Yeah. And you don't get to stack it. You may pay red, not any amount of red. Just you may pay 1 red. And if you do, Mine Osprey deals 1 damage. I think I've seen goblins with similar mechanics. Like, some goblins will just ping when attacking. So this one's going to ask you to pay a red. Which, in Corpus, you're going to want to, like, sacrifice a treasure for that red, since you've got treasures. So it's a semi-synergy with the rest of the set. Because he's like, the Mine Osprey drops a bomb, is kind of the flavor here. And it's target creature defending player controls too. Probably could get away with paying 1 instead of red. Okay, all right. My idea was to keep it in red. because treasures. But it's same difference. Same difference. If you've got a bunch of treasures, it doesn't matter what the symbol is. Hell, it could be snow. Could it be snow? Actually, snow's not generic. Snow is colorless. Oh, right. Isn't it? Oh. Hang on. MTG. Snow mana. Is it colorless or generic? Snow is mana from a snowstorm. Oh, so it's generic, but it's generic from snow. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's fine. So anything but snow. Okay, Corpus Tech. This is a bigger, beefier boy. It's a 2/4 for 4. I gave him treasure breathing. For once a turn, you can 1 in a red to create a treasure token. And then whenever you create a treasure token, he gets +1/+0 until the end of turn. So it's like pseudo treasure breathing. He gets greedy. Is this crazy? That works? Okay. Okay. For 4. 2 and a... Yeah, alright. So this is like red's payoff for doing treasures that, you know, red wants to attack. Cool. I think we're good for Corpus then. At least Corpus creatures. Oh, there was one infested creature we didn't check because we had to go back and check some other stuff, and it was Jugulus. So it's a 3-mana defender reach for 4 and a 6, but it has Hammer of Perforos. You get to infest one of your lands and make your land a 2/2, which is kind of how the Jugulus works. It's like a really big, tall infested, but it's rooted to the ground like a tree, and then it attacks by creating tendrils out of the ground to attack you with. And it can also fire bits of its spine as projectiles. So it has reach because of that, but it's also a defender because it can't go anywhere. So is Hammer of Perforosing too strong? You have to tap it to infest your land, and then you're opening up your land to creature removal. Is that too strong? It's land you control. That's the important part. 3/4 or 2/6. Well, I was thinking this guy's a large. And they are dangerous. I want to make it clear, they are very dangerous. Like, if you try to beef with these things, they will fuck you up. So I was hoping this would be like one of the green larges next to Tusk Thumper, who is a 4/5, I guess. Or is it just like too much for a common? Is that the problem? Is that it's all of these abilities and then big for a common? Or is it too low costed? Because like you can go big with green. Green has ramp. I could up this. I could up this all day. 2 green green, 2 green green. That means you're forced to be in a green deck. It's harder to splash because of that. You have to be doing green. You don't just get to be like, I'm gonna be blue white or blue black and I want green on the end. Just for this one card, that would suck. It would suck to try and splash Jugulus in a deck that's not trying to run green then. Okay. And then, of course, you have to do the 3 mana to infest one of your lands. Your lands, not the enemy land. Your land. And the downside is... upside is you get a creature. Downside is your lands are open to creature removal, which is here or there. Okay. Oh my god, what is going on with my esophagus? Ah! Okay. Yeah, because that was one I think we needed to take a look at. Okay, and then I think finally we take another look at Grineer? Did we look at all the Grineer? Hellion, 2/2 flying for 1/2 with Gene Stamp. Hang on. There is a creature that does almost exactly this, except it makes a 1/1 spirit. Hang on. What is that called? Well, let's look at the Doomed Traveler, but I could have swore there was a white creature that did the same. Oh, it is the white creature, but he's a 1-mana 1/1, creates a 1/1 white spirit with flying. This is a 2-mana 2/2 creates a 2/2 with flying. So that's a little on curve if we compare it to Doom Traveler. Garrison Cat. Garrison is a 1/1 for 1 that creates a 1/1 when it dies. Hellion is a creature type of magic. No, I know. But it's not an actual Hellion in the game. It's a guy. They're just called Hellions because they have jetpacks. I promise. I know it's a creature type in Magic, and it's like those worm things with the tentacles on their face. That's not in Warframe. Imagine a soldier in heavy armor with a jetpack and a missile launcher. That's what this is. That's why it's a Grineer soldier, I promise. Making it a Hellion would actually be a flavor fail. Although, I could make an infested Hellion. There is an infested worm, but then it could just be an infested worm, too. Well, I'll have to cover that. Yeah, no, this is just a guy. 2/2 white flyer is always worth at least 3 mana. Okay. Perfect. Now, do I do 2 and a white or 1 and 2 white? Long stream today? Yeah, I'm doing a little bit longer because I haven't been able to stream in a while. Like, it's been a long time, and I don't think I'm going to be able to stream tomorrow either. And I was a little late to start today. So I want to go a little bit longer. Maybe till like 5:30-ish. You know? But, like, if I do 1 white... Oh, God, what were those birds? Oh, no, the birds were, like, white, because I use them in a devotion deck. If I do 1 and a white and a white... That keeps you in white to do this. I think that's fine, right? Because then the downside is that you really need to be in white to run this card. The upside is that if it dies, you get another one. You can replace it, and then there's synergy when it dies. Lancer. That's 1. Okay, so that makes it more interesting then, because Lancer's a 1 and a white, so I don't run 2 1 and a whites. It's, now it's something different here. You're a 1/3 first striker. I could lower the 3 to a 2. And let me make sure. Yeah. All the white creatures are pretty low. Grineer Lancers usually have, like, AK assault rifles. They're not actually AKs. They're, like, magic rifles. But I'm just comparing it to an AK because it kind of feels like that. So they're like the little commandos, and they go brap, brap, brap. So I think they would probably have first strike. Screen's black. Uh-oh, why is screen black? It's fine on my... is it your end? Do you need to refresh? Okay, it's fine on my end. It could just be a connection issue on your end. You might need to refresh. Because my... Yeah. Twitch is weird and my connection is spotty. Refreshing work. Awesome. So 1/2, 1/3 with first strike, and then you get a copy when it dies. I think that's fine. The Grineer are really simple. They want to die. They're like Russians. You throw hordes of them into the abyss. There's always more. That's fucked up. That's actually kind of fucked up. They do act like space Russians, though. So yeah. And so the payoff is not just that you get a copy when it dies, but that there would be Grineer synergies. It's not as complicated as what everyone else has going on. You know? Oh, butchers are interesting. I just realized something about butchers. Butchers can teleport. Butchers can flicker. That might be a thing to do here. But are we at least sane on Lancer before I move over to Butcher? Or what I want the flicker as a non-bow with tokens. No. Gene Stamp. Whenever this creature leaves, if it wasn't a token, create a token. Copy it, you know? So if I flicker a non-token, then it's a combo. Because then I get the token copy and then the original comes back to the battlefield, right? Yeah, and then Grineer are in white, so the white end might want to flicker one, like maybe a little, maybe a flicker is a treat, you know, just a little flicker. Because Butchers, what they can do is they're a melee unit, but they can teleport to close the distance. So that I could represent that teleporting with like a flicker, and then it's a 1/1, so it's not dangerous to have a shit ton of them. But they go wide. So like, I don't know, whenever this attacks, exile it, and then return it to the battlefield tapped and attacking. So that makes it vulnerable to do the flicker, but then you get the bonus, and then if the opponent blocks it, then you get another token. Flicker effect on a Gene Stamper would need to be a 5 mana and tap. Really? Really? 5 mana and tap. Okay. Not flicker any creature, just flicker this guy. So I just want to make it clear. Hang on. Whenever this attacks, exile it, then return it to the battlefield, tapped and attacking. Obviously, not for 1 mana. I agree, but 5? 5 would be too much, or 5 would be like these. For a 1/1, what do you think would be fair here? Because the tokens enter tapped and they're not attacking. The tokens will have summoning sickness and they don't get to defend because they'll enter tapped and you got to go all the way around until your next upkeep to get your tokens available. And it's a 1/1, so if someone blocks it, you know, you get the next token. But then, but then these tokens will have copied this ability, meaning if the tokens attack, they just exile themselves, they don't flicker, it becomes a non-bow. That could be why this is a 1 mana spell. Because the tokens you create can only defend for you. Since attacking, look at the card Jade Mage. Let me take a look at Jade Mage. True. Jade Mage. Okay, 1 and a green for a 2/1. It has an activated ability. 2 and a green, create a 1/1 green sapperling creature token. So about total of 5 mana to create a 1/1. That is true. That is true. But the difference is that 1/1 is allowed to attack. And the 2 and a green is a instant speed ability that you can repeat as long as you have the mana. This is an attack trigger. So I could say, like, 2 and a green. Or 2 and a green. 2 and a white. 2 and a white. You get a 1/1. When it attacks, you get a 1/1. But that 1/1, because it's a token, if it attacks, destroys itself. Because exiling a token deletes it. And then when this dies, you get another 1/1 that's also not allowed to attack. So all of the 1/1s that this thing makes are kind of dead in the water. They're blocker, chump blocker 1/1s. You know? So for 3 mana,
you can basically get 3 power out of 2 turns. Technically. One of those is a trade, so it's actually kind of like 2 power. You can make the attack trigger require paying 1. That makes it a May effect and allowing the tokens to attack. Which then would make this... I could probably even make this cost less if I do that. You're not wrong. Whenever this attacks, you may pay 1. If you do, exile it, then return to the battlefield tapped and attacking. And this is... Okay, then we got like another creature that has a you may pay 1 when it attacks. So that's still 3 mana. But you can't... Like, the tokens can't populate themselves by doing the flicker. That's the important part, is because Gene Stamp will check if it's a token, and token you can't clone a token here. But not with Gene Stamp, anyways. That's the important weakness of this, is that you have to clone the actual card. So Butchers would be kind of funny. All creatures get -1/-1 until the end of turn. Butchers. They are super weak Scrub Lord enemies. Super weak. Like, one of the weakest in the games. They're right next to Maggots. Yeah. Yeah, but then, like, if I were to, like, have a card that exiles another Grineer, for example, like if I had another Flicker spell, I would certainly make that more expensive in that case. For sure. Probably not going to do that at common either. Next up on the Grineer is red. I have 2. Ballista is a 2/1 first strike for 2. Now, Lancer is a 1/3 first strike for 2. They're functionally very similar. Hi, Electro. They're extremely similar. That's not the end of the world. Red and white like first strike, and it's a different power toughness dynamic. I think first strike and Gene Stamp is just enough to make this a little pushed. Because even though it's a 2/1, it's a 2/1 with first strike, and then it zaps anything you block that has 2 power or less. So you need something, or I'm sorry, 2 toughness or less. So you need something with 3 toughness to block this, and then you do, and you succeed, and you kill the Ballista, and then I get another Ballista. Already on curve. Gene Stamp ups. I agree. I was just working through that. I completely agree. So this is a more expensive version of Lancer. Yeah. Okay. And then it doesn't need anything else. Like, it looks vanilla on the surface, but you always get 2. Because Grineer like to go wide. Flameblade. Flameblade's interesting. 1 mana, 1/1, Gene Stamp. That's already on curve, so I might up that to 1. They're very much like the Butchers, though. So, with Gene Stamp, I'll up that to be a 1/1 for a 1 and a red. But it has this fight ability down here, where it gets +2, +0 until the end of turn, and then fights another creature, but you have to pay mana and tap it to do that. So you don't get to stack it up, and because it maintains its toughness, it'll just die. But Grineer want to die. You want to be firing off Gene Stamp. That's the thing. You want to make Gene tokens. So a 1/1 for 1 and a red Gene Stamp. I think that's better. Again, because they're like Butchers. They can teleport to get into melee range. And so my version of this is they teleport and they fucking go in. And they're gonna die. But hey, man, they go in.
And you got to pay 3 mana to do it. So, turn 2, cast the Flame Blade. Turn 3, make it fight a bitch. Usually on turn 3, you're on curve to kill anything your opponent has. You get a tapped clone token of this. Then turn 4, you untap the clone token. 3 more mana to do it again. But then you don't get the token after that. And then you have 1 mana to do anything. You just wasted 2 fucking turns killing stuff. This could be seen as creature removal. It might... +2, +0 might be a little much, though. It might be a tad much. I think that's the argument that needs to be made. The +2 could be a bit much. Yeah? Because if you're just running 4 ofs of Flameblade, that means you get 8. Like, you could potentially fire this ability off 8 fucking times. +1/+1. But I want it to die. That's the important part, is I want it to be weak enough to get... I want it to die. I want it to have that 1 toughness. So when it fights, I want it to get killed. This way you're not, I can do +1/+0. You know? This way you can kind of force it to Gene Stamp. I mean, there are a lot of things that can do 2 damage. I think for 3 damage for 3 mana is fine. Okay, alright, fair enough. I was just thinking about the way that's like, it's 2 mana, then you do the 3 damage next turn, and then you create the clone, which will also have this ability. But it's like once per turn, because, you know, on turn 3 you're gonna have 3 mana, on turn 4 you're gonna have 4 mana, so you don't get to do it, you know, you don't get to multi-stack it. Yeah, okay, fair enough. And it's like creature removal. It's creature removal in red. That's the way to look at it. And because it's a tap ability, that's the important part, is you have to tap it. You have to wait for Summoning Sickness. That's the big deal. Yeah, okay. And then finally, Grineer in green. It was Seeker, Trooper, Thumper. We need to review Thumper, because there's something on there that's kind of gross. Seeker. A 2/2 Vigilance for 1 and a green. That's slightly above curve, don't you think? Because we did discuss that Gene Stamp pushes it a little above curve. Yeah, okay. 2 and a green. I like that, like, okay, Gene Stamp is worth an extra mana. I think that's important to note, because you get the creature back when it dies. Yeah. Trooper. Okay, we've already discussed this. This is 2 and a green for a 3/3 boneless. Maybe just remove Vigil. Well, then... Funny you mention that. Here's Trooper. You know, here's the one with the remove the vigilance on it. Do we put something else on here? Or is having 2 and a green's fine? Or do we put something else on the Trooper? Already on curve for green. Okay. Alright, so then once again, Gene Stamp ups it. True. True. No, I think I want to put Nox at uncommon. Because Nox does the wither damage. Yeah, because the Trooper's just a big guy with a shotgun. So 3/3. 3/3. He's an elephant for 4. He's 2 elephants for 4, but not at the same time. He's an elephant with regenerate for 4. 4 mana feels under curve, though. Maybe vigilance? I think double vigilance in green is a little iffy. What else could green do? Green has trample, but the Tusk Thumper's running trample. Green has reach, but the Tusk Thumper's running reach. Okay. Okay, I've got it. We've got this. I will switch the Trooper out for Nox. Nox is a heavy Grineer unit that does toxin damage, and then we give him Wither. Right? No, we don't do that. No, that's uncommon. No, fuck that. Nope, okay. A 3/3 Wither is not good at common. At least not without, like, extra restrictions. Plus Gene Stamp, no. Like, double Vigilance is kind of silly. Okay, so the Grineer share tokens with the Infested. So Gene Stamp does that. 2/2 Gene Stamp, 3/3 Gene Stamp Vigilance. Okay, then I'll just switch their names. I'll just... Trooper. He's just a 2/2 bear. Seeker. 3/3 elephant with vigilance. If I would spell it right. There we go. I just switched their names around. Got it. Shotgun guy's a 2/2. Seeker, the one that deploys mines and is you know, aware of stuff and can deploy drones and shit. 3/3. Fair enough. I'll take it. 4 mana for a 3/3 vigilance. 3 mana for a 2/2 Gene Stamp. Okay. Yeah, that's 3 mana for 2 bears. When you think about it that way. And then, the big boy, the 4/5, okay? Tusk Thumper. 6 mana, 4/5, reach trample. This is where we're going to have an issue. That might be too much. But the Tusk Thumper being able to rally Grineer is kind of a flavor I want it to do. So how do I do this without it being this powerful? How do I power down this ability? I mean, if just enter untapped might be good enough. For perspective, this is a 4-legged tank that can jump upwards of 40 feet in the air. It has a cannon and a machine gun and missile launchers. That is not an effective... Exactly. How do we fix it? If I were to be like, Token Grineer, you create enter untapped. Even if that still feels... Even at 6 mana, that's still... I'm starting to feel like that's a little much. Right? Right? That's still... Yeah. Hang on. The what is it? Land tiller? What is the fucking thing? Tiller engine. I think that's a fucking rare. Yeah, that's a rare. Yeah, that needs to be a rare pair off. Okay. All right, fair enough. Then let's rewind. What kind of payoff can we give for making tokens at common? Because a 6 mana 4/5 reach trample is... That feels under curve. Uh-oh. Oh, I gotta check that out later. Common doesn't really get payoffs. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's not a vehicle, though. Grineer don't pilot this. This is not like a Dargon where Grineer piloted. But it is big, and I wanted it to fill up one of my 2 large green creature slots. It's a very big creature. And like it's like a 4/5-ish. I feel like a 4/5 or a 4/4 in that area. Reach trample. green, 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 green. During your end step, when this destroys target creature with flying effect, is what you're saying? Like, if I use that as a defender to destroy something with flying, when this enters... Oh, shit. Hang on. I gotta go check on laundry real quick. I'm the best friend in history. Want to know why? I don't know, but hang on. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. I gotta go check on 2 things. We'll cook on this, okay? I'll be right back. Be good.
Is this real? The fear I feel when the noise starts dying down. Is it true that there's a place for you when the sun burns out? Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to make things right. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise, a sanctuary burns while you play God. As above, so below, so below. Is there a cure? The sky obscured and the monsters crawling out. I'm not scared, I won't die in here while the world burns down. Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to burn alive. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise, a sanctuary burns while you play God. As above, so below. Who will take our place if this becomes our fate? We shall turning our faces. Wanna see the stars before they fade too far. I can't see the stars that we got too far. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise, a sanctuary burns while you play God. As above, so below, so below. As above, so below.
I'm buying a Catgirl maid costume for my friend. He's a male, and I'm not joking. I'm actually buying him one. He lives in the northern part of Europe, and I'm in a bulk. Good man, good man, good man. As long as they're mentioned, that's what they sincerely want. Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah. Okay, so I've had some ideas. I could drastically lower the cost of this at the cost of sacrificing lands to cast it. Which What I meant to say when enters destroy target creature with flying. Hang on. How did you at my bot? When it enters destroy target creature with flying. Oh. Well, maybe. But I think about it this way. These tanks usually emerge from underground. And so that could be seen as destroying a land to summon them. When this enters, sacrifice a land. I want that 1.5k stud so bad. Lurl. Lurl. It was the only M option. Don't worry, I'm reading. Lurk. Brother. He finally gets it. He got it. He got the lurk command, guys. It took him a few tries. When enters sacrifice a land, that could give me an excuse to actually lower the mana. I'm so dyslexic. Mood. So I could actually like lower the mana cost of that. Because you're permanently sacrificing a land to get this thing onto the battlefield. The tank will emerge from underground. They're designed to flatten land to make room for more expansion of Grineer structures and settlements. So they are land destroyers in a way. Lurl, you've already lurked. Yeah, Another option is that this could be like a land ramping. This could ramp land because it could go find a land for you. It's in green. That could be a thing it does. When this enters, search your library. Maybe sack a land to search for 2 lands. Harrow. Hang on. Ooh, Harrow. Okay, so Harrow is 2 and a green. Sacrifice a land. Look up to 2 basic lands. Put them onto the battlefield. I say do that, but tapped. Sacrifice a land. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards. Put them onto the battlefield tapped. And then I think I invert. I was about to say the mana cost probably goes back up after that because you're net 1 mana. Harrow is 2 and a green, but it doesn't give you a 4/5 reach trample. So for 2 and a green plus 2, but Harrow also puts them onto the battlefield untapped, whereas this puts them onto the battlefield tapped, but it searches for basic lands. I think the way you think about Tusk Thumper is that it's late in the game, but it mana fixes you if you're running 3 color. Like, you can go search for 2 basic lands of your other colors. It can help get you back on track. And then it's also just a big creature. I think that's the best way to view this. It's a 5 mana 4/5 reach trample mana fixer. Of a 4-legged tank that can burrow and flatten land and jump 40 feet into the air. Warframe is weird. Warframe is strange. Yeah. Very strange. Though I could do 3 green. I've already got a green on Jugulus, though. Yeah. I could make it specifically look for a basic mountain and a basic plains. Sacrifice a forest, search your library for a basic mountain and a basic plains. Being hyper-specific like that narrows this card down. This way it wants to be in Naya, and that's the Grittier synergy, is that it's in Naya. For a basic mountain and a basic plains. Right? Let me, hang on. Because, yeah, this would trample a forest to create a mountain or a plain environment. You're getting 2 mana for the price of 1 here. Sacrifice a forest, yeah. And then outside of basic forests, I was going to have, like, some triomes. But, like, nothing too crazy. So, you'd be getting rid of a triome for some basic lands. That'd be too great. I think making them basic keeps this lower down on the down low. And then if this were to escape into other formats, it's not the end of the world. Because 5 mana for this effect, just for this effect alone, is kind of silly. Yeah. Yeah. Then put them on the battlefield. Oh. Is that a period? First of all, I need to put the shuffle. Hang on. Then shuffle. I forgot to put that on there. Search your library for a basic mountain and a basic plains, then put them on the battlefield. Tap, then shuffle. Yes. I'm not sure about the wording there. And if you do, or when you do, so you can't get the lands out if you cheat this out. Without any forests. True, if you... Ah! I'll say if. If you fail to find, then you don't get the bonus effect. Cool. Cool. Right? Basic mountain and a basic plains, and put them on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Got it. And then I think that's the creatures. I think that's our common creatures. We've got our colorless sorceries here. Or a few of them. We need to do more. Lift together. Colorless or white. Make a bunch of citizens. Void Beam. Red sorcery. Zap. Red or colorless, devoid. Wake Up Tenno is the devoid green. Library for a land. Or Tenno, mana value 3 or less. Well, okay, hang on. Let's go back to Wake Up Tenno. Should that be basic land? Because this is searching for any land. I think this should be basic land, right? Because you could search for Merit Lage's Slumber. I think basic. I don't like searching for any lands. Yeah, basic. There we go. Much better. Then shuffle. Yep, I gotta put that shuffle on searches. I do want to review infesting spores because I've kind of changed how that work. This used to be an aura, but now I've made it a sorcery. Create an infested token attached to target creature or artifact. Yeah. This way, I'm telling it to not hit enchantments because it breaks if you enchant an enchantment. I still think I should grab any Nintendo if it's only to hand. For 2 to 4. Yeah, okay. For 2 to 4. For 2 to 4. Reveal it. Put it into your hand, then shuffle. Okay. For 2 to 4. I think, alright, that's fine. Where was I with this one, though? Yeah. This way, yeah, with if I make this a sorcery, you can enforce where the enchantments go. Instead of, like, you can't enchant an aura with an enchantment and then make a chain of killing itself. You can't enchant a battle. Wait, make it an aura again, or the mana cost and a reminder text is point. Oh. Okay, alright, alright. Then I need to break this back down into... Then, hang on. Ooh, narrowing it down here would be an issue. Let me go back to keywords then, because I thought if I could be clever by making it a sorcery. I mean, like, if it's a sorcery, I can tell it what to enchant. But no, you're right. No. Aw, there it is. With enchant non-aura. You could enchant a battle, though, and that starts presenting issues. You could also enchant a saga, which has some issues. Enchant non-enchantment. That covers our aura issue, because you could just... It's non-enchantment. Period. So sagas are not becoming creatures. Enchantments are not becoming creatures. Enchantment auras are not becoming creatures. Enchantment creatures are not a big deal in this deck, or in this set, so we don't have to worry about that. There will be a few. I guarantee there will be 1 or 2, but it's not a big deal. Well, does the Terrorless need to be an enchantment creature? It kind of is made out of magic, but that's like, no, it's a battle. It's a battle. Fuck that. It doesn't, no enchantment creatures. Those are more strategic options than a rules issue. Yeah, and if it's not a boss battle, it can't attack. Okay. I still think non-enchantment permanent is the safest way to go, because enchanting magic is a little iffy. Or infesting magic is a little iffy, you know? If you put a spell on the battlefield, how do you like infect that with a disease? So I think non-enchantment, flavor and function-wise, it serves a double purpose. Enchant non-enchantment permanent. Enchanted permanent. Whoops. Is a infested creature. Whoops. Addition to its other types. And it has +2. Whoops. 2 + 2. Oh my god. I can't. Holy shit. I can't type to save my life. And then Kindred. Burn my dread. Enchant. Oh my god. Enchant. Why can I not type? Infested aura. Non-enchantment. Did I do that? Hang on, did I do that? No, I did. Okay, we're good. The hyphen isn't only because subtypes are capitalized. Wait, what? Huh? Just non-enchantment. Just not... Okay. Okay. Sorry, it took me a second. So like that, non-enchantment. And so it only matters on subtypes, because subtypes are... Right, alright. Is an infested, because, you know, keywords. It's also an infested... Whoops. Is also an infested creature. And I don't need to do that. And has +2/+2. Right. And gets +2/+2. Sorry, had to syntaxing. Could have just copy pasted that, but that'd be too easy, you know. Enchanted Permanent is also an infested creature. Gets +2/+2. Cool. And then we don't have enchanting aura shenanigans here. Or infesting a saga. Yeah. I guess you could infest a battle, because like you're infesting the mission, so the mission becomes invaded by infestation. Like, I guess that kind of works on paper. Kindred, enchantment, infested aura. Okay. And then, so then having these on board is like a fun way to still do infested strats. Cool. I wonder what I could... Why are you down here? You're 3 colors. Is it because you're hybrid? Is it... that's the issue. It's a hybrid, so it's being sorted with the hybrid cards. Oh. Yeah, well, alright, whatever. Yeah, I could drop these, but I was hoping that I'd have, like, 1 card of each, I keep saying sub-archetype like it means anything, but you know what I mean. 2-color archetype. I was thinking, like, each one of these would play into that. But we'll figure it out. And I can move, like, creature names around. Because if I look at green-white, that actually would be a good one for Kavort Defector. Actually, that would be amazing for Kavort Defector. Holy shit! In addition to its other types is needed on non-token. Got it. Got it. In the reminder text, we can just chop it a little bit, because it kind of makes sense. To its other types. Right. Sorry about that. Okay, so where's Kavort Defector? Because you're the citizen, right? You're the citizen Grineer. Whenever you create a Grineer no, this is green. This is green-white. This is green-white. Let's be real. So that doubles up on the subtype if you want to enchant your own stuff. It does. But if you make the artifact into a creature, the artifact itself, like the creature no longer has the creature type. Do I just make sure I don't count how many infested you control? No, it does need to give the creature type, because I was thinking there would be a couple of stuff at higher rarities that would say infested creatures you control do this, get that, buff them with that. And so if I were to do it like with the aura way, and not give that creature type out to infested creature or the enchanted creature, then we start having issues, you know? We could drop the kindred part. Just make it an enchantment aura. Right? I also forgot to change the name. Like, if this is just enchantment aura, then it will just add the creature type to the creature it's enchanting. Infested creatures and creatures enchanted by infested. Yeah, but that's already... That's... But, like, if I do this right, it could just be infested creatures. It's just end of story, you know, infested creatures. With the double count. Like, as long as I don't say you gain X life for every infested you control, I think we're good. Like, if I stay away from those effects that count the number of infested out there, I think we're fine. Honestly. Like, the double count is cool as long as I don't check for that. Unless it's like a mythic or something goofy, you know? Yeah, I think we're good. I think it'll be good. Because this is a limited design space. Infested is not a creature type that's much outside of Magic. There could be some basic tribal cards that could get messy with this. Kindred, I'm sorry. There could be some basic Kindred cards that get a little messy with this outside of limited. But in the limited space, I can specifically tune the infested creature type to make sure that it doesn't get too snippy. In addition to... Oh, right. No, you're right. I forgot about that. Is an infested creature in addition to its other types. Yeah. You right. Where was I, though? I was going to move Kavor Defector. I was going to move him down to be the hybrid, because he's doing the hybrid archetype, which is go wide. He's not doing just Grenier or just Citizen. He's doing both. In a really good way. And then I could replace him with something citizen-y here instead. Because this would be Grenier green, citizen white. You know what I'm saying? Like, are all of these creatures, or would some of these be spells? That's another thing I would need to consider. I think the hybrids could be creatures. So, like, you know, two in this. Kavor Defector is also very white. You feel me? Move him down to here. This way, he goes really well in the Citizen or the Kavor deck, or if you're just running green-white, he's excellent there. But, Now I need to consider what's here now. What goes here? Let's see, I have one Ostron, right? And I have two Solaris. I could do another Ostron. Sacrifice it, find a land. Ostron Clade Finder. That's kind of cool, actually. That's kind of a cool name. Oh, but this is my medium slot. Quills can see into the future. So they'd probably be closer to blue, so and probably uncommon. So I wouldn't do that here. hang on. Ignoble Hierarch. Ignoble Hierarch. Okay, so I don't need to put Exalted on here, unless I make Exalted one of the keywords on, Forma. Wait, what's Noble Hierarch? What are the colors on Noble? The Noble is banned. Oh, but it's Human Druid. Damn. Damn. Ostron Hierarch. Tap, add Bant. One of Bant, excuse me. Don't give it Exalted. Zero one. What's like the secondary thing it can do? Strong Hierarch. G. So not Exalted. You smell funny, like hog smelly. Smelly hedgehog funny. It rushed my nose so fast. You're too slow. Okay, if I just do Exalted, it's the same thing. Let me check really quick. Because if I do Forma with like uncommon here. Hey, so nervous. You'll be fine, Death, I promise. Hang on, let me go into my MTG folder, Universes Beyond cards. What were my prototypes? I deleted them. Oh, shit. If I just do Exalted, this is just a side printing of Noble Hierarch. Except it's a citizen. What could I do instead of Exalted at green? I hate that I'm prepared to pick out 4 songs. Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Ostron Scout lives together, pays for an additional 1. Don't do Exalted. Yeah, probably not. Because then it's just a Noble Hierarch, and I am listen, I am ripping off Noble Hierarch, but what could I do here differently? What could I do instead of Exalted? For Ostron Hierarch. I sing each one differently. Uh-oh. Because I moved Kavor Defector down to green-white since this is the green-white synergy card. So what do I do at Ostron Hierarch? Live together. For a 1 mana? For a 1 mana 0/1? Or are you saying it should be bigger and cost more, and then live together, and then tap for Bant? Because the joke is, there's Noble Hierarch in Magic the Gathering, Ignoble Hierarch that's chunned, and then I'm back to ripping off Noble Hierarch. Like, if I were to do Exalted, no, you know what? Exalted is a rare, isn't it? Yeah, okay, no Exalted. No, wait. Exalted makes it rare, so we won't do that. What is the Ostron Scout doing? Whatever this Ostron Scout lives together, this pays for an additional 1. You tap him, you get 2 mana out of him to cast a spell. Ostron Hierarch. common. Think common. Haste on a 1 mana, 0/1, tapped, add a mana. Like, it's not the end of the world. Like, sure, if you get, like, 2 of them in your hand, you can double drop them, and then your next turn's gonna be spicy, but... Red, green, white, and has Gene Stamp. I could do a Grenier that does that for sure. Seeker. We could work that into here with the Trooper and Seeker. Though I guess with the Thumper fetching mana, maybe not. Oh, thanks for the lurk, Death. You have a good one. Whenever you cast a citizen spell, add green, white, or blue. I might as well just say citizen spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. And that's not common. That's certainly not a common spell. Lands you control can add. Hang on. Lands. Whoops. But I feel like... No. That's not common. And no matter what price I make this, that's still not a common ability. There's no way. Because that's just mana fixing. And it's way too good at mana fixing. Way too fucking good. At that point, just had Chromatic Lantern. Exactly. I mean, I thought Ostron Hierarch is just funny, you know? What's the opposite of Exalted? Whenever a creature blocks, what's that? No. Okay. Fine. I had my... Alright. Okay. Gosh. I thought it would be funny to rip off Noble Hierarch. It's just a meme. Though that's still an option in, what is it, Naya? I can still do that in Naya. Maybe. Gene Stamp as a Grenier Hierarch is too elegant to pass up. Okay, so I don't disagree, but considering that Noble and Ignoble Hierarch are rares, let's consider that for the rare slot. Because I think that's too powerful at common, you know? I don't disagree. And like, you know, Grenier commanders are a thing. There's the Kuva Grenier. I think that would be better to save for rare. Yeah. Well, let's go back to what you got going on. Ostron Clade Finder. Hang on. Where? What's that fucking snake turtle? Whoops, MTG. What was his fucking name? Green turtle snake, sacrifice, do a thing. Is it Secure a Tribe Elder? Search your library for a basic land card. Put that on the battlefield tap, then shuffle. Yeah, that would be it. Yep, one in that for a one. Secure a Tribe Elder. No sense in not ripping that off, you know? Bam. Yeah. Fair enough. For a 2-mana, you get a 1/1 citizen that can contribute to Live Together, or you can zap it to go get a land. I think we're good. I think that's fine. Clade Finder. I don't know what the fuck kind of image I'm going to use for that. I have no idea how I'm going to get an image for that one. We got Kavor down here. That's funny. I like that. What about the other combos I've done, though? Like, Orican and Corpus share some design philosophy here, because they share colors. So this would be an Orican Corpus thing to have. Do I need to move something that's up here down to there? Because Corrupted... Drone... I mean, I guess the Corrupted are always stealing from the other factions. Moa, Corrupted Drone... That has an ability on it. That cares about sacrificing artifacts. Corrupted Ancient is infested, so I'm not worried about that. Maybe Corrupted Moa, but then what do I put in its place? What other corrupted enemies can... what other Corpus enemies can the Corrupted yoink? I mean, basically anything if you're on a Void Fissure. Maybe I'll make that a spell. They don't all have to be creatures. It could just be a spell. Consider this. Though it would be fun if it were a creature. Though Fusion Moa is a Corpus Moa made with Orican tech, it would just be Corrupted Moa and, like, I could... Hang on, where's Fusion Moa? Are you black? Yeah, it is. These are basically the same thing in game. I could just change the name here to something else. Like a Rattel. Oh, I am dropping frames. Beginning of your end step. If you sacrifice an artifact this turn, that target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. That's black and not black and blue, though. Oh my god. I am dropping a shit ton of frames. No, I got it. It won't be a creature. I know what it is. It'll be an artifact. Be like a Shrine of Parvos or something. Holy sh... What is... Oh my god, my internet fell off! All of a sudden, too. What the fuck? Like, it went from okay to not okay. Hey. Yeah, no, it's... I am at triple-digit kilobits per second. In the last few seconds here... Holy shit. Yeah, my bit rate is fucked. Okay. All right. Fair enough. We'll save here. Probably get this wrapped. Oh, yeah, no, it's 6 o'clock. I think it's time to go. This is a good time to wrap it up on. Oh, my God. Holy shit. It's just 0. It's just 0 frames. It's just 0 kilobits per second. I fucking hate this internet, man. I can't enjoy a day without this problem. And there's nothing I can do about it, you know? Yeah, rip to me, I guess. Can y'all still hear me, at least? I've understood that when I have these problems, y'all can still hear me a little bit, which is the important part. And this is like a chill design space, so... Okay, yeah, alright. Well, this'll be... artifact. Granum Shrine. You can sacrifice a treasure to make this do a thing. You know? That'll be the blue-black. Audio's been fine? Okay. Well, we'll do this later. Let me go ahead and get wrapped up here, because I've been streaming for 7.5 hours, a little over 7.5, so that's pretty decent. Where can I send y'all? Let me complete all of this. I did not mean to do, whoops. Hang on. Whoop, I'm clicking all the wrong buttons. Complete all. Yes. All right, now I open the raid panel. Who am I following that is online today? I got some options here. Options. I've rated them recently. Let's go raid out Shawl. He's doing RuneScape right now. Haven't raided him out in a minute. I went to go participate at his, well, not participate. I went to go hang out in his chat during his birthday stream a while back, but I wasn't streaming that day, so I didn't get to raid him. So this will be the makeup raid. His birthday's literally the day after mine. So, well, we're gonna go make it up to him. We're gonna go kiss and make up. Let's see. Updates. I will not be streaming tomorrow because shit is whack. I might, maybe, and this is a big if, big maybe, return to normal streaming on Tuesday. Don't get your hopes up, because shit is still whack on my end, okay? I'm not, this could be the new normal, where I become a rare streamer for a few weeks, maybe even a month, because I have to make a shit ton of money in, like, no time at all. So streaming is kind of the side hustle now, not the main hustle. Otherwise, I'll keep y'all updated on the Discord, so make sure you're in the Discord to get updates about when I'll go live and see, you know, my Botanical collection and whatnot. I guess I'll try to update you on the days I plan to stream. Then, make sure you use code Makuta at glitchenergy.com for 10% off your order. Glytch is spelled with a Y. They sell sugar-free powdered energy drinks. No calories, no crash. It's good stuff. I had both Kindred Kiwi and Strawberry Rage today. Those are good flavors. They got some new ones like Sour Grape, which is called Karen's Tears, and they just got like a new sour electric candy or something that's pretty delicious. Oh shit. We're almost out of time. Guys, thank you all so much for coming out and hanging out and having a good time. I appreciate all my chatters and lurkers, and I will catch you all on the flip side. Bye-bye! Bye-bye!